Welcome to Harry's Cosmos, the channel where the wizarding world gets reimagined one bold what-if at a time. Today's story asks the question that has haunted Potterheads for years: what if Neville and Luna were the chosen ones instead? Buckle in for 7 full chapters of a Britain where Voldemort knocked on a different door, where prophecies have second voices, and where a herbology-loving boy and a girl who hears the world differently grow into the heroes the wizarding world never knew it was waiting for. If you enjoy this story, smash that like button, drop a comment with which chapter hit hardest, and subscribe to Harry's Cosmos so you never miss the next what if. Chapter 1, The Choice That Broke a Wizard. The cottage in Godric's Hollow was lit that Halloween, but the lamps that mattered burned 150 miles north, in a drafty manor house that smelled of damp ivy and old wandwood. The Longbottoms had not bothered with carved pumpkins. Frank had said, half a smile and half a shrug, that there were grimmer faces at the door than any turnip. Alice had laughed because she always laughed at Frank's bad jokes, and because the alternative was to listen too long to the wireless, where the names of the dead lengthened by the hour. Neville was 15 months old. He sat on the rug in front of the fire, his legs splayed in the determined geometry of toddlers, and tried to fit a wooden hippogriff into a cup that did not want it. The hippogriff was painted in fading enamel. His grandmother had given it to him with a look that suggested it had once belonged to someone she disapproved of and that she had forgiven only with difficulty. The fire crackled and popped, and outside, the wind carried with it a sound that, had any of them paused to identify it, would have been the end of all paused things. It came on the gravel like a man wearing his own intention as armor. There was no apparition crack. Lord Voldemort did not announce himself with thunder unless thunder served him. Instead, the lamps in the front hall flickered as if a draft had pushed open a door that had not yet been opened. Frank Longbottom was halfway out of his chair when the door blew inward and the night came in with it. "Frank," Alice said. Just that. She had her wand already. Voldemort entered the way frost enters a window, without permission, without sound, but inevitably. His face was still mostly a face in those days. The eyes had begun to slit, the skin had begun to thin to vellum, but a man could still see in him the shape of the boy that had been Tom Riddle. He smiled. "Where is your boy?" he asked, as though inquiring after the time. Frank did not answer. He had aura reflexes, the kind learned not in classrooms but in the long corridors of the ministry where curses came out of nowhere, and his wand was already moving in the four-pointed pattern of a stunner shielded by a protego. Voldemort's wrist twitched. The stunner came apart in midair like wet paper. The protego bent inward and broke. Voldemort did not even raise his voice. Avada Kedavra. Green light. The world hesitated. Frank Longbottom, 28 years old, was in mid-stride toward his wife and son when the light reached him. He did not crumple. There is a particular dignity to the way auras fall, Alice would think later. On the rare nights she could think coherently at all, they fall like soldiers, in the direction of those they are protecting. Frank fell forward, and his outstretched hand landed an inch from Neville's foot. Neville looked at his father. His mouth opened. He did not yet have the word for what had happened. "Take him and go," Frank had said an hour ago, half laughing again. "Take him and go to your mother's and don't come back until I send the Patronus." "And leave you here alone with your bad poetry?" Alice had answered. "Frank Longbottom, I would rather be hexed." She had not gone. Now she would not go. There are choices that look like choices and there are the others, the ones that feel like footing on a stair you didn't know you were climbing. Alice planted her feet on the rug. The fire had not yet noticed it had a new audience. "Step aside," Voldemort said. He sounded almost bored. "No. There is no need for you to die," he said. "Step aside, woman. You'll have to step over me." "As you wish." The duel that followed was, by any honest reckoning, not a duel. Alice Longbottom was a brilliant auror, which is to say she had fought and survived more years than most of her yearmates. She knew curses Voldemort had not taught his children. She knew, in particular, 3 old things: 3 things she had learned not at the Auror Academy but at her grandmother's knee, in the kitchen of a stone house in Yorkshire that smelled of bread and lavender. Old magic. Mother magic. The kind that does not appear in textbooks because textbooks cannot spell it. She did not try to kill him. She knew she could not. She tried, instead, to hold him at the door long enough to put one of those 3 old things into the rug, into the wood of the hearth, into the air around the boy on the floor. She did it without speaking. Her wand made small, careful motions, like a needle threading a wound. Voldemort's curses came at her in 3 colors, then 4, then a sickening 5, and she shielded what she could and accepted what she could not, and when the slashing curse opened her ribs from collarbone to hip she did not even cry out. She bled a circle around her son. Her blood went into the rug. The rug accepted it. Enough, Voldemort said. Yes, Alice said. She was on her knees now, shaking. The wand in her hand had begun to glow, not green, not red, a color the room did not have a word for. Enough. She fell sideways. Her face was 3 inches from her son's. She mouthed something. Neville reached out and put his small wet hand on his mother's cheek. Voldemort, fastidious as a cat with a kill, stepped over her and looked down. Such a small thing, he said, to be the end of me. He raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. The fire in the grate went out. Every lamp in the house went out. Every clock stopped. The wind that had been pushing the door open paused for breath. The killing curse left Voldemort's wand and crossed the rug and met something it had not, in the long catalogue of its journeys, ever quite met before. It met the blood of a mother, freely given. It met the wood of a hearth that had warmed 3 generations of the same family. It met the calm, unfrightened gaze of a 15-month-old child who did not know any better. It met, in particular, the fading enamel of a wooden hippogriff that the child had let go of and that had rolled, by some accident or some intention, between the curse and his chest. The curse stopped. The curse looked at itself in the small mirror of all those things at once. The curse, for the first time in its long career, returned the way it had come. What happened to Lord Voldemort then, no one alive saw clearly. The room went white. The room went silent. Something that was the shape of a man unspooled into a long thread of black smoke and a long thread of red light and was pulled, thread over thread, into the empty hearth and up the chimney like the worst kind of laundry. The hippogriff in front of Neville cracked down the middle. A cut opened on Neville's forehead, narrow as a paper cut, in the shape of a small, perfect rune. I was, the U, the rune of endings and rebirth. Neville did not cry. He looked at his mother. He looked at his hand. He picked up half of the hippogriff. He put it in the cup. It did not fit. Across the country, in Godric's Hollow, James Potter was alive. He was holding his wife. He was holding their son. He had heard the wireless go quiet and had turned to Lily and said, in a voice that did not yet trust itself, I think we should get up. Lily was already up. She had the same prickle along her spine that all witches of her generation had grown to recognize as the world rearranging itself around something. She did not yet know what. She held Harry tighter. He yawned. In Knockturn Alley, in a back room of an apothecary that pretended very hard not to be one, Bellatrix Lestrange dropped a cup of tea and the cup did not break, because she caught it without looking, the way she caught everything. She felt her mark go cold. She felt her mark go cold the way a dog feels its master's footsteps stop. She stood up so fast her chair fell over. No, she said, to the empty room. No, 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 no. In a small house above an apothecary in Ottery St. Catchpole, a 6-year-old girl with hair the color of dandelion clocks woke up. She had been having a dream about a horse made of light. Now the horse was gone. In its place was a boy whose face she could not see, but whose voice she heard very clearly. Hold on to me, the boy said. The girl, whose name was Luna, sat up in bed and held out her hands as though to catch something that was already falling. I'm here, she told the empty room. I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Her mother came in and asked her what she was doing, and Luna said, listening. Pandora Lovegood smiled, because she always smiled, and tucked her daughter back in. Pandora had 2 years and 3 days left to live. In an office in Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore put down the small silver instrument he had been turning over in his fingers and watched it stop turning over of its own accord. He sat very still. He listened to the office. The portraits on the walls were beginning to wake. Phineas Nigellus was already complaining. Dumbledore did not answer them. He looked at the perch where Fawkes sat and watched the phoenix burst, without warning, into a quiet, white flame and rebuild itself out of the ashes in 3 seconds, the fastest burning Dumbledore had ever seen. Well, he said. Well, well. He stood. He took down his traveling cloak. He had not, in 50 years of headmastership, ever moved with quite so much haste. He moved now. It was almost a year later that the words got their shape. You see, Augusta Longbottom said, to a 15-year-old Neville, on a morning that smelled of cut grass and rain that had not yet arrived, the rune did not fade. That is the first thing one needs to understand. The rune did not fade because what made it has not yet finished. Neville rubbed his forehead with his thumb. The rune was a faint white scar now, the shape of a pine needle, 1.5 inches above his left eye. People only saw it when they looked. Most people did not look. He had come to be grateful for that. And the second thing, he asked. The second thing is that you, my boy, were not chosen. He looked up at her. You were not chosen, she said again, firmly. You were targeted. There is a great deal of difference. People who are chosen tend to behave very stupidly because they think the world owes them an outcome. People who were targeted know better. Targets get out of the way or they get good. You, Neville, are getting good. Don't let anyone tell you that you are chosen. Choose. She poured him tea. He took it. They were sitting in the conservatory of the manor, where Neville had, over the past 5 years, transformed his grandfather's neglected greenhouse into something that the British and Irish Society for Magical Botany had been writing him polite, increasingly desperate letters about. 2 of his hybrids had patents. One of his hybrids had eaten the cat. He had apologized. The cat had been replaced. The hybrid had been moved to the south wing with 2 locked doors and a sign. Will Mother eat today? He asked, quietly. Augusta's face did not change. She drank some broth. That is something. That is something. They were both very careful to say it that way. Alice Longbottom had not died on the rug 15 years ago. She had only mostly died. The thing that had come back, when the healers at St. Mungo's had finally, with great effort, stitched her body back together, was a slow gentle ghost in the shape of his mother. She did not speak. She did not seem to recognize him most days. Sometimes she handed him a wrapper from a chocolate frog, the way a child hands a parent a treasure. He kept all of them. They were, in a low-locked drawer of his bedside table, every wrapper she had ever given him. There were thousands. He drank his tea. There will be a girl, Augusta said. What? There will be a girl. At the gate. In about 6 minutes. You will offer her tea. You will not tell her she is mad. She is, but it does not matter, and you will only embarrass her. Gran. 6 minutes. How do you know? Augusta did not answer at once. She looked out of the conservatory at the grey wet morning. Her face, and Neville, who had spent 15 years cataloguing the shifts of his grandmother's face, could read her face the way other boys read maps, was older than usual. Because, she said, finally, her mother sent me a letter about it. 12 years ago. And she asked me to remember it on this morning. I have remembered it. She stood up. She straightened her hat. Be kind to her, Neville. We need her. He didn't ask why. He had learned, over the years, when his grandmother was telling him a thing because he needed to know it and when she was telling him a thing because she needed to say it. This was the first kind. He set down his cup. He went to the front of the house and waited. She came up the long wet drive in a yellow raincoat that was too big for her and a pair of red wellies that did not match. She had a blue handbag. Her hair was the color of milk in late afternoon. She did not knock. She stood at the gate and looked at him and waited. Neville, who had been told to be kind, walked down to the gate in his slippers, with no coat, and said, "Hello." "Hello, Neville," she said. "I'm Luna. Luna Lovegood. Your gran told my mum I would come today, and my mum told me, and so here I am. May I come in? I think it's going to rain." It was already raining. He looked up at the sky and found that it was. He looked at her wellies. He looked at her face. He had never seen a face so unconcerned with the question of whether it was being looked at. "Please," he said. "Come in." She came in. Her wellies left muddy half-moons on the flagstones. Augusta met them in the hall and took her coat as if she had been receiving guests in a yellow raincoat all her life. "Tea," Augusta said. "Then we'll talk." "I don't drink tea, ma'am, but I can hold the cup." "That will do nicely." They sat in the conservatory. The rain came against the glass with a sound like applause from a polite audience. Luna held her cup with both hands, lifted it, smelled it, set it down again. She looked around the conservatory as if she had been there before. Neville felt, and this was a feeling he did not yet have a name for, though he would have one in time, that someone was beginning, in his life, who had always been there. "My mother died when I was 9, Luna said, conversationally. "She was an unspeakable. She left me 3 letters. The first one I read when I was 10. The second one I read when I was 12. The third one I read this morning." "What did the third one say?" Neville asked. "It said, go to Neville Longbottom. Tell him about the cup." "The cup," Neville said. "The cup," Luna said. "There was a cup. On the rug. The night Voldemort came for you. There was a cup, and a hippogriff. The hippogriff got broken in half. You put one half in the cup and it didn't fit. Do you remember?" He felt the breath go out of him. He had not told anyone about the cup. He was not sure he himself remembered the cup. He had a memory of it, but he had been a year old, the memory could not be trusted. Augusta watched him quietly across the table. "Yes," he said. "I remember. The cup was a Horcrux," Luna said, simply. "My mother's job was to look at things like that. She looked at it for a long time. She thought the curse went into the cup, partly, and the rune went into you, partly, and the rest of him, the rest of Tom, went up the chimney. She wrote it down. She left her notes for you. They are in a green tin box in my father's attic, which we will need to fetch eventually, but only after you decide you want them, because once we fetch them, all of this will start, and I would rather you started it on purpose." "Started what?" "Becoming the person you already are." Augusta poured more tea. Neville watched her hand, steady, she was the only person he knew whose hand did not shake at this kind of news, and watched the rain. He was not afraid. He noticed that he was not afraid, and that, in itself, was new. He had spent most of his childhood being afraid. Slughorn's class. Snape's class. Boggarts. Pixies. His own grandmother. He had spent 2 weeks at age 12 being afraid of garden gnomes. Now a girl in mismatched wellies was telling him that an actual fragment of an actual Dark Lord was loose in his life, and the fear that ought to be there had left an empty room. In the empty room, a small, warm, surprised feeling was unfolding itself. "I have been waiting for this," he thought. "I didn't know I was waiting." "Why now?" he asked. "Because he's coming back," Luna said. "He is putting himself together. He has most of himself already. He has been putting himself together for 15 years. My mother thought it would take him 15 years. She was right. She was right about most things. Where? Somewhere wet. Somewhere old. It feels like an old house with the windows shut. I see it when I close my eyes. She closed her eyes. Her face went, for a moment, very still. There is a man in a hood. There is a snake. The snake hates the man and serves him anyway. There is a mirror, and the mirror has him in it, and he is trying to get out of the mirror. I don't think it's a real mirror. I think it's a memory of one. Luna, Augusta said, gently. Luna opened her eyes. She smiled. Sorry. I drift. Mother said I would. She said I had to learn to come back. You came back nicely, Neville said, before he knew he was going to say it. Luna looked at him, with an expression he would, in time, learn to call her serious face, the one she only used when something was true. I came back to you, she said. That's the trick. You have to come back to someone. He met her eyes. He held them. He thought, in a small, calm, surprising part of himself, I will do that. I will be the someone. He did not say it. He drank his tea. What do we do? He asked. We do 4 things, Luna said. First, we go to Diagon Alley tomorrow and pretend we are buying school books. While we are there, we will be attacked. There will be 3 of them. We will fight them off. This will tell us a number of things: who is paying them, how desperate they are, and how good we are. After that we will go to my father's attic and fetch the green tin box. After that we will go to Hogwarts on the train and we will tell Harry Potter who he is. He doesn't know yet. After that we will start finding the rest of Tom and putting him in jars. Putting him in jars, Neville repeated. In a manner of speaking. He laughed. It surprised him. It surprised Augusta. The conservatory rang with it briefly, and the rain on the glass laughed back. He stopped, and looked at his grandmother, who was not laughing, but was almost smiling, and who said, in a voice he had never heard from her before, well. There you are, my boy. There you are at last. Gran. Poor Miss Lovegood. Another cup of nothing in particular, Augusta said. I have a letter to write. She went out. Neville and Luna sat in the conservatory and listened to the rain. After a long time, Luna said, Do you have a greenhouse, Neville Longbottom? Yes. May I see it? He took her to the greenhouse. He walked her past the strangling vine he had gentled into a hedge, past the patent-pending mooncalf-fed mandrake, past the hybrid that had eaten the cat, now retired to a glass tank labeled, in his careful printing, Do Not Tap. He showed her the new project, the one the society did not know about, a small grey-green thing with leaves like cupped hands, which was the only known cultivar of plant in Europe to root itself in the speaker rather than the soil. He had grown it from a seed his grandfather had left in a desk drawer with a note that said, For the boy if the boy is brave. He had not yet told anyone he had grown it. He pulled back the cloth. Luna looked at it. Luna touched the leaves with one finger, carefully. The leaves curled toward her fingertip and bloomed, just slightly, into a pale silver blue. Oh, Luna said. Oh, Neville. It knows you're here. It knows me, he said. He had to clear his throat. It only knows me. Now it knows me too. She withdrew her hand. The plant turned its pale bloom toward her, then back to him, then toward her, like a small confused animal trying to decide which person was its person. Don't worry, plant. We are both here. We are both your person now. The plant, after a moment, settled into a steady, glowing glow that filled the small dim corner of the greenhouse with a color the room had not had before. Luna's face was lit by it. Neville's face was lit by it. The rain on the glass had changed, somewhere in the last minute, from applause into something quieter, something almost like breathing. Tomorrow, Luna said, Diagon Alley. Tomorrow. Bring your wand. I will. And, Neville? Yes. You are very tall. Oh, he said. Yes. Yes, I grew. Last summer. A lot. Good, Luna said, gravely. He'll be looking for a small boy. We should not be small boys when he finds us. We aren't boys at all, in your case. No. I am a girl. I am good at it. He laughed again. He laughed, because she was funny, and because the morning had stopped being the morning he had woken up to. Augusta came back in, her cloak on. She looked at the two of them in the greenhouse with the small silver-blue plant lighting their faces, and her eyes, which had not been wet in 50 years, filmed for one quick second and then dried. I have written to Albus, she said. He will meet us tomorrow at the Leaky Cauldron. He says, and you will appreciate this, Neville, that he had been waiting to be invited. He says he had not been quite sure who would do the inviting. It was me, ma'am, Luna said. I sent the owl. I do hope you don't mind. My dear, Augusta said, I shall start minding less and less, I expect, as we go. That night Neville stood in the door of his mother's room. The candles were low. Alice Longbottom was sitting up in bed, in a white nightgown, picking at something on her sleeve. She looked up as he came in. She did not seem to see him for a moment, and then her eyes, pale blue eyes, his eyes, settled on him and stayed. Hello, Mum, he said. She held out her hand. He came and sat on the edge of the bed and took her hand. She turned his hand over and traced, with a single fingertip, the small white scar on his forehead. She did not look surprised by it. She did not look as though she were seeing it for the first time. She traced it 3 times, gently. Then she let go of his hand. She fumbled in the pocket of her nightgown and brought out, with great solemnity, a chocolate frog wrapper. She handed it to him. Thank you, Mum, he said. He turned it over. On the back, where the card would normally be, someone, not Alice, who had not written anything in 15 years, someone else, somewhere along the way, had written, in spidery purple ink, 3 words. Go. Be brave. He looked at his mother. His mother was looking at the candle. She seemed to be smiling at it. He did not know who had written the words on the wrapper. He had a guess. He folded the wrapper carefully and put it in his pocket, on top of the small silver blue leaf Luna had given him an hour before. I will, he told his mother. I promise. He kissed her forehead. He went to bed. He did not sleep. He lay in the dark and watched the ceiling and thought, for the first time in 15 years, that the ceiling was not the limit of things. Somewhere in the house, in a room he had not been in since he was a year old, his grandmother was sitting up writing letters, the way generals do the night before. Somewhere in Ottery St. Catchpole, a girl with hair like dandelion clocks was sleeping with one hand under her pillow and the other one curled into a small, certain fist. Somewhere in a wet old house with the windows shut, a man without much of a face was rebuilding himself out of cobwebs and old hatreds and almost ready to stand up. Somewhere in Scotland, an old wizard with a long beard was looking out over a lake at midnight and saying, to no one, well, well. The world was about to start. Neville Longbottom turned on his side. He smiled, in the dark, the first smile he had ever smiled at the prospect of a fight. He fell asleep with his hand on the wrapper in his pocket, and dreamed of a horse made of light, and of a girl who held it by the bridle, and of the girl looking back at him over her shoulder and saying, very calmly, hold on to me. He held on. He woke before dawn. He had been doing that for 2 years, it was not new, but the reason was. He used to wake because of the dream of green light coming under his door. Tonight he had woken because the world had a deadline and he wanted to meet it on his feet. He sat up, listened to the manner, the house always had a sound, the soft mechanical wheeze of old warts turning over like an old man rolling in sleep, and got dressed in the dark. In the conservatory he pulled the cloth off another corner. There were 3 corners with cloths. Each cloth covered something he had not yet shown anyone. Under the first cloth was a planter of devil's snare that had learned to recognize his footsteps. Under the second cloth was a row of small unlabeled glass jars in which the seeds of plants from his grandfather's notes, plants the society did not believe existed, were soaking in milk and moonlight. Under the third cloth, low to the floor, was the thing he had not even told his grandmother about, because he wasn't sure he wouldn't be in trouble if he did. It was a mandrake, fully grown. Mandrakes are not, as a rule, kept by 15-year-old boys in private greenhouses. The ministry has feelings about it. This one had been a gift, a long story, a debt his grandfather had left him, a ledger that had finally come due, and Neville had nursed it through the screaming infant phase, the surly toddler phase, and into the long, sullen, almost peaceful adolescence mandrakes apparently entered when they were the children of people who were kind to them. It looked at him now from inside its terracotta pot. Its eyes were small and black and intelligent. Mandrakes are not supposed to be intelligent. He was not supposed to know that they could be. He had stopped being supposed to know things for some time now. "Good morning," he told the mandrake. The mandrake yawned and turned its face away, the way a cat does when it does not want to be observed in private business. "There is a girl coming," he said. "Be polite." The mandrake gave him a look that suggested the entire concept of politeness was beneath it. Neville covered the pot back up. He went out into the garden in his slippers, again, and stood in the wet grass and looked at the way the dawn was coming in over the wall of the kitchen garden. He tried to find the word for it, he was a careful boy, not a fast one, he felt assembled. He felt as though he had been a pile of small parts on a workbench for 15 years and someone, somewhere in the night, had finally opened a manual and started to put him together. There were footsteps behind him. Augusta, with her cane. "You're up," she said. "I'm up." "You'll need a wand holster," she said. "Yours is too big for the way you'll be moving from now on. There's one in the case in the gun room. Take it. Take the small knife as well. Gran, I'm 15. And you are about to be the centerpiece of a disagreement that has been going on since I was a child. You will have what you need." She looked at the dawn with him for a moment. "You know I am not a sentimental woman. I have noticed. I will say one sentimental thing." "All right." She did not look at him. She looked at the dawn. "Your father would be proud," she said. "I am proud. Your mother, when you go to her tonight, you take her hand. She knows. Don't argue with me. I have been with her for 15 years. She knows." He did not trust his voice. He nodded. "Now," Augusta said, brisk again, the moment closed and tied off neatly the way she tied everything off, "go and fetch the holster, and try not to wake the cat. Today's cat. The third one. He's nervous." "Yes, Gran." He went in. He fetched the holster. He fetched, also, the small knife, silver, ivory-handled, his great-grandfather's by the look of it, with a little runic mark at the base of the blade he could not read. He strapped the holster to his forearm and slipped his wand into it and tested the draw. The wand came out smoothly. He had been practicing. He had been practicing a great deal of things, quietly, in the long evenings when his grandmother thought he was reading and he was, in fact, in the locked east room with no windows, drawing on the floor in chalk and trying out the diagrams in 3 of his grandfather's older books. He looked at himself in the mirror in the front hall. He had not, for a long time, thought of the boy in the mirror as anything other than a problem to be tolerated. The boy in the mirror this morning was tall, his grandmother kept saying he was a beanpole, but the word she meant and didn't say was tall, and he had his father's jaw, which he had not noticed before, and his mother's eyes, and a small white scar above the left brow. The boy in the mirror was not a problem. The boy in the mirror was, what was the word, ready. He tried it on. He smiled at himself, experimentally, the way he had smiled in the dark last night. The smile fitted. He opened the front door. Luna was on the step, in the same yellow raincoat, but with a different pair of boots, green, this time, tall ones, mismatched again with the laces of two different colors. She had a satchel over one shoulder. She had been knocking, evidently, at the air. She had not yet bothered to actually touch the knocker. "Good morning," she said. "Good morning. You look different." "Do I?" "You look as though you have decided to be yourself." "I like it. May I come in for breakfast?" "I brought sausages, but they are imaginary, which is to say I forgot them and I am pretending I brought them." "Do you have real sausages?" "Yes." "Excellent. I will eat yours and pretend to share mine." He laughed, the second laugh in 12 hours, he had laughed more in 12 hours than he had in the previous 12 weeks, and stood aside to let her in. She walked past him. She paused, halfway down the hall, and turned and looked at him in the way she did, with her serious face, and said, very quietly, "Neville. There is a man following me. There has been a man following me since Ottery St. Catchpole. He is not following me very well, which is reassuring, but he is definitely following. I thought you should know. I thought we should eat sausages and then go and ask him what he wants." Neville's hand, with no instruction from him, dropped to the holster. The wand came up into his palm. He did not raise it, he held it down at his side. He had not, in his entire life, drawn a wand on someone in earnest. He had thought, all his life, that if he ever did, his hand would shake. His hand, this morning, did not shake. "Where?" he asked, low. "At the gate. He's pretending to be a hedge. He is doing a poor job. He has a crooked nose and he is wearing the wrong boots for hedging. He is a Death Eater, I think. Or a ministry man pretending to be a Death Eater, which is sometimes worse. Either way." "Gran," Neville called, mildly, the way one calls for a cat. "Gran, would you put on the kettle? We have an outdoor visitor. We will be a quarter hour." "Take the back path," Augusta called, from somewhere in the back of the house, in the voice of a woman who had been waiting for this morning her entire life. "Loop him round the rose garden. Don't be slow." "Yes, Gran." He looked at Luna. Luna looked at him. She held out her hand. He thought she meant the wand, which was already in his other one, but no, she meant his hand. She wanted his hand. He took her small cool fingers in his and they went out the back door, fast and quiet, around the kitchen garden, through the gap in the box hedge that he had widened himself 2 summers ago because he had wanted a way out that the grown-ups didn't know about. Neville Longbottom, age 15, with a small girl's hand in his and his wand held low against his thigh, came around the side of the house at a low fast trot, and the morning, which had been merely a morning, became something else. The man at the gate was indeed pretending to be a hedge. He had laid a disillusionment over himself and he had crouched against the box, and he was watching the front door. He had a wand in his hand. It was a long pale wand. Neville did not know him. He did not need to know him to know him. He could see the inkwork on the underside of the man's wrist where the sleeve had ridden up. Luna, beside him, said, very softly, in a voice that was almost a song, "Petrificus." She had not raised her wand. She had whispered it. Neville, in the same heartbeat, did the thing he had practiced for 2 years, the small careful gesture, the half-step, the word in his mouth that he did not say aloud because the books had taught him the older curses worked best when held under the breath, like a held note. He cast a conjunctivitis hex without speaking. The man at the gate flinched as though slapped. His disillusionment shimmered and broke. He saw them. He raised his wand. He did not get to use it. Luna's Petrificus hit him in the solar plexus an instant after Neville's hex hit his eyes. He went over backward like a felled tree. His wand went one way. His hood went the other. He landed in the rose bed. Neville stepped over him. He picked up the man's wand. He looked down at the man, who was watering at the eyes and gargling air through clamped jaws. He bent down and pulled back the man's sleeve. The mark was there. It was old. It was barely visible, a faded gray tattoo on a skin that had not been called for years. "Hello," Neville said. "I think I'd like to know who sent you, please. We can do this politely. We can also do it very differently. Up to you." The man tried to say something. The petrificus held, only his eyes moved, and they moved a great deal, mostly with rage and partly with something that might, in a smaller man, have been fear. Luna crouched beside Neville. "The petrificus is mine, so I should release the mouth. Don't release everything else. Hold the legs." "I'm holding the legs," Neville said, calm, with a quick sticking charm cast under his breath. He had practiced sticking charms. Luna laid the tip of her wand against the man's lower lip. She murmured something, not the counterspell, not exactly, something tilted and gentler. The man's mouth came unstuck. He gasped. "Who?" Neville asked. "Go to hell," the man rasped. "Don't be dull," Luna said. "You're a hedge in a rose bed." "Who?" "Bellatrix," the man said, before he could stop himself, and his face contorted and he tried to bite his own tongue, and Luna, who had clearly thought of this, prevented him with a small flick. "Bellatrix who?" Neville said, although he knew. "Lestrange," the man said, around Luna's interference. She said to watch. To see if you went to Diagon today. To see if the love-good girl came. She said to mark the road. He bared his teeth. She said you'd be a soft thing. Easy work. She said, "Yes, I should think she did," Neville said. He stood up. He looked at the gate, at the wet road, at the long, low country sky. Bellatrix Lestrange. Of course. Bellatrix who, 15 years ago, he knew the story, everyone knew the story had been quiet, told only in hoarse voices, late at night, but it had reached him by his 13th birthday, Bellatrix who had come to the manor a week after Halloween, intending to finish what her master had started, and who had been driven off, with 2 of her brothers-in-law, by Augusta Longbottom alone with a cane and a wand and a stone-cold rage, Bellatrix who had then been caught in Albania and brought home in chains, Bellatrix who had been in Azkaban for 14 years and a few months, until 2 months ago, when she had walked out, somehow, with 3 other Death Eaters, in the small hours, on a night when even the Dementors had reportedly looked the other way. "She's looking for you, Neville Longbottom," the man said, almost laughing now, although the laugh was thin. She told us she'd been thinking about you for 15 years. She told us she hopes you're fat now. She told us, yes, Neville said. All right. That's enough. He looked at Luna. We'll send him on to the Aurors. Will you write the note? With pleasure. And we should not, I think, take him into the house. No. Best not. Will the box hedge mind? The box hedge will be delighted. They love guests. She wrote a note, in her small round handwriting, and pinned it to the man's robe with a thorn. She wrote, in summary, this man was lurking. He has confessed to acting on the orders of B. Lestrange, escaped convict. He was attempting to reconnoiter the Longbottom Manor. We are making him comfortable in a hedge. Yours, Luna Lovegood and Neville Longbottom. P.S. Please do not leave him in the hedge for very long. He is a person, even if he has chosen to be a poor one. She conjured a small silver shape, a doe, surprising, from a girl who had not yet had a Patronus lesson. Neville filed that away to think about later, and the doe leaped through the hedge and away across the field toward Diagon Alley, where the Auror office's mail receivers would have, in approximately 8 minutes, a polite incident on their desks. There, Luna said. Sausages. Sausages. They went back inside. Augusta was at the table. She had laid out 3 places. She had laid out, at the 3rd place, a cup of nothing in particular, because she had been listening, and she always listened. She poured tea. She did not ask. Neville set down the captured wand on the sideboard. He sat. Luna sat. Augusta nodded at them both, once, the way a captain nods at lieutenants. "You did that quickly," she said. "He was slow," Luna said. "He was," Neville said. "They will not all be slow," Augusta said. "No," Neville said. "You will need to be faster." "Yes, Gran. There are sausages." "Yes, Gran." He ate the sausages. They were very good sausages. The kitchen smelled of sage and pepper. Outside, the morning had taken on a quality Neville did not yet have a word for, but that he would, in time, come to call by its true name, the morning of a war one has finally, after 15 years of waiting, decided to win. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The Quibbler and the Prophet. Diagon Alley, on the first morning of August in 1996, looked like a man who had slept badly and was trying to convince his neighbors otherwise. The shop fronts were freshly painted, the cobbles had been swept, the brass over Madame Malkin's door had been polished so that one could see one's face in it. None of that was reassuring, because Neville Longbottom had walked Diagon Alley every August of his life and he could read the difference between a confident street and a frightened one. The shops with new paint had new paint because old paint had been splashed by curses. The brass had been polished because there had been a stain on it last week that the polish was meant to bury. The windows of Ollivander's had a closed sign, which Neville had never, in his 15 years of being looked at by Mr. Ollivander, seen. He had taken Luna's arm at the entrance to the alley because she had tilted, with a light surprised stagger, the moment they came through the brick archway. She had explained it without explaining it, "There are too many people here who are about to do something. It crowds me." He had not let go of her arm. She had not asked him to. They walked the alley like that, a tall 15-year-old with a holster up his sleeve and a small pale girl in a yellow raincoat who was watching, with quiet interest, the futures of every face that passed. Augusta walked behind them at a deliberate distance. She was visibly Augusta Longbottom. She was wearing the hat that had vulture feathers, the cape that had 3 small enchanted opals at the throat, and an expression that suggested any man who came near her grandson without an invitation would be, in short order, a story told later by other men who had been present. She was not, today, attempting subtlety. Subtlety, Augusta had remarked over breakfast, was a tool that one could afford on Mondays. This was not a Monday. "Where first?" Luna said. "Flourish and blots," Neville said. "Then Madame Malkin's, because Gran will insist." "Then we are meant to meet, he's already here," Luna said. "What?" "He's at the back of the leaky. He came in the flue 5 minutes ago. I felt him sit down." Neville glanced over his shoulder. The back door of the leaky cauldron was visible behind them. It had not yet opened. Luna did not, Neville had begun to understand, mean what other people meant when she said she had felt a thing. She meant precisely what she said. A man had sat down. She had felt the chair take his weight, in a way that had not made it from the chair to her by ordinary means. "Tea first, then," he said. "Book second." "Tea first," Luna agreed. "He'll buy them." They turned. Augusta, behind them, did not need to be told, she had read the change in their step. The 3 of them came back into the leaky cauldron and Tom the barman, who had been polishing a glass for what looked like 15 minutes, looked up at them with an expression so deliberately mild that it confessed everything. He inclined his head toward the back. He went back to his glass. In the back room, behind a curtain that had once been blue and was now the color of long memory, Albus Dumbledore sat at a small round table with 2 teacups and a teapot already on it. He was, today, dressed in pale grey, which Neville had never seen him wear. He had taken off the long pointed hat and laid it across his knee like a sleeping cat. He stood up when they came in. He looked at Neville for a long moment without speaking. He did not look surprised, exactly, but he looked the way a man looks who has finished a long calculation and arrived, in the end, at a number he had been hoping for. "Mr. Longbottom," he said. "Miss Lovegood. Mrs. Longbottom. Please, sit." They sat. Augusta did not take the offered tea. She set her cane against her chair. She folded her hands. "Albus," she said. "How long have you known?" "Pandora Lovegood wrote to me," Dumbledore said, "in the spring of 1984. She wrote, also, to you and to Phileas and to a few others. I have her letter still. She asked us not to act until her daughter found the boy. She asked us to wait. I have waited. Long time to wait, Albus. It was her instruction. I have learned, over a long life, that unspeakables tend to be right about long times. It is a long time, however, when one is the boy." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "It is. I am sorry." Neville heard his grandmother, beside him, take in a breath she had been holding for 15 years. He did not turn to look. He knew her face. He let her have it without a witness. He looked, instead, at Dumbledore. "Sir," he said, "what does she want me to do?" "Please call me Albus. We are about to be peers in a way that titles will not survive." "Albus. You have already begun to do it. You have begun to be a person who can do it. That, in fact, is the only part Pandora Lovegood was unable to predict for me. She could see most of the road, but the man who walked it was a thing she had to leave to the road itself. The road has done well. You are a tall young man with steady hands. That is more than most boys I send into the dark." Luna, at his elbow, took a quick small breath, as though she had been listening to something far away. "Sir," she said, "the man at the gate this morning, there will be 3 more in the alley today. A woman in red robes near the apothecary. A man with a yellow hat at Quality Quidditch. A boy our age in green near Florian's. The boy is a complication." "A boy your age in green," Dumbledore said, mildly. "Yes. Draco Malfoy," Augusta said. "Probably," Luna said. "He is not a Death Eater yet. He is being inspected for the role. He is to watch us today and report. He will not want to. He will do it because he has been told to. I do not know yet whether to be unkind to him." "Be kind," Dumbledore said. "When in doubt, and one is always in doubt with the Malfoys, be kind. They have not been treated kindly, in their own way. It will surprise them." Neville looked at Dumbledore. He did not yet know how to look at a man who had been, for most of his life, an idea, and who was now a man across a table. He noticed that Dumbledore looked tired. He noticed that the long beard had more white in it than the photos he had seen, and that the eyes, the famously twinkling eyes, were not twinkling this morning. They were watching. They were watching him with care. "Sir," he said. "Albus. What does she want me to do?" "She wants you," Dumbledore said, "to do 4 things. Today, you are to be seen. You are to be seen to be alive, to be unfrightened, and to be in good company." His eyes flicked to Luna. "Tomorrow, you are to fetch the green tin box from her father's attic. The box is not booby-trapped, but it is shy. Miss Lovegood will know how to open it. The day after, you and Miss Lovegood, with your grandmother's permission, will visit me at the school for a private hour. We will discuss the cup." "The cup," Neville said. "The cup," Dumbledore said. "The Hufflepuff cup." "Yes. Helga's own. He has it. He has had it for 50 years. It was the second thing he made, after the diary, and the safest, because no one but Pandora and I knew what he had done with it." "Pandora knew." "Pandora was the one who tracked it. She was the finest theorist of soul magic of her generation. She did not write very much down. She wrote enough." "And the diary?" "The diary," Dumbledore said, with a shadow on his face, is no longer with us. Harry Potter destroyed it 3 years ago at the age of 12, with a basilisk fang, in an unrelated and alarming incident. He does not know what it was. He has not been told. We will need to tell him. We will, Luna said, simply. On the train, Neville said. On the way to school. On the train. Yes. There was a silence. Neville drank his tea. It was very good tea. He noticed the room, the cracked plaster, the small framed picture of Madame Malkin's grandfather, the smell of damp from somewhere behind the wainscot, and he noticed that he was not afraid. He noticed, also, that his grandmother was watching him with an expression he did not, yet, have a key to. Albus, Augusta said. How many of him are there? 7, Dumbledore said. 6 fragments, plus what he keeps in his own body. 2 are gone. 5 remain. 5. 5. And we know where 2 are. We suspect a third. 2 we do not yet know. The locations themselves are educated guesses with one solid datum each. I will share my guesses with Mr. Longbottom and Miss Lovegood when we meet. I will ask them to share theirs with me. I expect we will, between us, do quite well. 6 fragments, Neville said. Plus him. 5 remain. So you've already, the diary, as I said. And the ring. The ring of Marvolo Gaunt. I removed it 2 months ago. I do not recommend the experience. I am paying for it. He held up his hand. The hand was black. The blackness moved, sluggishly, like ink under skin. Neville's mouth opened. He closed it. Augusta did not look surprised. Albus, she said, quietly. It is being managed. Severus has been very kind. I have a finite time. We must not, in our planning, ignore the fact that I have a finite time. Your grandson and Miss Lovegood and Mr. Potter must be ready to do this without me before next summer. Next summer, Neville said. At the latest. He looked at his hand again, black to the knuckles, and put it back into his sleeve, almost apologetically. He looked at Neville. The blue eyes, they had never been blue when they twinkled, they had been a grey-green, this morning they were a clear dark blue, held Neville steady. I tell you this, Dumbledore said, because you are not a child. I tell you this because Pandora wrote, in her last letter to me, the following sentence, when the time comes, treat him as a man, even if he is 15, because he will have done a man's work to get to 15. So I tell you. I die. Probably this year. Possibly next. We must use the time we have. Neville, to his own surprise, did not panic. He felt, and he would, later, remember this as the moment in which his life turned over from one kind of life to another kind of life, the way a coin turns over in a hand. He felt as though someone had handed him a heavy thing and trusted him to carry it. He tested the weight. He did not put it down. I understand, he said. What do you need from me today? To be seen, Dumbledore said. Walk the alley. Buy your books. Buy a wand holster, your grandmother has likely already bought you one, bear with her, she has been waiting 15 years to buy you a wand holster, and let the alley see that the boy who survived Halloween is whole, that the girl who saw him coming is at his side, and that the Longbottom name is still attached to the Longbottom temper. The watchers will report. The right people will be encouraged. The wrong people will be alarmed. We need them alarmed. They have been comfortable for 15 years. They have had their cellars and their summer houses and their ministry jobs. We need them to spill their tea. I can do that, Neville said. I rather think you can, Dumbledore said. He smiled. The smile was the first thing about him that morning that looked like the man Neville had heard about. He stood. Now. I will not walk the alley with you. It would be too obvious. I will leave first. You will stay another quarter of an hour. Have a scone. The scones today are particularly good. Mrs. Longbottom, a private word, if I may. Augusta rose. She and Dumbledore walked to the curtain. They spoke for perhaps a minute, in a register Neville could not hear. He watched Luna watching the wall. She was, he realized, listening, but to something else. He did not interrupt. When Augusta came back, she sat down and put her hand, briefly, on his shoulder. She had not, since he had been small, put her hand on his shoulder. The hand stayed for 2 seconds. It went away. Eat your scone, she said. Yes, Gran. Eat both scones. Yes, Gran. I will eat the third. Yes, Gran. She ate the third scone. They walked out into the alley. The woman in red robes was not standing at the apothecary. She had moved. She was now standing at the window of Slug and Jiggers's, 2 doors down, pretending to read the price of dragon liver. She had a wand up her sleeve and a small mirror in her left hand which she was using to watch, by reflection, the door of the leaky. Neville saw her first. Luna confirmed her with a small glance. Augusta, walking 3 paces behind, named her under her breath, Selwyn. The younger sister. Adelaide. Married a Mulciber, didn't take. 2 children. A nasty piece. Be careful. How will we approach this? Neville asked, low. Don't approach, Luna said. Be where she has to come to. They don't all want a fight. Most of them want a witness. Give her a witness. Witness? They want to see what we look like. He understood. He straightened. He let the wand holster show, just a little, when he reached up to push back his hair. He let his height be visible. He took Luna's hand, not because he wanted to be holding her hand in public, which he had not, that morning, considered as a thing one would do, but because she had asked for his hand again with the smallest movement of her own. He held it. They walked, unhurriedly, into the apothecary, on the Selwyn side, and she had to turn to follow them with the mirror, and in turning, she dropped the mirror, and in bending to retrieve it, her hood fell back, and Neville, looking at her in the reflection of the apothecary window, met her eyes for half a second and let her see him. He let her see, in particular, that he was looking at her. He held the look. He did not glare. He simply saw her. She saw, in him, what she had been told to be looking for, the shape of a small frightened boy. She did not see it. She saw a very tall 15-year-old in a quiet gray coat, with a face that had decided to be a face, and a small girl by his side who had a face with no fear in it whatsoever, and she felt the arithmetic of her morning go wrong. She picked up her mirror. She walked away faster than was wise. Neville watched her go. 1, Luna said, quietly. 1. The man in the yellow hat near Quality Quidditch was less subtle and more dangerous. He was not, Neville realized as soon as he saw him, a Death Eater. He was a hireling, a wand for hire, perhaps an Exoror gone wrong, perhaps a foreigner. He had the kind of stillness that does not learn to be still in a school. He was watching the front of Quality Quidditch with apparent interest. As they approached, he turned, casually, and his hand went into his coat. Neville did not draw. He kept walking, as though he had not noticed, which is the first lesson one learns and the lesson most people forget, that not noticing is a form of advance. Augusta, Luna said, quietly, without turning her head. On him, Augusta said. The man in the yellow hat, who had been about to step out into Neville's path, found himself stepping not into Neville's path but into Augusta Longbottom's. Augusta, who had walked the alley for 51 years, knew how to insert herself into a sidewalk in a way that a man pretended he had been planning to make room for in the first place. Her cane came down on the man's instep, lightly, in a manner that looked, to anyone watching, like an old woman fumbling. The man's foot was, in the next instant, immobile. Her other hand drifted, at her side, at the level of her hip. The man felt the very tip of a wand against the small of his back. He did not see anyone holding the wand. It seemed to be holding itself. "Walk past," Augusta said, softly. "Walk past Quality Quidditch. Walk to the apothecary. Stand there. Wait. We will collect you in 20 minutes. If you move from that door before we collect you, you will spend a significant fraction of the rest of your life in the body of a goose. I have a goose. I have a great deal of practice with the goose. Walk past." The man walked past. He was very pale. He went to the apothecary. He stood at the door. He waited. Adelaide Selwyn had not, evidently, gone home. She was now in the apothecary, having a conversation with the man at the till. She came out, saw the man in the yellow hat at the door, saw the look on his face, and made a small sound in her throat which was the sound of a woman whose morning had just gone significantly wrong. "Two," Luna said. "Two," Neville said. "The boy," Luna said. Coming up. Draco Malfoy, in green, was standing outside Florian Fortescue's. He had, in front of him, a sundae he had not eaten. He was, Neville saw with a little jolt, about Neville's height now, but thinner, and his hair was shorter than the last time Neville had seen him at the end of fourth year, and his face, Neville had seen Draco Malfoy's face for 4 years now and had never thought of it as a face that wore expressions, it had only ever worn an attitude, was today wearing something Neville had not seen before. It was wearing an exhaustion that did not belong on a 15-year-old. Draco saw them coming. He stiffened. His chin went up. The sneer, well rehearsed, came onto his mouth. The sneer arrived a beat too late. Neville had already seen the face under it. "Longbottom," Draco said. "Malfoy. Lovegood." The name came out flatter, less practiced. Draco had, evidently, not yet decided what tone to use for Luna Lovegood. "Hello, Draco," Luna said, gently. "Your sundae is melting. You should eat it. It's a good sundae." "I am not," Draco began, and stopped. He looked at the sundae. He looked at Luna. He looked at Neville. He looked, with the fast sliding glance of a boy who is being watched and knows it, over Neville's shoulder at his 2 minders, Selwyn at the apothecary and the man in yellow at the same door, and his face did the small private thing faces do when they realize their cover has been pulled out from under them at exactly the wrong moment. "They've been embarrassed for you," Neville said. "I'm sorry about that. I expect you'll catch it for it later. Will it be your father, or someone else?" Draco's face did not move. His hand on the sundae spoon trembled, very slightly. "Draco," Luna said, "you are not in trouble with us. You are in trouble with them. We can help with the second. If you come to my compartment on the train, on the 1st of September, and sit for 10 minutes, we will help you with the second. If you do not come, we will not bother you. You may bring Crabbe and Goyle, but they will fall asleep, because I will sing. I sing nicely. They will sleep through it. Bring them." Draco stared at her. He had not, in his entire life, been spoken to by Luna Lovegood. He had not, in his entire life, been offered help by anyone he had not paid for it. The combination shorted out, briefly, the entire architecture of how he was meant to behave. He said, with no inflection at all, "Why?" "Because we can use you," Neville said, and the answer came out so honestly that even he was surprised. "And because I have spent 4 years thinking you were nothing but bad, and I have been wrong, mostly, about most things, for 4 years, and I would rather be wrong in the other direction. Come and sit. We'll see." "Eat your sundae, Draco," Luna said. "It's chocolate ginger. It's lovely." Draco, after a long pause, picked up the spoon. He put it into the sundae. He took a bite. He did not look at them. He looked, very carefully, at the spoon. "Thursday," he said, around the bite. "Thursday what?" Neville said. Bellatrix is coming through London on Thursday. Draco did not look up. She wants to see Mother. She'll want to see me. She'll ask if I've made the inspection. I will tell her you are exactly what she has been told you are. I will tell her you are slow and easy. I will tell her you are stupid. I will lie to her. She will believe me until she sees you. After that, she will know I lied. After that, there will be a price. I will pay it. You will, he swallowed, the spoon trembled, he put it down, you will owe me, Longbottom, after Thursday. You will owe me a debt. I want it to be a debt. I want, if I am to die for this, to die in someone's debt, do you understand? It is the only way I can do this. Tell me you owe me. Neville did not hesitate. I owe you, Malfoy. I owe you. If you die for this, I will get your mother out of that house, and she will live. If you live, you will come to my compartment on the train. Either way, I owe you. Yes. Yes, Draco said, very quietly, and his eyes, pale grey, the famous Malfoy grey, which had always seemed to Neville a colour from which no warmth could come, were, for one short moment, wet. Eat your sundae, Luna said again, kindly. He ate. They walked on. He did not look up. They did not look back. 3, Luna said, when they had passed 2 more shops. 3, Neville said. And one for our side. And one for our side. The alley was busier now. Word was, in the way Word was in Diagon Alley, travelling. Neville noticed it as they walked, the way conversation stopped, just for a beat, when he passed, the way a wizard near Elops dropped his coin pouch, the way a witch in green at Flourish and Blots looked up sharply from the table of new arrivals and met his eyes and smiled, deliberately and warmly, like a flag run up. A man at the door of Gringotts, who had been buying a paper from the rumour-monger on the corner, lowered his paper and looked at Neville for a long beat and gave him, with great precision, a single nod. Augusta, behind, said under her breath, Mr. Tonks. He'll have a daughter at the school. Useful family. Remember the nod. I'll remember. Remember every nod today, Neville. They are people who will help. They are paying you, in advance, because they have been frightened for 15 years and they are tired of being frightened. They want a flag to look at. Be the flag. He nodded. He kept walking. He felt, for the first time in his life, the small uncomfortable warm sensation of being looked at, not because he had done something wrong, but because he had done something right. He let the warmth stay. In Flourish and Blots they bought their books. The woman in green, she was, Neville learned, Mrs. Tonks, the same family, found a moment to put a small parcel into his hand at the till. From a friend, she said, in a low voice. Keep it on you. Don't open it now. He did not open it. He put it into his coat. Luna, at his elbow, said, Oh, that's lovely, that's a love-good family pendant, and Neville said, Is it? And Luna said, I'll explain later, and Mrs. Tonks said, Ted said to ask after your gran, and Augusta, who had drifted to the till, said, Tell Ted I have been very rude not writing to him for 10 years and that I will repair this directly, and Mrs. Tonks said, He will appreciate that very much. And that was the entire conversation, and yet Neville, walking out of the bookshop, felt as though he had inherited an alliance. In Madame Malkin's they bought new robes, because Augusta had insisted, and Neville stood on the small velvet stool while Madame Malkin, who had once made his father's wedding robes, pinned his hem and grumbled to herself in an undertone. She lifted her head, near the end, and looked him in the eye. You are your father's son, she said, gruffly. Don't you be a fool. Be his son the right way. Not the showy way. The other way. The good way. Yes, ma'am. He'd be at the back of every meeting, your father. He'd let other people talk first. He'd be the last word and the smallest one. Don't be loud, Mr. Longbottom. Loud is for fools. The world has had enough fools. Yes, ma'am. She finished his hem. She did not charge him for it. He did not argue. They bought the wand holster Augusta had insisted upon and a new traveling cloak and ink and parchment and a small leather notebook, into which Luna immediately wrote, in her round handwriting, on the first page, for Neville. Make a list of every brave thing today. It is good to have a list. She handed him the notebook. He wrote, on the second page, in his careful printing, item 1, said yes. He showed it to her. She did not laugh. She nodded, gravely, and added, in a smaller hand below, item 2, held a hand. Item 3, did not draw the wand even when it would have been easy. He stared at his hand. He had held her hand all the way from the leaky, and he had not, in fact, drawn his wand on Adelaide Selwyn or the man in yellow even though he had wanted to. He had let his grandmother handle it. He had let Luna handle it. He had been, in the small ways that matter, generous. He had not known he could be generous with his power. He had spent his whole life thinking power was a thing one had to grab. It turned out power was a thing one could give. He felt, in his chest, the small warm settling of a new piece of himself slotting into place. Item 4, Luna said, looking over his shoulder. Yes. Did not panic when an old man told you he was dying. He did not write that one for a moment. Then he did. He wrote it because she had said it, and because she was right, and because he did not yet trust himself to say aloud how the news had landed in him, but he could hold the words on the page where she could see them. Luna read it. She nodded. She did not say anything. She put her hand briefly on the back of his neck. Her fingers were cool. They went away. They met Dumbledore again, briefly, at the entrance to Nocturne, where he had been pretending to study a window display with great interest. He turned. He was eating a lemon sherbet. All well, he said. It was not a question. All well, Neville said. 3. And a possible fourth, who has been turned for now. Dumbledore lifted an eyebrow at the word turned. He glanced down at Luna, who was, with her serious face, watching a black cat across the road. He glanced back at Neville. He smiled, very small. My dear boy, he said, in 3 hours of the work, you have already begun to do it the right way. I am very glad. Sir. You have a long road. You will not always do it right. When you do it wrong, you will write to me, and I will write back, and we will go on. Yes. Yes, sir. Albus. Now. Mrs. Longbottom, a final word, he drew Augusta aside. They spoke for half a minute. Augusta nodded. She did not nod easily. Until the train, then, Dumbledore said, raising his hat. He had put on his hat again, the long pointed one, to Luna, who curtsied gravely back, and to Augusta, who inclined her chin a single careful degree. He walked off down Nocturne Alley, of all places, as though it were a Sunday. The shopkeepers in Nocturne Alley, as he passed, found things they urgently had to do in the back rooms of their shops. He is an unusual man, Luna observed. He is at that, Augusta said, drily. Come, children. We have one more stop. One more. Neville said. The ministry, Augusta said. We are going to deliver an aurora wand, a hedge specimen, and a story. We will do this in person. We will do this slowly. We will be witnessed. Of course we will, Luna said, solemnly. I do love a witnessing. They walked back up the alley to the Flue, and Diagon Alley, behind them, hummed in the way an old tuning fork hums when it has been struck for the first time in a long while, and the people in it, the painters, the sweepers, the polishers of brass, went on with the small loud businesses of their morning, but a number of them, in private, in the next several hours, sent owls to people they had not written to in a long time and said, in different words, the same thing, he is back, the boy is back, The boy is back and he is tall, and there is a girl, and the woman with the cane is with them, and the headmaster is with them, and our day has come, our day has at last come, write to me, write back, prepare. The owls, all that morning, went out across England in a quiet, deliberate flight, the way starlings rise from a field at the same time without seeming to have been told. In a manor on the Wiltshire Downs, an elf with a chipped ear delivered a letter to a thin man with white blonde hair. The man read the letter. The man went very still. The man burned the letter in the grate without showing it to his wife. He sat in his study for an hour. He did not move. Then he stood, and went to his wife, and said, in a voice she had not heard him use in 15 years, "Sissy, take Draco and go to Andromeda's. Now. Tonight. I will follow if I can." His wife, who had stopped being surprised by anything 15 years ago, did not argue. She packed a bag. She took her son and her wand and went out the back of the manor, into the garden, into the yew avenue, and from the yew avenue out the small unwarded gate at the back, the one only she remembered, and from there into a country lane, and from there to the house of her sister, who had not spoken to her in 26 years. Andromeda Tonks opened the door and looked at her sister and her white blonde nephew. Andromeda Tonks did not say a word. Andromeda Tonks let them in. Andromeda Tonks closed the door and locked it and, for the first time since 1970, said the family ward in the family voice, and it answered. 3 counties away, in a wet old house with the windows shut, a man without much of a face raised his head from the cup he was holding and felt, somewhere in the part of him that was still attached to the mark on his servant's arms, something loose. Something missing. He counted his servants in his head and one was missing and he did not know which one. He hissed, very softly, in the language of snakes. The snake at his feet hissed back. The wet old house creaked. The man without much of a face spoke, to the air, in English, 2 words. He moves. The house heard him. The house did not, in the strict sense, mean him well. The house had been a riddle house once. The house had its own opinions. The wallpaper, at the back of the dining room, peeled, in a small, slow curl, away from the wall, exposing a strip of damp older paper underneath, on which someone, it might have been a child, 50 years ago, on a wet afternoon, had drawn, in pencil, the head of a small horse. The pencil horse looked at the man without much of a face. The man without much of a face did not see it. He turned. He went out. The pencil horse, on the wall, blinked once, and was a pencil horse again, and was still. In the small cool back room of the Auror office at the ministry, an old Auror named Robards looked up from a stack of papers and saw, standing in his doorway, Augusta Longbottom in the hat with the vulture feathers, and at her sides a tall 15-year-old boy with a holster up his sleeve and a small girl with hair like dandelion clocks who was holding, in one hand, a wand that did not belong to her and, in the other, a small twig from a hedge. Robards stood up so fast his chair fell over. He did not pretend he had not been waiting for them. "Madam Longbottom," he said. "Mr. Longbottom. Miss Lovegood." He cleared his throat. He was not, Neville thought, a man given to clearing his throat. "Welcome. Please. Sit. Tell me what has happened today. Tell me everything." Augusta said. "At once, ma'am." They told him. They told him slowly. They told him, in particular, with witnesses. 3 Aurors of varying ranks were summoned to the room one by one, on various pretexts, until there were 5 people listening, all of whom would, in the days following, repeat what they had heard to other people, and so the story would, by Saturday, have crossed the country. Neville did not, at any point, tell Robards about the cup, or about Dumbledore's hand, or about what Pandora Lovegood had written. He told him about a hedge, and a man in yellow, and a woman in red, and a boy in green who was not, today, a problem. He gave Robards the wand. Robards turned the wand over in his hand. Robards' face did not change. Robards put the wand on a square of black velvet on his desk and closed his eyes, briefly, the way a man closes his eyes when he is doing arithmetic. That's Rookwood's wand, Robarts said. Augustus Rookwood. Out of Azkaban 2 months. He was in your hedge, Mr. Longbottom. He was, sir. And you took him alive? Miss Lovegood took him. Stunned, Luna said, mildly. Petrificus. Petrificus, Robarts repeated, looking at her. Whole body bind. Without speaking. Yes, sir. At the age of 15. 15 and 3 days, sir. Sorry. I'm 15 and 3 days. Neville is a little older. Right, Robarts said. He looked at Augusta. Augusta's face was a stone. He looked at Neville. He looked at the little white scar above Neville's brow, which he had not, evidently, been told about. He looked at it for a long time. He looked away from it. Well, Robarts said. He sat down. He stood up again. He sat down again. Well. Madam Longbottom. We will, of course, be opening a protective detail on your manor. We will, of course, be, yes. Yes. Tell Albus, he stopped himself, he had not been told, exactly, that they had come from Albus, but he had guessed, and he was an old Auror, an old Auror's guess. Tell anyone who asks that the office of the Auror stands ready, and stands awake. Tell them Robarts is awake. Tell them the office is awake. Tell them Rookwood has been delivered. Tell them, yes. Yes. That will do. Mr. Longbottom. Sir. Welcome to the war, son. Neville did not flinch. He met the old Auror's eyes. Thank you, sir, he said, and meant it. They went home. The afternoon had come on. The sky over Diagon Alley had the high pale clear color of late summer. Augusta walked at her usual pace. Luna held Neville's hand, again, without asking. Neville did not, today, let go. In a house in Ottery Catchpole, a small green tin box sat in an attic and waited, having waited for 12 years, and was content to wait one more night. In a wet old house with the windows shut, a man without much of a face stood at a window and stared at nothing in particular. In a study at Hogwarts, an old wizard with a long beard sat in his chair and watched, with great attention, the long slow blackening of his own hand, and made, on a piece of parchment, a list of names with check marks beside them, and put a check mark beside the name Longbottom, Neville, where there had not been one for 15 years, and underneath it, beside the name Lovegood, Luna, he made another check, and looked at the list, and smiled. Well, well, Pandora, he said, to the empty room. Well done. I thought you would. That night, in the drawing room at the manor, Augusta opened the small parcel Mrs. Tonks had pressed into Neville's hand. It was wrapped in tissue. Inside the tissue was a chain, and on the chain a small flat stone the color of tarnished silver, set in a thin gold rim. The stone had a single rune cut into it, the same rune that lived above Neville's left brow. Augusta looked at the stone for a long time. She said. You. Endings and rebirth. It is a black family stone. Andromeda's grandmother gave it to her on the day she married out of the family. Andromeda has kept it 40 years. She has now sent it to you. Why? Neville asked. Because she knows what is in her sister's heart. Because she knows that her sister is coming for you. Because she wishes you to wear something old enough to recognize her sister and to push back. It will warn you. It will not stop her. But it will warn you. She slipped the chain over his head. The stone settled against his sternum. It was warm, immediately, against his skin. He felt, and this would be a sensation he would learn to know well in the months ahead, a small alert hum, low and steady, as though a string had been tuned somewhere just under his ribs. Luna, sitting cross-legged on the rug, said, very quietly, "It likes you." It wasn't sure it would. It does. How do you know? It told me. He looked at her. Luna looked back, with her serious face. He nodded. He believed her. He had begun, by the simple practice of an afternoon, to believe Luna loved good about most things. Augusta poured the brandy. She did not normally pour brandy in front of him, but she poured 3 small measures tonight, and put one in front of him, and said, "Sip it. Don't drink it. We are toasting." What are we toasting? The day we stopped waiting. They sipped. The brandy burned, gently. Neville set down his glass. He looked, for a long moment, at the fire in the grate, and at the rug in front of it, which was not the same rug. That rug had been burned in 1981 by an Auror in white gloves who had not, even then, been able to touch it without crying, but which was, at this hour, in this firelight, with this small stone on his chest, the rug of his life. He took it. He took the rug, and the stone, and the cup, and the wand, and the girl on the floor, and the woman with the cane, and the man who was dying in Scotland, and the boy who was running for his life across Wiltshire, and the mother who could not speak but who, somehow, had passed him a chocolate frog wrapper that said "Go be brave." He took it all. He held it. He did not put it down. "Tomorrow," Augusta said, "we go to Mr. Lovegood's attic." "Tomorrow," Luna agreed. "And the day after?" Neville said. "And the day after," Augusta said, "we begin." Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Hogwarts Express to a New War. The platform at King's Cross on the 1st of September had always smelled, in Neville's memory, of 3 things: sausages from the trolley, oil from the engine, and the small wet brassy smell of children being kissed by mothers who did not want to let go. This year, the platform had a 4th smell, and it took Neville a full 10 paces before he placed it. It was the smell of fear, banked low under everything else, the way a coal fire is banked under wet ash. The platform was crowded. The mothers were holding on a little longer. The fathers were standing a little straighter. 2 Aurors in plain clothes were at either end of the train. You could tell because their shoes were too good for the rest of their outfits. "Don't look at the Aurors directly," Augusta said, walking him up the platform. "Acknowledge them with a nod. They are protecting. Treat them as your own. Treat all of them, the porters, the engine driver, the woman with the trolley, as your own. They are." Yes, Gran. She had grown, in the past month, into a different kind of presence beside him. He had spent 15 years thinking of his grandmother as a woman who issued instructions. He was learning to think of her, this month, as a woman who deployed allies. The instructions were the same. Their function had changed. He realized, walking past Mrs. Weasley with a quick civil nod and getting a sharp considered nod back, that his grandmother had been quietly running a small private intelligence service for 15 years, mostly through tea. He had not noticed. He noticed now. Luna walked at his other side. She had, today, a green coat instead of the yellow raincoat. She had on the same mismatched boots. She had explained to him, gravely, on the train ride down from Lincolnshire, that the boots disagreed but had reached, on the morning of school, an arrangement, and the arrangement was holding. She had a butterbeer cork on a string around her neck, an old habit, and underneath the butterbeer cork, where Augusta could not see it, the small flat stone he had been wearing for a month, which Luna had asked, over breakfast, to wear today. He had given it to her without thinking. She had said, in the small quiet voice she used for the things she meant most, "Thank you, Neville. I will give it back tonight." He had not asked why she wanted it. He had begun to suspect the stone had told her why. His mother had come out to the front step that morning to see him off. Augusta had wheeled her chair to the door, very slowly, with the help of the healer who came on Tuesdays and Saturdays, and Alice Longbottom had sat on the front step in a heavy plaid blanket and watched him climb into the carriage. She had handed him, when he bent to kiss her cheek, a chocolate frog wrapper. He had unfolded the wrapper later, in the carriage, and had found, written in the same spidery purple ink as before, 2 words, "Stay kind." He had folded it again and put it in his pocket on top of all the others. He had not, in his life, thought of his mother as someone giving him advice. He had begun to think of her, this month, as someone who had been giving him advice for 15 years and had been waiting for him to notice. Compartment, Luna said, peering through a window. End of the train. They're in there already. Who's in there? Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny. And a small boy I do not yet know. He is new. He is nervous. He will be a friend. Bring him an orange. An orange? He likes oranges. He has one in his pocket. He will be embarrassed by the orange. Bring him another orange. He will then have two. He will then be less alone. Neville, who had stopped questioning Luna's instructions on the morning she had handed him a small leather notebook and a list, said, "I'll find an orange." He bought an orange off the trolley before he even got onto the train. The trolley witch, who had been the trolley witch for 30 years, took one look at him and said, "Mr. Longbottom," and he said, "Yes, ma'am," and she said, "Your father bought oranges from me. 6 of them at a time. Said he liked the smell. I have not, in 15 years, sold an orange on this trolley. They have been on the cart all that time. I keep them. I keep them for your father. I have, today, 6. You may have all of them. They are not for sale. Take them." He took them. He did not argue. He had learned, this past month, not to argue with the kindness of strangers. He thanked her. He boarded the train. The compartment at the end was half full. Hermione Granger was reading a book and pretending not to be looking out of the window every 6 seconds. Ron Weasley was eating a pumpkin pasty and pretending not to be guarding the door. Ginny Weasley was knitting something. Neville had not, ever, seen Ginny Weasley knit. She was knitting with the focused expression of a woman waiting to use her wand on someone, and at the far end of the bench, by the window, sat Harry Potter. Harry looked, Neville thought, smaller than he should have. Not in the body, exactly, he had grown a little, he was perhaps Neville's height plus an inch, although the inch did not matter, because Neville had begun, this past month, to be so tall that an inch did not buy you parity. Harry looked smaller in the way a man looks smaller when he has spent a summer being told he was lying. His hair was, as ever, the wrong way around. His glasses had been mended at the bridge with a small careful spell, badly. He had a bruise, faint and yellow, fading off his cheek. He had, at his wrist, the kind of mark a hand leaves when it has held the wrist too tightly for too long. Neville saw all of that in 2 seconds. He filed all of it. The 5th person in the compartment was a small first-year boy with very dark skin and a frightened, polite expression who was sitting across from Hermione and pretending to read upside down. "Hello, all," Neville said. 6 heads came up. 6 wands moved, very slightly, in 6 laps and pockets, before the 6 brains caught up with the 6 pairs of eyes and recognized the boy in the door. "Neville?" Ron said, with his mouth full. "Yes." "You're bigger." "Yes." "Right." Hermione closed her book with a snap. "Neville." "Luna." "Sit down. Please. We have been hoping to see you." "You have been hoping a great deal, haven't you?" Luna said, mildly. She slipped past Neville into the compartment. She handed the small first-year boy an orange. The small first-year boy looked at the orange. He looked at Luna. He looked, slowly, at his own pocket, where there was a visible round bulge. He pulled out his orange. He put it next to Luna's orange on the seat. They sat there, 2 oranges, side by side. The small first-year boy let out a breath. His shoulders came down 2 inches. He smiled, a quick small grateful flicker. "I'm Anya's brother," he said, helpfully. "I'm safe. Patil. Anya is in 4th year. She told me to find Hermione if I didn't know what to do. So sorry. You found Hermione, Hermione said, kindly. That was clever of you. Now you have found us all. You are all set. Safe, Luna said, with her serious face, would you like to sit by the window? You will see better. Neville, would you let Safe have your seat? Of course. They rearranged. Saif Patil was given the window seat. Neville sat across from Harry, with Luna on his right and Ginny on Luna's right. Ron and Hermione faced them, and Saif sat on the corner with his orange, and the door closed, and the train, somewhere in front of them, blew its whistle. Right, Neville said. He looked at Harry. He had been thinking, for a month, about how to do this. He had consulted, in his head, with Augusta, with Luna, with Albus Dumbledore, with the imaginary advice column inside his own father's chocolate frog wrapper. He had decided, in the end, that there was no clever way. There was only the honest one. Harry, he said. I have something to tell you. I am going to tell it to you in front of these people because they are your people and they should hear it from me at the same time. I'd like you to let me finish before you ask anything. Is that all right? Harry's eyes, and Harry Potter, Neville reminded himself, was a 15-year-old boy who had spent a summer being slandered by a national newspaper, and a school year before that being told to keep his mouth shut. Harry's eyes did the thing they did when he was being asked, again, to swallow his own protests. They flickered. They lowered. They came back up, slowly. Go on, Harry said. So Neville told him. He told it as he had practiced, which is to say as plainly as he could and with as little of himself in the telling as he could manage. He told him that Voldemort had come to the Longbottoms first, that night, and had been turned aside by Alice Longbottom and a wooden hippogriff and a cup, and had gone, when he was put together again, after the Potters' second, but had been put together more slowly because of what Alice and Pandora Lovegood and Albus Dumbledore had done, and had, 13 years later, finally come back, and was now back, and had been hunting, in the past month, for the 15-year-old boy on whose forehead the Rune of You had appeared on Halloween of 1981. He told him that the prophecy he had heard about, 2 years ago, was a real thing, and had had 2 possible names in it, and that the second name was Neville Longbottom, and that Voldemort had, when he chosen Neville. He told him that he, Harry Potter, was therefore not, technically, the boy who lived. He told him that he, Harry, had instead been something else, a friend, a protector, a brother in arms, that the second prophecy, which Pandora Lovegood had written in a letter 12 years ago, held that the targeted child would not survive without the second, that the second was the boy who had not been chosen and had, in his unchosen state, become the freest of the 3, and that that boy was Harry. He said, very carefully, that he did not want Harry to be small, and that he was not telling him this to take anything from him. He said, even more carefully, that being the chosen one was not, on examination, a thing he would wish on anyone, including, in particular, Harry Potter, who had been carrying it for 15 years on Neville's behalf. He was prepared, when he finished, for any of a dozen reactions. He was prepared for Harry to laugh. He was prepared for Harry to get angry. He was prepared, with a quiet ache in his chest that he had not yet examined, for Harry to leave the compartment. He was prepared for Harry to refuse to believe him. He was prepared for Harry to cry. He was prepared for everything except what Harry actually did. Harry, after a long pause, took off his glasses. He cleaned them, slowly, on the hem of his shirt. He put them back on. He looked at Neville. He looked at Luna. He looked at Ron and Hermione, who were not looking at him, who were looking at the ceiling, the floor, the doorframe, anywhere but at him, in the way of friends giving privacy. He looked at Ginny, who was looking at him directly. He looked at the small first-year boy with the 2 oranges, who was not pretending not to listen. He looked back at Neville. Right, Harry said. It was such a small word that Neville heard, almost audibly, 3 different stories passed through it, the surprise of relief, the irritation of recognition, the warm, dry, slightly bitter laugh of a boy who had been expecting, for about a year, to be told something exactly this size. Right, Harry said again. All right. Yes. Right. He laughed, once, sharp, and put his hand briefly over his mouth. Sorry. Hold on a second. He breathed. Neville. Harry. Are you all right with it being you? The question stopped Neville. He had been prepared for many questions. He had not been prepared for this one. He thought about it. He took his time. Harry waited. Hermione's hand, beside Harry, slid across the small distance between them and rested on his knee, briefly, and went away. I think, Neville said, slowly, I am all right with it being me. I think for 15 years I have been waiting to find out it was me, in the way you find out a thing you have known. I think the relief is bigger than the fear. I think I will be afraid later. I think I will be afraid a lot. I think I will need help. I am asking, I suppose. I am asking you for help, Harry. I am asking you to come into this with me. Not because the prophecy says so. Because I am asking. Because I would like to do this with you. Yes, Harry said, before Neville had finished the last sentence. Yes. Of course. Yes. Harry, yes, Harry said. He laughed again. The laugh was different. The laugh had something easy in it that Neville had never heard from Harry Potter in 5 years of school. God, Neville. Yes. Of course. Did you think I would say no? Did you think I would, did you think I thought, Neville said, you might want a moment. I have wanted a moment for 15 years, Harry said. I have wanted, in particular, a moment in which someone said to me out loud that I am not the only one. I have asked for the moment quietly to myself, every night, for about 3 years. The moment is here. The moment has come. The moment is sitting in the seat across from me. The moment is large and has bought oranges. I have no notes. Ron, beside Hermione, said, mate, in the voice that was the only tool Ron had for saying everything. Hermione's eyes were wet. She was pretending they were not. Ginny was watching Harry with a complicated expression that Neville, who had been raised by Augusta and was therefore qualified to read complicated expressions, understood to be, I have been waiting for him to be allowed to laugh like that for 2 years, and there it is, and I am glad for him, and I am also taking a small private photograph for myself. Right, Hermione said, briskly, because Hermione always became brisk when she was about to cry. Right. Let us be sensible. There is a great deal to do. Neville. You are saying Voldemort is back. He is. And he is hunting you. Yes. And there are 5 fragments of his soul still extant. Yes. And we know where 2 of them are. We know where one of them is. We suspect a second. And the rest we have to find. Yes. All right. Hermione opened her notebook. Hermione had a notebook. Hermione had, Neville would later learn, the notebook on her since June. She had been making lists in it. The lists had names like reasons Harry was not imagining it and possible locations of Voldemort and if the worst happens, first steps. She had not shown anyone the notebook. She showed it to Neville now. She turned to a fresh page. She wrote, in the small clean handwriting that had taught the rest of them to read since they were 11, the heading, New Facts, 1st September. Talk, she said. He talked. They listened. The train, around them, slid out of London. The carriage windows turned green and gold and brown and grey as the country went by. Luna fed segments of orange to Safe Patil, who had, in the course of the conversation, fallen asleep against the window with his cheek on the glass and his little orange peel on his lap. Ron had a great many questions, all of them practical, none of them sentimental. What does Bellatrix know? Where has Dumbledore got the ring? Who in the Ministry can we trust? And Neville answered every one, slowly, plainly, the way Augusta had taught him on the long ride down the night before. Hermione filled 3 pages. Ginny, who had not knitted a single stitch since Neville started talking, finally set her needles down and said, quietly, "I want in. All the way in. I am not the youngest anymore in this. I am in." "You're in," Harry said, automatically, and then, looking at her, said it again, more carefully, "You're in." "Right, then," Ginny said. "Now. Bellatrix." "Bellatrix," Neville said. "She killed my Uncle Fabian. She killed my Uncle Gideon. She tried to kill Aunt Muriel. Muriel still has a leg that doesn't work. I have grown up on Bellatrix stories. I have grown up wanting to put a wand in her face. I want it on the record that when we find her, you take her, Neville, but I get to be there. I get to see it." "Yes. Yes," Neville said. He looked at her. The Weasley girl, in her old robes with the sleeves let out twice, with her chin set the way her mother's set when her mother had had enough, Ginny Weasley, who had spent 5 years being underestimated. He nodded. "Yes. You will be there. I would be glad of it." "Right," she said. She picked up her knitting. She started knitting again, much faster. There was a pause. "Harry," Luna said, quietly. "Show them." "What?" "Show them your hand." Harry hesitated. Then he turned his right hand over on his knee. On the back of the hand, in faint thin angry letters, in scar, was the phrase "I must not tell lies." The compartment went very still. "What is that?" Neville said, softly. "Umbridge," Harry said. "Umbridge? Dolores Umbridge. She was in my hearing this summer. She has been appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. She has a quill. It writes in your blood. She put me in detention every night for 4 weeks. She made me write that. The Ministry knows. The Ministry is what gave her the job." Neville, who had heard, this past month, a great many alarming things, found that his hand had closed on his thigh in a fist. He let it open. He breathed. "Right," he said. "Well. We have a 3rd name on the list, then." "3rd?" Hermione said. "Tom. Bellatrix. Umbridge. We will need a list of 3. We will deal with all 3. We will start with Umbridge. She is the immediate one. She is in the school. We will need to be careful. We will not let her do that to anyone else. Are we agreed? Are we, Hermione, look at me, are we all agreed?" "Agreed," Hermione said, in a voice that surprised her. "Agreed," Ron said. "Agreed," Ginny said. "Agreed," Luna said. "Agreed," Harry said. He was looking at Neville with an expression that was not, Neville thought, an expression he had seen on Harry's face before. It was the expression of a boy who had, for the first time in his memory, been backed up. Without him asking. Without him having to argue. Without him having to do it alone. Harry put his hand down. He looked out the window. The train was somewhere in the Midlands. The fields were yellow. There were sheep. "Neville," he said, after a while. "Yes. For the record. Just so you know. For when you wake up at 3 in the morning thinking nobody else wants you to be the chosen one, because I can tell you right now that you will. I want you to be it. I will help you. I will die for you if it comes to it. I have, in fact, been training, in my head, for the last 4 years, to die for whoever was going to do this. You are saving my life by being you. Do you understand? Harry, do you understand?" "Yes," Neville said. "Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Harry. Don't thank me. Pass me an orange." He passed him an orange. They did not, in the next half hour, talk about the war. They talked, instead, about the small lives the war was about, Hermione's parents, and how her parents did not yet know what they would need to do, Ron's brothers, who were opening the joke shop in 2 months, Ginny's tryouts for the Quidditch team, Safe Patil's older sister, who had, evidently, been writing him helpful warning letters all summer and whom Hermione would be very glad to meet, Luna's mother's old paintings, which Luna had brought to school in a small leather portfolio, and which she would, this year, hang in her dormitory. Neville told them, after some hesitation, about the small silver-blue plant in his greenhouse. Luna told them, gravely, about the wooden hippogriff in the cup. Hermione, half laughing, half crying, said, honestly, you two, you sound mad, and Ron, with his mouth full again, said, they are mad, but they are mad, Hermione, leave them alone, and the compartment, by some small alchemy, became, in the space of a long afternoon, a thing that had not existed in the world an hour before, a council. They were a council now. They did not have a name for it yet. They would, in time. For the moment it was enough that the 7 of them, 6 of them, Safe Patil being too young and asleep to have voted, had become, together, a thing. 2/3 of the way to Hogwarts, Draco Malfoy slid the compartment door open. He was alone. Crabbe and Goyle were not behind him. He had, Neville saw at once, been crying recently, his eyes were rimmed pink, his face was very pale, and he had, hanging at his side, the dignity of a boy who had decided not to apologize for crying. Longbottom, Draco said. Malfoy. Lovegood. Draco's voice almost cracked on Luna's name. He cleared it. I came as agreed. Sit, Draco, Luna said. I'd rather stand. Sit, Draco. He sat. He sat next to Safe Patil, who was still asleep against the window. He looked, briefly, at the small first year, and his face, the much-rehearsed sneer, the chinny disdain, did not, today, attempt itself. He looked at Safe Patil with the careful neutral expression of a boy who was, perhaps for the first time, in the same compartment as a Patil and not in the rival house. My mother and I left the manor a month ago, Draco said, without preamble. We are with my Aunt Andromeda. My father has not joined us. My father is, as far as I am aware, alive. He is being asked to do things he will not be able to do. He has been told my mother and I are at the manor. He believes this. He will believe it for, perhaps, another week. After that, I do not know. You came to the train from Tonks's, Neville said. I came from my Aunt Andromeda's, Draco said, with a small involuntary correction. I left through the flue at her house. Yes. Bellatrix has not yet found us. She will find us. She found Mother and me twice this month, on the road, and twice my Aunt Andromeda put up wards I did not know existed and got us away. My aunt is, extraordinary. She is at that, Ginny said, quietly. Yes. Draco swallowed. Anyway. The promise. I have come. You said I could sit for 10 minutes. May I sit for 10 minutes? Sit as long as you like, Draco, Luna said. We have, in here, 6 oranges. We have shared 3. There are 3 more. You will have 1. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. She handed him an orange. He took it. He held it in both hands as though it were an egg. He looked at it. He looked at Harry. He looked at Hermione. He looked at Neville. He took a small breath. I have information, he said. Bellatrix has a plan for the school. It involves Umbridge. Umbridge is being moved into a position in which, by Christmas, she will have authority over the headmaster. The minister has signed 2 pieces of legislation. I know this from my father's correspondence. I read his letters when he was not looking, and there are 3 more coming. By Easter, Dumbledore will be removed. By Whitsun, Umbridge will be headmistress. The plan is that, by then, Bellatrix will have access to the Department of Mysteries, where there is, you will know about this, Longbottom, so I will not pretend you will not, where there is a glass orb. The orb belongs to you. Bellatrix wishes you to fetch it. You will be made to fetch it. The plan is to make you fetch it by capturing Mr. Potter. You and Mr. Potter are friends, supposedly, they did not know how friendly, and the plan is to use Mr. Potter as bait. The orb, when it is in your hand, will speak to Bellatrix. After that they intend to kill you. I do not know if my information is good. I am giving it to you anyway. If it is bad, I am sorry. If it is good, I want it noted that I gave it to you on the train, before you asked, before any harm has come to anyone here. There was a long silence. Noted, Hermione said, very softly. She wrote it in her book. It is good information, Draco, Luna said. She was watching him with her serious face. Most of it. The part about your aunt is the best part. Listen to your aunt. Andromeda is the wisest of the three sisters. She does not know it. Tell her. I'll tell her. Draco, Neville said. You said, by Easter Dumbledore will be removed. Yes. From your father's letters. Yes. All right. Neville reached out, slowly, and put his hand over Draco's, on the orange. Draco, who had been raised in the Malfoy way, did not flinch, but his face did the small involuntary thing faces do when a kindness is unexpected. Neville did not press it. He just held the hand for a moment, and let go. Draco. I owe you, on the train. I owe you. Thank you. Eat your orange. Stay as long as you like. If you want, after you've eaten, I'd like you to go back to your house and sit in your common room and tell as many of them as will listen what you have just told us. Not the bit about your aunt. The bit about Umbridge. The bit about Easter. Tell them. Say you heard it from your father. Make them feel afraid for the school. Don't make them afraid of us. Make them afraid for the school. Yes. Draco stared at him for a long beat. Why? He said. Because we are going to need every Slytherin who is more loyal to the school than to the cause to know which side the school is on. And we are going to need them to feel, by Easter, that they were the ones who saw it coming. Yes. Draco nodded, slowly. Yes. All right. I can do that. Yes. I can do that well, Longbottom. I know how to talk to my house. You, yes. Good. And, Longbottom. Yes. My aunt, Andromeda, sent something with me. For you. She said it had been her sister's, briefly, before. She said you should have it. He reached into his coat and took out a small black ribbon. On the ribbon was a single black pearl. She said, tell him this is the pearl Bellatrix lost when she came after the boy's mother, the first time. Tell him it has been hers, and his mother's, and his grandmother's, and now is his. Tell him not to wear it. Tell him to keep it in a pocket, against his chest. Tell him it will warm when she is near. Neville took the pearl. It was cold. It would, in time, warm. He put it in the breast pocket of his coat, against his chest, opposite the Iwas stone, which had, by this hour of the day, Luna wearing again, for the first time, against the same chest of skin, on his other side. The two stones together, the white runestone and the black pearl, he could feel them. He could feel them as a small alert pair, like two ears tuned to the same noise, on either side of his sternum. Tell your aunt thank you, he said. Tell her I will come and see her, when I can. Tell her I will stand for her in any room she wishes me to stand in. Tell her our debt is in writing now, in the pearl and the stone. I will, Draco said. He stood up. He had eaten 3 segments of the orange. He looked, for the first time that afternoon, less like a boy who had been crying and more like a boy who had a job. Thank you. All of you. Thank you. Yes. He went out. He closed the door quietly. He did not slam it. Right, Ron said, after a long pause. Right, Hermione said. I never thought I'd see Malfoy thank anybody, Ron said. I never thought I'd see him cry without sneering, Ginny said. I never thought I'd see him refuse a sneer at me, Harry said. I am very confused. I am also less unhappy than I was this morning. That is a good unit of measurement, Harry, Luna said. Less unhappy than this morning. We will use it. We will track our progress, every day, against this morning. I like that, Hermione said. I like that very much. Item 5 for the list, Luna said, looking at Neville's small leather notebook, which he had pulled out somewhere in the last hour without realizing he had pulled it out. Said yes to Harry. Said yes to Draco. Said yes to Ginny. I'll write them down, Neville said. He wrote them down. Outside the window, the green country had darkened to dusk. The lamps in the corridor came on. Down the train, somewhere, Draco Malfoy was walking back to the Slytherin compartment with 3/4 of an orange in his hand, and a story to tell, and an aunt's pearl no longer in his pocket. In the staff carriage, an Auror stood up to stretch. In a wet old house with the windows shut, a man without much of a face looked at a map of Britain and put a small pin into Hogsmeade. In a house in Andromeda Tonks's village, a tall woman with thick dark hair held her sister's hand and listened to a clock tick. In Scotland, an old wizard with a long beard sat on a high tower and watched the train approach across the dark moor, and, when he could see the lights of the engine through the trees, raised his good hand, and lowered it again, and went down, slowly, with care, to the gates. The train came into Hogsmeade Station. Hagrid's lantern swung at the front. The first years went off with him, including Safe Patil, who woke at the last moment, was given an orange to carry, and went off in the boats with a small confused grin. The rest of them got into the carriages. The Thestrals, Harry could see them, Neville, this year, found that he could see them too, Luna had been able to see them since she was 9, walked them up the long road through the dark. In the great hall, the lanterns were the same. The starry ceiling was the same. The tables were the same. The faces at the staff table were not the same. There was a new face. A short, squat, pink face, in a pink cardigan, sitting in the chair to Dumbledore's right, smiling at the children as they came in like a woman at a tea party. She had hands that looked like the hands of a woman who had been writing things in blood. She had eyes that looked like the eyes of a woman who had been watching the door. She caught Neville's eye as he came in. She smiled. She smiled wider. Neville smiled back. He smiled wider. He did not, this evening, look away. He looked at her until she looked away first, which she did, after a half-second longer than she had expected, with a small tightening at the corners of her mouth. He sat down at the Gryffindor table. Luna sat at the Ravenclaw table, opposite, in his line of sight, and gave him, over the heads of the small first years, a single small steady nod. Hermione, beside him, put her hand briefly on his arm. Ron passed him a roll. Harry, across the table, said, very quietly, right, then. Round 1. Round 1, Neville said. The sorting began. The Hat sang a song that, Neville noticed dimly, was different in tone from any sorting song he had heard before. It spoke of unity, of houses standing together, of the 4 founders who had founded a school and not a war, and Neville saw, at the staff table, that Umbridge smile did not, when the Hat sang, leave her face, but that her eyes, while it sang, went briefly far away, the way a hunter's eyes go when the hunter is making a list of which animals will go in which trap. Neville saw the list go onto her face. He filed it. He thought, calmly, around a roll, she has named us. We will name her. We will see who is named more memorably by the end. He smiled. He did not show his teeth. Safe Patil, when his name was called, was sorted into Hufflepuff. He sat down at the Hufflepuff table, 2 oranges in his lap. The girl next to him took one of the oranges. He gave it to her. She gave him half of a pumpkin pasty. He smiled, more easily. Across the hall, Luna saw, and gave Neville a small private grin. Dumbledore stood up. He gave the speech he always gave, start of term notices, warnings about the forest, warnings about the corridors, the usual list, but with one difference, he introduced Dolores Umbridge by her title and ministry without praising her. He simply named her. The hall noticed. Umbridge stood up. She made the sound that, Neville would learn to recognize, was her cough, the small high-pitched theatrical hem-hem of a woman who had decided that the world owed her a stage. She gave a speech about progress, about tradition, about the importance of pruning. She used the word pruning twice. She smiled. The hall, slowly, by ones and twos, began to understand what it had just heard. Neville watched her. He listened. He memorized. He did not, at any point, smile or grimace. He did, at the end of her speech, when she sat down to a polite, smattered applause that surprised her. Her speeches in the ministry tended to draw a great deal of clapping. He did, at the end, lift his goblet, very slightly, in the direction of his head of house, Professor McGonagall, who was watching Umbridge with the expression of a woman watching a fox enter a henhouse for the second time in a generation. McGonagall, catching the small lift of his cup, met his eye. She nodded. It was a nod, like the nod Mr. Tonks had given him in Diagon Alley, that meant, I see you. I am here. I am awake. He nodded back. He drank. The feast went on. The puddings came. The first years began to nod into their treacle tart. Saif Patil ate his half of the pumpkin pasty and his orange and fell asleep at the Hufflepuff table with his cheek on the wood. The Hufflepuff prefect, a tall sandy boy whom Neville recognized as Ernie Macmillan's cousin, gently propped him up. The hall, slowly, emptied. Neville stood with the rest of his house. He walked, with Hermione and Ron and Ginny, out of the hall and up the stairs toward Gryffindor Tower. Harry, beside him, walked half a step ahead, the way Harry always walked, not because he was leading, because he was watching the corridor, and Neville, falling in beside him, said, very quietly, Harry. Tomorrow, in the morning, before classes, I want everyone in our compartment in an empty classroom. I want to start. Start what? Training. The lot of us. We will need a name. We will need, by Yule, a list of 40. By Easter, a list of 70. By Whitsun, a school. We are going to build a school inside the school. Will you teach with me? Harry stopped on the stair. He looked at Neville. He breathed once, carefully, and laughed once, softly, the second laugh Neville had heard him give that day. Neville Longbottom, he said. You are going to be the death of me, do you know that? I will love every minute. Yes. Of course. Yes. Tomorrow. The empty classroom on the second floor by the broken portrait. The one nobody uses. 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock, Hermione said, behind them. I will bring quills. I will bring biscuits, Ron said. I will bring my wand, Ginny said. I will keep bringing it. I will bring Luna, Neville said. I will bring a song, Luna said, from a turn of the staircase below them, where she had, somehow, caught up without anyone noticing she had peeled off from her own house line. The song is a wandless one. It is for Safe. He will need it. Good night, all of you. Sleep well. Tomorrow we will begin. They watched her go up a different stair. Neville touched, once, the pearl in his coat pocket, and once, the stone. Luna had given it back as she passed. He had not noticed her giving it back. He was beginning to understand, that kind of person, and felt them both warm, a little, briefly, and quiet again. He smiled in the dark stairwell, the way he had smiled in the dark of his bedroom a month ago. The smile fitted. It fitted better. Round 1, he thought. He climbed the rest of the stairs. The portrait of the fat lady let him in. He went, with Harry and Ron and Ginny and Hermione, into the common room of Gryffindor House, which was, this evening, full of his year and the years above and the years below, all of them watching him as he came in. He did not flinch. He smiled. He raised one hand, in a small mild greeting that was both modest and confident, and the room, by ones and by twos, smiled back. Later, in the boys' dormitory, when Ron had finally fallen into the kind of sleep Ron was famous for, a sleep with 3 different snore patterns, one of them tuneful, Neville sat up in bed in the dark and laid out, on his bedspread, the things he carried. He laid out the wand. He laid out the small ivory-handled knife. He laid out the leather notebook. He laid out the chocolate frog wrappers, his mother's wrappers. He had begun, recently, to bring them with him, in a small flat tin, like relics, and on top of the wrappers he laid the pearl, and on top of the pearl he laid the Iwas stone. He looked at the spread. He listed it under his breath. Wand, he whispered. Knife. Notebook. Wrappers. Pearl. Stone. He looked at his hands. Steady. Steady all afternoon. Steady on the platform. Steady in the hall under Umbridge's gaze. Steady on the stairs. He took out a quill. He opened the notebook to a fresh page. He wrote, in his careful printing, the words, "What we will teach." Then he wrote a list. He wrote, "Shielding under voice. Disarming on the move. The Patronus. Wandless lighting. Conjunctivitis on the eye. Petrificus to the chest. Listening. Walking. Leaving rooms quickly. Carrying each other." He stopped, and added, after a moment, "Kindness under fire." He closed the notebook. He put the things away. He lay back. He closed his eyes. Above him, in the dark, the curtains of the four-poster moved slightly in a draught that, in 15 years of dormitories, no one had ever managed to find the source of, and which, that night, smelled faintly of orange peel and old smoke and a very long road ahead. He slept. He slept well. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, Defense and Defiance. The classroom on the second floor by the broken portrait had not been used as a classroom in 26 years, but it remembered being one. There was a slate at the front. There were tall windows facing east, with rosebush ironwork. There was, in one corner, an old skeleton of a small dragon that had been left there by a care of magical creatures professor in the late 70s and that nobody had ever come back for. The skeleton had become, over the course of the first morning, a coat rack. By the third morning, it had become a kind of mascot. Hermione had named it, on the second day, Cassandra. On the fourth day, Luna had named it Cassandra Patient, and after that the class had been Cassandra Patient's class, in the way classes belong, in schools, to the room rather than the teacher. 40 children stood in the room on the morning of the second Saturday of term. 40, on Neville's count. Hermione, who had taken, as Hermione would take, to making the lists, had counted 41 and was in a small private dispute with Neville about who counted Safe Patil, who was, technically, a Hufflepuff first year and who came every morning at 6 even though the rule was strictly fourth year and above. Neville had, after some discussion, insisted that Safe counted. Safe had been there since the second day. Safe had brought biscuits twice. Safe counted. Neville stood at the front. Luna sat cross-legged on the floor near the slate, sketching, in chalk, a diagram only Neville could read. Harry stood at the back, slightly to the left, where he could see the door. Ron stood near the windows. Ginny was in the middle of the floor with the second years, demonstrating how to hold a wand low and not at chin height. Hermione had her notebook open on a stool. Cassandra Patient, the small dragon skeleton, watched, in skeletal silence, as 40 15-year-olds tried to learn how to disarm a man without lifting their wands above their hips. "Lower," Neville said. Lower. The wand lives at your hip. The wand is not a torch you wave. Lower. You sound like McGonagall, Susan Bones said, half laughing. I sound like McGonagall because McGonagall is right. He stepped forward, he held his wrist out. Look. Disarming with the elbow at the side. The Expelliarmus does not get bigger when you swing the wand. The Expelliarmus gets bigger when you mean it. Mean it. Watch, Hannah, on me. Slowly. As we drilled. Hannah Abbott, who had spent the first 2 days of the class barely able to speak in front of more than 4 people, stepped up. She had begun, in the first week, to find that this room, Cassandra Patience room, did not require her to speak in front of more than 4 people. There were always fewer eyes on you in this room than there were elsewhere, even when there were 40. The room did the trick. Luna had something to do with that, Neville suspected, and Neville himself did, and Harry did not, but Harry did not need to, because Harry was the back of the room, and the back of the room, when Harry was in it, was the safest part of the room, and people stood with their backs to it and felt steadied. Hannah disarmed Neville in 3 movements, carefully, low, without lifting her elbow. The wand flew out of his hand. He caught it. He had, after a fortnight, caught a great many wands that morning, and his hand had begun to know what wands felt like coming through air at it, and tossed it back to her. Faster next time, he said. Cleaner. Good. Susan. Susan Bones disarmed him. He caught it. He tossed it back. Justin. Justin Finch Fletchley disarmed him. He caught it. He tossed it back. By 11, after 5 hours with a half-hour break at 9 for tea, Ron's contribution, Ron had, somehow, persuaded the kitchen elves to send up a kettle and a stack of mugs, and the kettle had become, on the strength of one negotiation, a permanent feature of the room. By 11, the entire 41 had disarmed someone. The kettle, on its own little hot plate that Hermione had spelled and Luna had decorated, sat in the corner and minded its business. Quiet, please, Neville said. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to, the room had begun to know his quiet voice. Listen. Today, we are going to try the second curse. The Petrificus, on the heart. Not the wand arm. The heart. Why? Because it stops them faster, said Ernie Macmillan, who had begun to volunteer answers in the 3rd week. Yes. Because the wand arm is the obvious target, said Cho Chang, and it teaches you to aim where they are not expecting. Yes. Good, Cho. Because if you aim for the heart and miss, you will at worst clip them in the shoulder, which is also good, said Susan Bones, and if you aim for the wand and miss, you will hit nothing. Yes. Excellent, Susan. He looked at the room. We are going to do it slowly. We are going to do it without saying it, today. We are going to learn to whisper it. The whisper, in this kind of work, is more important than the loud. He glanced at Luna, who nodded. Luna will demonstrate. Luna, please. Luna stood up. She walked to a stuffed dummy that Hermione had transfigured, on the first day, out of a scarecrow Hagrid had given them. The dummy was wearing one of Harry's old robes. Luna lifted her wand. She did not say anything. The dummy tipped slowly backward and lay flat on the floor, stiff as a plank. The room let out a small collective breath. How did you, began a Ravenclaw 5th year named Marietta. By not minding very much whether I succeed or fail, Luna said, simply. If you mind too much, the whisper sticks in your throat. You have to say it without minding. Don't be loud. Don't be cold either. Be like calling a cat. The cat will come because you have called it. You will not, when you call the cat, shout. There was a small silence. Pet names, Hermione said, suddenly, looking up from her notebook. Of course. You have a pet name for the spell. Yes, Luna said. I call mine, well, I'll keep it private. But yes, Hermione. Each spell needs a small private nickname, so that when you whisper, you are calling it to you. It will come if you have a name for it. Magic likes to be addressed personally. Neville saw, in real time, a small shift run through the room. 41 15-year-olds, and Safe, who was 11 and was, no one had decided how, included, looked, briefly, into themselves, the way people look into themselves when they have just been given a tool that they had not, before, known they could afford. He let it sit. "We will name our spells," he said. "We will name them quietly. We will not, please, name them in front of each other, because the names are private things. We will, before lunch, each have a name for Petrificus. We will, before tea, each have a name for Expelliarmus. By Christmas we will have a name for Patronus. By Easter we will have a name for Reducto. By Whitsun," he paused, met Harry's eye at the back of the room, and saw Harry nod, "by Whitsun we will have a name for the worst one. Because the worst one is coming. We will all need a name for the worst one. We are not going to use it lightly, but we are going to know it." "Which is the worst one?" Saif Patil said, in his small clear voice from the second row. "Stupefy," Neville said, after a moment, because he had decided, the night before, with Harry and Luna and Hermione, that they would not, in this class, name the killing curse out loud until they had to. Used badly, stupefy is the worst one. It will take a person from a fight in 3 seconds and leave them helpless. We will name our stupefy carefully. We will, in particular, learn to wake people from it. Safe, that's a good question. Safe, who had been carrying, all morning, a small look of being slightly behind, sat up an inch taller. Umbridge walked into Cassandra Patient's room at 11:47 a.m. on the 17th of September. She did not knock. She did not announce herself. She came in with 2 prefects in pink, Pansy Parkinson and a Slytherin 6th year called Selwyn whom Neville had not seen before but whose surname he registered, and stood at the back of the room, near Harry, smiling. She was holding a piece of parchment. She was holding it so that the seal, the embossed ministry seal, which was the real one, not the Hogwarts one, was clearly visible to anyone who turned to look. The room did, slowly, turn. "Oh dear," Umbridge said, in her high theatrical voice. "Oh dear, oh dear. What a charming little gathering. May I ask, Mr. Longbottom, what this gathering is?" She did not look at Neville. She looked at Harry. She had clearly been told, by someone, or had decided, by some logic of her own, that the gathering was Harry's. Harry, at the back, did not move. He did not, in fact, blink. He had been waiting, Neville realized, for this. He had been waiting all week. Neville stepped to the front. He put down his wand on the slate ledge, slowly, deliberately, both hands visible, and walked the length of the room toward her, stopping at a polite 10 feet. "Madam," he said. "It is Saturday. The gathering is a study group. I am the convener. I am happy to register it with the school office, if Professor McGonagall would like a record. We meet to study spells from the Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum that we have not, yet, had the opportunity to practice in your class." There is no need to practice spells you have not learned," Umbridge said, sweetly. "There is, in fact, an educational decree. Number 24. As of this morning. I had hoped to come this afternoon and read it to the school at lunch. I will, instead, read it now. To you. And to," her eyes moved, in a small slow scan, across the room, "and to your friends." She unrolled the parchment. She read. The decree, in summary, bans student gatherings of 3 or more without specific written permission from the High Inquisitor, herself, and specified, in a long, ornate paragraph, that the practice of spells outside the supervised classroom was henceforth forbidden, and that the High Inquisitor would, at her discretion, impose penalties up to and including expulsion. She read it slowly. She paused for breath, and for effect, and for the sound of the words to settle. Neville did not move. He let her finish. He did not, when she finished, react with anger. He nodded once. "Madam," he said. "Thank you. Could I see the parchment, please?" She blinked. She had not, evidently, expected to be asked. She held out the parchment. He took it. He read it, line by line. He read it slowly. He read it for the second time, slower. The room stood very still. Pansy Parkinson, behind Umbridge, shifted her weight. He handed it back. "Madam," he said, "the decree is dated this morning, the 17th of September. We have been meeting since the 2nd of September. The decree is not retroactive. The gathering, as you found it, is therefore lawful for today. It will not be lawful tomorrow without registration. I will, this afternoon, file the paperwork. Could I ask, I do apologize for the delay, what the form is?" Umbridge's smile did not change. The corners of her eyes did. There is a particular look a politician's eyes give when they have been outflanked by a procedural detail that the politician was not expecting. Neville had read about it in books and he had now, for the first time in his life, seen it on a face. He filed it. "Mr. Longbottom," she said. "How quaint of you to read carefully. I am quite touched. The form is Form 24A. I have, conveniently, brought a copy. I will, of course, need to consider each application individually. There is no guarantee of approval." "Of course not, madam. We would expect to be considered fairly. I will make the application. If it is denied, I will appeal to the Wisengamot. My grandmother is, well, she has access to the chamber, as you know." There was a pause. "And the children?" Umbridge said, gently. "You will, of course, send the children back to their houses now." "Of course, madam. We were, as it happens, just finishing." Neville turned. He did not look at the room as he spoke. He kept his eyes, gently, on Umbridge. He spoke loud enough for the room. "Class, thank you for a productive morning. I will see those of you who wish to continue with the registered version of this group at the same time next Saturday, after the paperwork is filed. Today's lesson, we will close with a small piece of homework, each of you to choose a private name for the second spell. We will we will continue, next week." He bowed, slightly, to Umbridge, a small punctilious bow, and stepped out of her path. The students began, in twos and threes, to gather their things. Saif Patil, who had been at the front, picked up his bag and his small notebook and walked, with great calmness, past Umbridge, looking up at her once with a polite, not unfriendly nod. She smiled at him. He smiled back. He did not, at any moment, hurry. Behind him went the Hufflepuffs, the Ravenclaws, the Gryffindors, even 3 Slytherins, Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis and a small 4th year called Yaxley, who had begun, in the second week, to come quietly, late, by a side corridor. They left at the speed they would have left if she had not been there. They did not leave faster. Pansy Parkinson, by the door, watched them. Her face did the small private thing faces do when they realize the room they are policing is not, in fact, the room they thought they were policing. When the room was empty except for Umbridge, the prefects, and the 7 of them, Neville, Luna, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and the dragon skeleton, Umbridge turned to Neville and said, in a voice an octave lower than her stage voice, "Mr. Longbottom. You and I will be having further conversations." "Of course, madam. You are a very polite young man." "I try to be, madam." "I do hope," she said, the smile coming back up, "you are not, taking after your father." The room went small and cold for half a second. Neville did not flinch. He did not, in fact, let his face change. He did not let his eyes flicker. He let her see him, and let her finish her sentence, and replied with the kind of quiet his grandmother had been teaching him, in evenings, for 15 years. "Madam," he said. I am taking after my mother. He held her eye. He waited. She did not, this time, look away first. She made herself stay with the look, and she made it just long enough, and then she made herself smile wider, and turned, and went out, the prefects in her wake. The door closed. There was a beat. Bravo, Hermione said, quietly. You shouldn't bait her, Harry said, even more quietly. I know. I am, however, very glad you did. I know. Was it true, Ron said. About the form. It was true. The decree is dated this morning. There is a Form 24A. There always is. Gran taught me, she taught me, last week, the names of every form in the ministry. We sat in the kitchen for 3 hours one night and she made me memorize them. I thought she was being mad. You are going to file the paperwork, Hermione said. Of course. I am going to file the paperwork. I am going to file the paperwork and file the appeal. I am going to make the Wisengamot review it. I am going to, while I am at it, register about 4 other groups, a herbology study circle, a charms reading group, a defense reading group, and put us, I think, into the 3rd one. You sneaky bastard, Ron said, with great affection. I am not sneaky, Neville said, almost laughing. I am following the rules. The rules will be on our side until they aren't. When they aren't, we will start lying. Until then, we will be very obedient. Very obedient, Luna agreed, from the floor where she had not moved through the entire confrontation. We will be excellent at being obedient. We will be the best of all the obediences. All right, Hermione said, briskly. Names. We need a name. The group needs a name. The defense reading group is not a name. I mean, it is a name on the form. We need our other name. Our private one. You said we would name it, Neville. He looked at her. He looked at Luna, who looked back with her serious face. He looked at Harry, at the back, who nodded. The Defiance, Neville said, after a pause. The room considered it. It's a bit declarative, Harry said. It is. I quite like it, Ginny said. It says what we are. The Defiance, Luna said, tasting it. It is good. It tells our enemies what we are. It tells our friends what we are. It is honest. And it gives Safe a thing to put on his page in the front of his notebook. Safe has a page in the front of his notebook. Ron said. Safe has a page in the front of his notebook. He has been waiting for it to have a name. The Defiance, then, Hermione said. She wrote it down. The Defiance, Neville said. There was a small pause, the kind that comes after a thing has been named. Right, Hermione said, briskly again. I will design a coin. Galleon-shaped. Spelled. Each member carries one. When the meeting is called, the coin warms and the date appears. I have been reading. I think I can do it. By Halloween. Halloween is appropriate, Luna said, gravely. It is, Neville said. Bring a coin to the next meeting, Hermione said. I will copy them in. She closed her book. Harry, that afternoon, went with Neville to file the paperwork. They did it together. They went to McGonagall's office. McGonagall, who had been waiting for them, looked at the parchment, looked at the 4 other parchments behind it, looked over her glasses at Neville, looked at Harry, sighed once, a sigh that contained, in compressed form, 54 years of professional patience, and said, Mr. Longbottom. I see you have filed the registration for a herbology study group, a charms reading group, a transfiguration group, an astronomy society, and a defense reading group. Yes, ma'am. And that the defense reading group is to meet on Saturdays at 6. Yes, ma'am. And that you have submitted, with the application, a list of 53 intended members. Yes, ma'am. You are aware that I am required, under the decree, to forward this to the High Inquisitor for approval. Yes, ma'am. And that she will probably deny it. Yes, ma'am. We will appeal. And in the meantime. In the meantime, ma'am, we will, read. 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 Defense theory. From the library. There is no decree against reading. We will read in groups of 2. I have looked. 2 is permitted. 26 pairs of 2, in the same room, who happen to be reading at the same time, is an unfortunate coincidence. McGonagall looked at him. She looked at him for a long moment. She set down her quill. She removed her spectacles. She rubbed the bridge of her nose. When she put her spectacles back on, her eyes were not, Neville thought, smiling, but they were not, exactly, not smiling either. They had, in the corners, the small lift of a woman who was deciding how to use a thing she had been given. Mr. Longbottom, she said. Ma'am. Did your grandmother put you up to this? Ma'am, my grandmother put me up to nothing. My grandmother gave me certain tools. I have used them as it seemed best. I see. Ma'am, I would, if I may, ask one favor. You will ask it, regardless. Ma'am, could the school library, by Monday, have on its open shelves the works of Hesper Starkweather, the 3rd edition of Bagshot's Defensive Magic, and the 2 old volumes of the Dueller's Handbook? They have been, I think, on a back shelf for some years. They would be very useful for our reading. McGonagall looked at him over the spectacles for a long second. Then she said, drily, Mr. Longbottom. By Monday morning, you may find that the library has, in addition to those, also reshelved Bromley's On the Defense of Schools. Which is not a book a 15-year-old generally has cause to read. I cannot, of course, confirm that they will be there until they are. I imagine the librarian will simply, reshelve them. Thank you, ma'am. Out, both of you. Yes, ma'am. In the corridor, Harry and Neville walked in silence for 10 paces. Then Harry said, quietly, she is on our side. She has been on our side since the first day. We just had to ask. Why didn't anyone ever ask before? Because nobody had the right form, Harry. That is, I am beginning to suspect, the entire trick of being grown up. You have to know which form, and you have to fill it in with the right ink, and you have to bring it to the right person. After that, doors open. Gran has been telling me this since I was 8. I never listened. I am listening now. Your Gran, Harry said, almost reverently. You realize your Gran is a sort of national resource. Yes. She frightens me. Yes. She is meant to. She will not frighten you on purpose. That is precisely what frightens me about her. Neville laughed. They walked on. The defiance grew. Hermione's coins arrived at Halloween, as promised, a small gold disc with a carving of a yew leaf and a number on the rim, and were handed out, 3 at a time, in private corners of corridors, to anyone who said the word in the agreed way to the right person. The word was, Luna's suggestion, simply, kindness. They greeted each other in corridors with it. Kindness, they said, and the other answered, and courage, and the coins, in pockets, hummed for a beat. By the 2nd week of November there were 63 coins in pockets. By the 1st of December, 81. In defense against the dark arts class itself, Umbridge taught the official curriculum, which is to say she taught the children how to read about defense without ever using a wand. She gave them, as homework, the practice of writing essays. She gave them, as detention, the practice of writing in their own blood with a particular quill. She did not, until the 3rd week of October, give that detention to Neville, although she gave it to a great many other people. Neville, when she finally gave it to him, on a Thursday after a defense lesson in which he had asked, politely and twice, why the textbook contained no diagram of a counter-curse, was prepared. He went to her office in the corridor at 7. He carried his wand at his hip. He carried, in his coat, 2 stones, the rune and the pearl, and a small leather notebook in his mother's chocolate frog wrappers and, on a chain around his wrist, the small ivory-handled knife. He sat down in the small pink chair across from her desk. She gave him the quill. He looked at the quill. He looked at her. "What shall I write, madam?" he said. "Your name, Mr. Longbottom." 300 times. "I find that names, repeated, take on clarity. We will discover, over the evening, who you are." "My name," he said, evenly. "I will write my name." "Yes." He sat. He took the quill. He held it over the parchment. He paused. "Madam." "Yes." "My name is, in part, my mother's. My middle name is Frank, after my father. I will, in writing it, be writing both of them. They are still alive, both of them. My father died in 1981, but my father is my name. My mother lives in a house in Lincolnshire. She has been in that house for 15 years. She does not speak. She is, you will perhaps know, recovered from a cruciatus curse cast, in 1981, by Bellatrix Lestrange. Bellatrix is now out of Azkaban. The ministry, I am sure, is attending to that matter." Umbridge's smile, on the other side of the desk, did not move. "Right, Mr. Longbottom." "Yes, madam." He wrote his name. The first letter cut a thin line into the back of his hand. The blood came. It did not come quickly. It came in the small, slow, patient way blood comes when you have, beforehand, smeared the back of your hand with the salve his grandmother had made him take with him to school in a tiny porcelain jar marked against INK. The ink, and the small accompanying script of cutting, slid, over the salve, across his skin without quite finding it. The line cut, but it cut shallow. The blood came thin. The pain, which would have been dazzling, was instead a steady warm tap, as of a small irritation. He did not flinch. He wrote his name. He wrote it 300 times. He wrote it in 2 careful columns. He took, by his own clock, 1 hour and 10 minutes. He did not pause. He did not bleed onto the desk. The salve held. The salve had been a gift, his grandmother had been making it, in a small still in the back kitchen, since the first week of September, when she had read about Umbridge's quill in a letter from Mrs. Tonks and had simply, without saying anything to Neville, begun to stir. He set down the quill. He looked at his hand. He turned it over. The blood had begun to dry. The small thin scratched outline of his name was visible, barely, faintly, but no message had been written. No cruel things, no I must not tell lies, no piece of self-blame branded into him. Just Neville Frank Longbottom. 300 times, faintly, on the back of his hand. Umbridge, watching, did not register, at first, what had happened. She had been waiting for the breakdown, the trembling lip, the small whimper, the moment when the boy, having written the message into his own skin 200 times, finally accepted it. The moment did not come. The boy looked, in fact, fresh. The boy looked, if anything, strengthened. She stood up. She crossed to him. She lifted his hand. She turned it over. "That's an old salve," she said, softly. "Yes, madam." "Where did my grandmother brewed it?" "It is on the recipe of Hesper Starkweather, 3rd edition, page 412. The library has the 3rd edition again, since September. I read it. I am sorry, madam. I cannot have known I would need to. You will not be able to use it again." "No, madam. I expect not. I shall have to, in my next attention, write a different message." She looked at him for a long moment. She did not, this time, smile. She set down his hand. She walked back to her desk. She sat down. She picked up her own quill, a normal one, this time, and began, in her schoolmistress' hand, to write a memo. He waited. "You may go," she said, after a beat. "Thank you, madam." "Mr. Longbottom." "Yes, madam." "Tell your grandmother I send my regards." He did not reply. He did not, in fact, dignify the line with a reply. He bowed. He walked out. In the corridor outside her office he stopped, leaned his forehead briefly against the cool stone, and breathed, twice, slowly. Then he straightened. Then he walked. He went, before he went to the dormitory, to the kitchens, where the elves had fed him buttered toast at a small table since he was 12. He ate 2 slices. He drank a glass of milk. He thanked the elves. He went up the long way, by the back staircase, to the 7th floor, and from there to the room of requirement, which Luna had, 2 days before, told him was a room that would be useful to him. He had not known how. He had asked the wall. The wall had thought about it. The wall had given him, on his first time of asking, a small clean white room with a chair and a table and a basin of warm water and a clean cloth and a small jar of arnica and a soft lamp. He had been very moved. He had, on the second visit, only asked for the room itself. He had begun to bring his own things. Tonight, in the room of requirement, he washed his hand. He sat in the chair. He held his hand against his cheek for a moment. He breathed. Luna came in. She did not knock. He had asked the room for her. He had not, this time, told the room he wanted her. He had merely, inwardly, wished. She came. She sat on the floor at his feet. She did not speak for a minute. When she spoke, she said, "You did well." "I bled." "You bled less than she wanted." "You did well." She said something about my grandmother." "Of course she did. She is not, Neville, a woman of much imagination. She will go where the easy herd is." He nodded. He breathed. "Luna." "Yes. I want to take her down. Properly. Not by being polite. Not anymore. I want her gone from this school by Christmas." Luna looked up at him. Her face was the serious one. Her eyes were, in the lamplight, the color of a streambed in March. "All right," she said. "Then we will take her down. We will need 3 things. We will need something she has done that she cannot deny. We will need a witness whose word will carry. And we will need to give her, herself, a way to leave gracefully, so that she does not, in the falling, take half the staff with her. She is, remember, married to a man at the ministry. She has roots. We must, in pulling, pull from the soil and not break the root. All right. By Christmas? By Christmas." She nodded. She stood up. She kissed him, gently, on the forehead, just above the small white scar. It was the first time, he realized, anyone had kissed him on the forehead since his mother, before Halloween. He closed his eyes. He kept them closed for a beat. He opened them. "Thank you, Luna." "You're welcome, Neville." She went out. He sat in the chair for another 5 minutes. Then he got up. He left the room of requirement. He went to bed. 3 weeks later, on the night of the first Saturday in December, the Defiance met for what Hermione had begun to call, in her notebook, the open session, the meeting at which the entire group, all 81, came at once, by the coin, to a single hour of careful magic. They met not in Cassandra Patient's room, which was registered and watched, but on the 7th floor, in a room that had not, that morning, existed. 81 15-year-olds, and safe, 11, and 3 Slytherins now, and even, surprising them all, a thin, shy 4th-year Hufflepuff named Hopkins who Neville had never spoken to and who had asked, the day before, in a corridor, "Is there room?" in a voice as small as a paper boat. 85 wands lifted, in a circle, in the blue-lit dark of the room of requirement, and on Neville's quiet word. 85 whispered patron uses came up out of 85 mouths at the same time. The patron uses crowded the room. There were 3 otters and a hare and an owl and, surprising no one, a phoenix. Susan Bones produced, on her 3rd try, a fox that walked along the rim of the wall before settling at her feet. Hermione, who had had hers since she was 12, sent her otter looping around the ceiling. Ron's terrier ran in a wide happy circle. Harry's stag stood, large and quiet, at the back, where Harry stood. Ginny's mare nuzzled Ron's terrier. Saif Patil, after 15 minutes of trying, produced, to his own astonishment, a small, shy, very bright cat, which immediately curled around his ankles. Saif sat down on the floor and laughed and cried at the same time. Several of the older girls, watching him, did the same. Luna's Patronus was the silver doe. It had been a doe for a year, ever since her mother had died. She did not need to whisper. The doe simply walked, calmly, to the center of the room and stood. Neville's Patronus came up last. He had not, in his first 3 years of trying, been able to do it. He had not, until October, been able to find the memory big enough. He had spent 2 evenings, with Luna, choosing memories. He had, eventually, chosen the memory of his mother handing him a chocolate frog wrapper that said go. Be brave. His Patronus was a stag. It surprised him, it surprised Harry, it surprised Luna, briefly, and then it didn't. The stag was not Harry's stag. It was different. It was, older, somehow. Bigger. It had an oak leaf in the tine of one antler. Hermione, who had read about the meaning of patron uses, said, in a tone of professional academic interest, oh, an oak stag, that's a very specific, that's the Herald stag, Neville, that's the kinda Longbottom would, and stopped, because she had begun to cry, and she did not, this evening, want to cry while teaching. The stag stood next to Harry's stag in the middle of the room. The 2 stags considered each other. They were not the same, they were 2 different stags. They lowered their heads, simultaneously, in a gesture that was neither aggression nor submission. They were, Neville thought, with the small clear inner voice that had begun to speak to him in the past months, friends. Not relatives. Not rivals. Friends. The room was silent for a long beat. Then Hopkins, the shy Hufflepuff, said, in a small wondering voice from the back, I would like to try mine, please, and lifted her wand and tried, and produced, on her first try, a small bright thing that nobody could quite name, but that walked once around her feet, lay down, and put its head on her shoe. They named the meeting, afterward, the Stag Night, although by Christmas it would be called by other names too, the night of the 85, the first open session, the night, in some letters home, letters that, Neville was told later by Mrs. Tonks, had reached the order, who had begun to wonder if there were, perhaps, a school version of itself growing in the school, that the defiance became real. 3 weeks after that, on the morning of the 15th of December, a small folded note arrived on Neville's plate at breakfast in a hand he did not know. He unfolded it. It said, in 3 lines, the Pink Frog has signed an order to detain Miss Trelawney. It will be served at 4 p.m. today. She will be removed from the castle. She is in her tower now. A friend. He looked at the staff table. Trelawney was not there. She rarely was. McGonagall was. McGonagall, with her tea, looked over her glasses at him and inclined her head, just once, just enough. He put down the note. He looked at Harry, on his right, and Hermione, on his left, and Ron, across, and Ginny, and Luna, who was standing at the end of the Ravenclaw table near him with her tea. He said, very quietly, Stag Night again. Tonight, 4:30. The front courtyard. Bring everyone. Why? Hermione said. Because the Pink Frog is going to throw out Sybil Trelawney at 4 o'clock today, and we are going to be there to receive her, and we are going to give Dolores Umbridge, in front of the school and in front of the press if I can get the press, the witness she needs to be removed. Press. Ron said. The Quibbler will be there. Mr. Lovegood is meeting Luna at the gate at 3:30. You arranged this. Yes. I did. With Luna. We have been arranging it for a fortnight. Bloody hell, Ron said, with great affection. I love you. I'm flattered, Ron. You should be. That afternoon, at 4 o'clock precisely, Dolores Umbridge stood on the front steps of Hogwarts and read out, to a tearful Sybil Trelawney, a notice of dismissal. She did it with great theatrical satisfaction. She had a small cluster of pink-clad prefects with her. She had not, however, expected an audience. The audience came. The audience was 85 strong, plus a great many others who had heard the coin warm and had not been members but had wandered out to see, plus the entire teaching staff, who had been gently gathered by McGonagall, plus, at the gate, a thin man in a wild yellow waistcoat with a notebook and 3 quills and the smell of being Mr. Lovegood. The audience watched. The audience was silent. The audience did not, at any point, move. Trelawney wept. She had her trunks. She had her shawls. She had the great white wide-eyed dignity of a woman who had been told, in the hour before lunch, that 15 years of her life were over. Dumbledore arrived at 4:12. He had, Neville saw at once, been waiting until he was needed. He came down the great staircase with the slow steady pace of a man whose hand was, this week, blacker than ever. He did not speak to Umbridge directly. He spoke to Sybil. Sybil, my dear, he said. I am so sorry. There has been a misunderstanding. The Ministry, you will note, can dismiss professors from positions, but it cannot dismiss them from the castle. The castle, you will recall, dismisses no one. Will you go up to your tower, please, and make a cup of tea? I will be along shortly. Minerva, would you accompany Sybil? McGonagall stepped forward. She took Sybil by the elbow. Sybil, who was beyond surprise, allowed herself to be led. Umbridge, on the steps, cleared her throat. Headmaster, the Ministry, Dolores, Dumbledore said, gently. We will, of course, discuss this. We will discuss it in your office. I will, with your permission, be there at 5:30. I will bring 2 members of the Wisengamot. I have, by an inconvenient coincidence, 2 members of the Wisengamot in the castle this evening, Madame Bones and Madame Longbottom, who came up by Fleur this afternoon for reasons unrelated, and who have agreed, since they are here, to sit in. I will, if you do not mind, also have the school photographer attend, so that the conversation is properly minuted. Will 5:30 suit you? Umbridge, on the front steps, in front of the 85 Defiants and the 30 teachers and the press, found that her mouth was very dry and that she had not, in her plan, accounted for the possibility that the school would, today, simply, refuse her play. 5:30, she said, faintly. Excellent, Dumbledore said. He did not smile. He turned to the assembled school. He said, in his ordinary voice, but with a register no one in the school had heard him use in their lifetimes, children. Thank you for coming out. Madame Trelawney remains a resident of this castle. There has been no dismissal. I trust you to behave with kindness toward her in the corridors. Go in to dinner. I will join you presently. The school went in. The 85 Defiants, in passing, passed Neville on the steps. Each of them, Hermione had organized this, Hermione had organized everything, touched the brim of an imagined hat as they passed him and said, in a low voice, kindness. 85 times. The word, 85 times, on the steps of the castle, in the cold dusk of December. Umbridge, on the top step, watched them say it. She heard it. She did not, this time, know what it meant. She thought, perhaps, it was meant for her, and tried to acknowledge it, and stopped, when she saw their faces, and understood. By 5:30, in her office, the conversation was brief. By Yule, Dolores Umbridge had been moved, gracefully, with paperwork, with 3 Wisingamot photographs and a memo from Madame Bones, from the school to a position within the ministry's improper use of magic office, which was a desk job at the end of a corridor, with a window that did not open. She did not return to Hogwarts. She did not, in the spring, sign the papers that the plan had asked her to sign. She fought for her job at the ministry instead, where she was needed. She was, in due course, useful for them in other ways. She did not, the records would later show, write in anyone's blood again. The quill was, Neville never asked, it was not, when Umbridge left her office, on her desk, it was, by Christmas Eve, in the bottom drawer of Phileas Flitwick's desk. Phileas would later say, with great innocence, that he had no idea how it had got there, but that he was happy to keep it locked. On the night of Yule, in the Gryffindor common room, Neville stood at the window and watched the snow on the lawn. Harry came up beside him. "By Christmas, you said," Harry said. "By Christmas. You did it." "We did it." "Yes. We did." "All right. What's next?" "Next," Neville said, quietly, "Bellatrix." Harry exhaled. He looked at the snow. After a moment, he said, "Right. Bellatrix." Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, Whispers in the Dark Forest. January came in white. The lake at Hogwarts froze over for the first time in 7 years, the snow on the lawns, by the second week, was up to the shins of a 5th year, and by the 3rd week, up to the knees of a 1st year, which meant that Safe Patil, walking in the front courtyard with his bag, had to be lifted occasionally over drifts. His Hufflepuff prefect, Ernie's cousin, did the lifting with great seriousness. Safe had stopped looking quite so frightened. He had, since the stag night, become a small celebrity in his own house. First years from 3 houses came to ask him whether his Patronus had really been a cat, and Safe, who had inherited his sister's gift for understated reply, answered, every time, it was a small one. It was very polite. This made him very popular. In the days after Yule, Neville had walked, with Luna, in the snow on the long path around the lake. They had walked it not for exercise, although it was good exercise, but because Luna had wanted, she said, to go where she could not be heard. The path was wide and exposed, nothing green grew along it, it was a bad path for hiding ears. Luna trusted it. Luna had begun, since the stag night, to be ridden harder by the seeing. The seeing, she had explained one evening over hot chocolate in the room of requirement, was tiring, and tended to come less in tidy bulletins than in a kind of fog. If she could narrow her eyes at the fog correctly, she could read shapes. When she could not narrow correctly, she got headaches. She had been getting headaches since the 2nd of January. She had said nothing. "Luna," Neville said, on the path. The wind took his breath away from him as he spoke. "Tell me what you saw." "I saw," Luna said, after a while, "Bellatrix. Twice. Once at a window that I thought was at her sister's house. Once at a window that I thought was at Hogsmeade. Both times she was looking. Both times she was looking, in particular, for me." "You." "Me." "It is, yes. It is me that she has begun to want to find first. Because she has heard about me. From many places. From Snape, possibly. From Lucius, possibly. She stopped. She looked across the lake. From Pandora. From whatever is left of Pandora's notes." "Snape?" Neville said. "He listens. He always has. He is, Neville, he is on our side. He is. I am sure of it. Don't ask me how. I have not, Albus has not told me, I have not been told, but I am sure of it, the way you are sure of a stone by holding it. Snape is on our side. He is in the wrong colors. He is for us. Right. And there is a memory, somewhere in Hogsmeade, of Bellatrix. 2 days ago she was at the high street. She was at the back of the Hog's Head. She was talking with an old man who has now left the village. She was talking, in particular, with a man named Mundungus Fletcher, he is not on her side, but he is on no side, and he is, in particular, willing to take coin from her side if her side will pay. She paid him. She paid him for the names of children who go to the Hog's Head. She paid him, in particular, for the names of children who are at the meetings. At the meetings. Yes. Mundungus has been at one of our meetings, Neville. He came in once, in October, with a borrowed coin he had bought off a Hufflepuff fourth year named Hopkins's brother. He sat at the back. He did not stay. He counted heads. He took the count to Bellatrix 3 days later. She has, therefore, the names of about half of us. Neville stopped on the path. The wind had paused. The lake, beyond, was as flat as a slate. He looked at her. How long have you known? Since this morning. Right. I am sorry. I could not be sure until this morning. There are seeings I am sure of, and seeings that lie. This was an in-between one. I needed to test it. I tested it by looking at Hopkins this morning at breakfast and asking her, quietly, if her brother sells things. She said he did. She said she had given a coin to her brother in October and asked him to be a witness, in case anything happened to her, and that her brother had reported the coin lost, and given her another, and gone home with the original. The original is in Mundungus's pocket. I am sorry. Don't be. I am, however. All right. All right. He breathed. The cold air went into him and out again. How many of us does she know about? 42. The ones she knew before. Plus Hopkins, plus 3 Slytherins, plus, Luna's mouth tightened, briefly, plus me. Plus you. The plus you was always going to be true. She was always going to know about you. She has known about you for 15 years. You are not new on her list. He thought about it. He was quiet for a long moment. He looked at the lake. The lake, as a witness, was honest. He had begun, in the past months, to think of certain places at the school as witnesses, and the lake was the most honest of them. It did not have favorites, it was big enough to take the whole truth at once. Right, he said. Then we changed the names. What? We changed the names of the Defiants. We register a second group. With McGonagall. A third one. We split the membership. We put Hopkins, and Safe, and the 3 Slytherins, and the youngest 2 girls in the Hufflepuff list, the ones whose parents work at the ministry, in a different group. We named the new group something boring. Something, Astronomy Society. We make sure that, on paper, they are not in the Defiance. Then we make a fake Defiance list. A bait list. We put on it 40 names of children who are willing, and we leak the bait list, deliberately, to Mundungus. We let Bellatrix have the wrong list. We watch what she does with it. You want, Luna said, slowly, to feed Bellatrix Lestrange a list of children who are willing to be bait for Bellatrix Lestrange. I want to feed Bellatrix Lestrange a list of children who, when Bellatrix Lestrange comes for them, will not be where the list says they are, and who will, instead, be in the room of requirement on a Saturday evening with all of us, while 6 Aurors and a great many parents and 3 members of the Wisengamot are at the place where the list says they are. Yes. She looked at him for a long beat. Her face was the serious one. The wind moved her hair. She nodded, once. All right, she said. It will only work once. Once is enough. It will require trusting, in particular, the parents. Yes. It will require, in particular, trusting Andromeda Tonks. Yes. All right. They walked on. The path went round the lake in a long slow curve. After a long time, Luna said, very quietly, Neville. Yes. There is a thing you should know about her. About Bellatrix. I have been afraid of it. I have been not telling you. I should have told you a month ago. I will tell you now. He did not press. He waited. She loved your mother. What? Not in a kind way. In her way. They were at school together. They were in the same year. Bellatrix Black, then. Alice Pruitt, your mother. Slytherin and Gryffindor. They duelled in the courtyard, 3 times, in their 7th year. The 3rd time, your mother won. Bellatrix has carried the memory of that for 35 years. It is the only duel in her life she lost. The cruciatus that she used on your mother, in 1981, was, in part, payment for the duel. She has, in particular, never forgiven your mother for being good. She finds people who are good infuriating. She is, even now, infuriated at the existence of your mother. She has not been able, for 15 years, to accept that your mother is alive in any form. She wants, this winter, more than anything, to find your mother. To finish the duel. Neville stood still in the snow. The wind, which had paused, did not start again. He felt, in his chest, the small tight thing he had been carrying since 15, a thing he had not, in his life, named, but that had been the shape of his patience, the shape of his quiet, the shape of why he was willing to be hurt for an hour writing his own name in his own blood without flinching, fold itself into a different shape. She is not, he said, going to find my mother. No. She is going to find me. Yes. She is going to find you. She is going to find you, and Luna Lovegood, and Harry Potter, and the rest of us, in a place we have chosen, on a day we have chosen, with the people we have chosen with us, and she is going to learn, in that place, what my mother was for me, and what my father was, and what my grandmother is, and what my friends are, and she is going to, he stopped. He breathed. What is she going to learn, Neville? Luna said, gently. She is going to learn that goodness is harder to break than she thinks. He started walking again. After 10 paces he said, quieter, I will not kill her. All right. I will not. I have thought about it. I have decided. I will, if I have to, take her down. I will hold her down. I will be the one who, by the time she is taken away in a chain, has put a foot, briefly, lightly, on her wrist, so that she is taken away knowing whose foot. I will not, however, be the one who kills her. I am not making the mistake of becoming her by killing her. I am not, in particular, going to be that for my mother. My mother does not want that for me. I know she does not want that for me. I am not, Luna, going to give the Black Sisters the satisfaction of having made another killer. All right. You will not argue. I will not argue. I think you are right. I think you are right in a way that will surprise some of us. I think Ginny Weasley will be furious. I think she will, in time, agree. I think Harry will agree at once. I think Ron will not, but Ron will fight her with you anyway. I think Hermione will be glad. All right. They walked on. The lake, as a witness, kept the conversation. It would, in years to come, give it back to its banks in the sound of small wind in March, in the small clean cracks of melt. The lake was good at holding things. The bait list went out in mid-January, by careful inattention. Hermione drew up 2 parallel rosters of the Defiance, the real one, which had 86 names, and the false one, which had 40, including, prominently, Safe Patils, but listed at a wrong meeting time and a wrong meeting place. The false one, in 2 days, found its way into the hands of Mundungus Fletcher, by way of a careless conversation in a Ravenclaw common room which had been deliberately staged within hearing of the cousin of a boy Mundungus had paid for tips. The cousin, a 3rd year, had been told he was helping to test a thing. He had passed, he was rewarded with 3 pieces of Honeyduck's best. He did not know, and would never need to know, more. 3 nights after the list went out, the trap was sprung, but not by Bellatrix. She did not, herself, come for the bait. She had grown wary, she had begun, in particular, to suspect a great many of her own sources, she had begun, also, to be supervised more closely by a master who, in Wiltshire, was now sitting up in chairs and beginning to hold a wand again. Bellatrix did not, that night, come herself. She sent 2 of her cousins by marriage, Rabastan Lestrange and Antonin Dolohov, to the place on the bait list, a small private room above the Hog's Head, on a Tuesday evening, where the bait said the Defiance would meet to celebrate Lavender Brown's birthday. What they found, when they kicked in the door, was Aberforth's third best parlour, redecorated in pink and gold, with 20 stuffed children at 20 stuffed places, holding stuffed wands, and a stuffed safe patil at the head, smiling pleasantly with a pumpkin pasty in its felt hand. Behind the dummies, on the wall, was a sign, hand-painted in Luna's round handwriting, that said, "Welcome, gentlemen. Please wait. Kindness will be with you shortly." Kindness, in the form of 6 Aurors, 2 Order of the Phoenix members, and Augusta Longbottom in her vulture hat with her cane, was at that very moment operating into the parlour through a small chain of prearranged port keys. Rabastan and Dolohov, who had not expected stuffed children, much less Augusta Longbottom, had time to attempt 3 things. 2 of them failed. The third, Dolohov's old slashing curse, opened a new line on the wall above Aberforth's mantle, but did not touch a witch. Augusta met Dolohov's wand, this time, with her cane, and Dolohov, who had been trained to fight wands and had not been trained, since the age of 6, to fight Augusta Longbottom's cane, lost the engagement in 12 seconds. Rabastan did slightly better, because he ran. He did not run far. He was caught on the high street outside Madame Putafoot's by Tonks, who had been waiting for him there for an hour with a cup of tea. In the room of requirement, 3 miles away, the actual Defiance, 86 strong including Safe and Hopkins and the 3 Slytherins, sat on the floor in a circle and learned, by Hermione, with her notebook, the formal procedure for filing a witness statement at the ministry. They did this for 90 minutes. They were quiet. They were, for the most part, holding hands. The coins in their pockets had warmed, briefly, when the trap had been sprung. Hermione had set them so that all coins of the Defiance would warm as one when one of their number was in danger. None of their number had been. The coins had warmed, instead, when the danger had been averted. They had warmed in a small steady glow, not in the alarm pulse, and the children, who had learned to read the coins by the second open session, had read it correctly, and had, quietly, under their breath, said the word out loud, all 86 at once, in an ordinary speaking voice, kindness. It came out of them like a small breath. Like a candle being lit. Outside, in the dark over Hogsmeade, Neville and Luna and Harry stood on the high crag above the village and watched. They had not gone to the room. They had asked for the high crag. The room had given them a window with a clear view. They saw, faintly, the Auror's apparition flashes, they saw a small puff of pink smoke from above the Hog's Head, Dolohov's last spell, harmlessly redirected, they saw the long thin shape of Augusta Longbottom in her hat, walking out of the inn with Dolohov, by the elbow, in the way one walks a small dog. It worked, Harry said. It did the first part, Neville said. It did not get her. No. It will. We have her cousins. We have her cousins alive. They will, in interrogation, give us things. They will be the first alive Lestrange in custody in 15 years. The ministry will have to do something visible. The ministry will, in particular, have to admit, on the front page of the Prophet, that a defense reading group of children registered with the High Inquisitor's office laid the trap. They will be embarrassed. They will hate that. They will. They will hate it in 2 ways. The minister will hate that we made him look small. The Inquisitor will hate that we made her look smaller. There will be paperwork. There will be paperwork, Luna said, softly. There will be a great deal of paperwork. I will help with the paperwork, Hermione's voice said, behind them, because Hermione had come up. She had not been left out, she had only, by previous arrangement, watched from the staff balcony at the gate, with Madame Bones. She had a notebook in her hand. She had a fresh pen. Right. Let's get to work. The interrogation of Rabaston Lestrange went, by all accounts, badly for Rabaston and well for the ministry. Madame Bones conducted it personally. Augusta sat in. Albus Dumbledore did not, at his own request, sit in, he sat, instead, in a small office down the corridor, drinking tea. Rabaston, whose faith in the cause was thinner than his cousin's by considerable degree, told them, by the third day, the location of the wet old house with the windows shut. It was a manor. It was Lestrange property, but rented, under a false name, since 1996. It was in the West Country, near the coast, in a salt marsh. It had 3 living rooms. It had a snake in it. It had, in its main bedroom, a man without much of a face who was now sitting up in a chair, wearing a body, and beginning to hold court. The ministry did not, and this surprised no one, although it disappointed many, go in. The minister had been informed, the minister had ordered an evaluation, the evaluation had been postponed, the evaluation had been, eventually, given to a subdepartment, the subdepartment had, in due course, lost the file. The manor remained as it was, with its snake and its man. The minister had not yet found, in the inside of his own forehead, the number of permission to act on a tip from a captured Lestrange. Albus Dumbledore took this with the patience of a man who had long known what the minister's interior was made of. He did not waste energy on the minister. He shared the information, instead, with the Order. The Order of the Phoenix had been, Neville now knew, meeting in Sirius Black's old house in London, on the quiet, since June. He had met Sirius briefly at Christmas. Sirius was Harry's godfather, and, once you got past the prison-bleached hair and the haunted twitch, was a man Neville liked very much, and the Order, in turn, made arrangements. It was Sirius who came up with the idea of the second list. "You leaked one to her," he said, in the kitchen at Grimmauld Place on a cold January Saturday, leaning on the table with his elbows on either side of his teacup and looking at Neville with a kind of fierce affection that Neville did not yet quite know what to do with. "Now leak one to him." "Him." "Voldemort." "Tom. Whatever we are calling him this week. He is alone in the manor with a snake and a chair. He is bored. He is reading the Prophet. He is hearing about his Lestranges in the ministry. He is angry. Anger makes him sloppy. Send him a leak. Send him a name. A name? A name. Pick one. A Death Eater you wish you didn't have. A man we can spare. Send Tom a tip, not directly, of course, through the right channel, that the man is going to defect to us. Watch what Tom does. Tom's response will tell you what state he is in." Neville considered. It was a good idea. It was, in fact, exactly the kind of idea that a man with 12 years of incarceration, 1.5 of recovery, and a bone-deep fluency in the politics of Death Eaters would come up with. He looked at Sirius. Sirius's eyes were tired, but they were sharp. "Sirius," Neville said, "you are quite good at this." "I have," Sirius said, dryly, "had time to think." "Pick a name." They picked a name. They picked, after a long debate, the name of Pius Thickness, who was at the ministry, and who had been, since November, exhibiting the small symptoms of a man who had begun to be imperious part-time. Pius was not, strictly, a Death Eater. He was, however, a man whose elimination would help Voldemort and harm the ministry simultaneously, which is exactly the kind of move a paranoid Tom would attempt to head off in advance. They leaked, by careful misdirection through Mundungus and through one of Snape's known channels, the suggestion that Pius was about to come over to Dumbledore. 3 nights later, Pius Thickness was found dead at his own front door, killed by a curse that left no mark but stopped his heart. The ministry investigation went nowhere. The Death Eater in question, they did not know whom, had been very careful. But the response time told them everything. Voldemort had moved within 72 hours, via a single agent he trusted. He had been operating, that week, with 1.5 servants, not 8. He was thin. He was, as Sirius had predicted, alone with a snake and a chair. He will come back into the field by spring, Dumbledore said, in his office at Hogwarts, pouring tea for Neville and Luna. The Black Hand was hidden today inside a velvet glove. He will come back small. He will come back to the Department of Mysteries in person, if he can. He will not be able to. He will be forced to send a delegation. It will be his entire delegation. Bellatrix will lead. We will arrange, when she comes, to be there to greet her. How? Neville said. With great precision. With Mr. Potter as the apparent hinge of the trap. With Mr. Potter not, in fact, the hinge of the trap. With the actual hinge being a small ornament on the doorframe of the Hall of Prophecy, which I will, before then, place. They will not see it until they have walked past it. Mr. Potter and you and Miss Lovegood and as many of the Defiants as you can persuade me are essential, and no more than essential. Please, my boy, this is one place where you must be willing to leave friends behind, will be in the Hall of Prophecy when Bellatrix arrives. The Order will be in the atrium. The Aurors, by then, will be coming up from below. We will, between us, bracket her party. And Bellatrix. Bellatrix, my dear boy, is yours. I will not deny you that. You will not need to kill her. You will only need to disarm her, hold her, and look her in the eye for 30 seconds. That is a thing I have wanted, for 15 years, on behalf of your mother, who cannot do it herself. I will, Neville said. I know. 30 seconds is a long time. It is. 30 seconds, with her looking at the boy she did not finish, while the boy looks at her, with no one and nothing else able to interfere, will be the thing she will not forget when she goes back to her cell. We do not, in the Order, give people pain very often. We will give Bellatrix Lestrange this. It is enough. After it, the Aurors will take her. And Voldemort. He will not be there in body. He will see her through her eyes. He will see, through her eyes, the boy he chose. He will see what he made when he chose. He will see, in particular, the rune. He will see, in particular, that the boy is not a small frightened thing he can finish in a corridor. He will see, Dumbledore paused. He looked into his cup. He will see that he chose wrong. Neville set down his cup. He looked at Dumbledore for a long beat. He had, in the weeks of meeting in this office, begun to know the old wizard by registers, by the colors in his eyes, by the hand he hid, by the slight lean he had begun to do toward his good side. He saw, today, in the very small movement in Dumbledore's left shoulder, that the headmaster was tired. He was tired, in particular, of carrying. The Black Hand was no longer the Black Hand. It was an arm to the elbow, now. The velvet glove was loose. The glove was a courtesy to Neville's eyes. It was not a healing. Albus, Neville said. Yes, my boy. We will get you to the spring. I will hold to the spring. I have promised. And after the spring, sir. After the spring, my dear, I do not need to be there. After the spring, you do. I have been writing things down. I have been leaving a small inheritance for you. You will find it on the morning after I am gone. I am a fussy old man with my notes. You are kind to indulge me. Neville did not, at 15, know how to tell the headmaster of Hogwarts that he loved him. He did not, in fact, have the words for it. He stood up. He came around the desk. He bent. He kissed the old man's good hand. He did not say anything. Dumbledore did not, in return, say anything. The old man's eyes filmed for half a second and dried in the way Augusta's had, on the morning Luna had first walked up the drive. The room was quiet. After a long beat, Dumbledore said, "Now. There is a final piece of news I will give you, which we will not, I will ask, my boy, share with anyone outside this room until I tell you. Severus Snape will be at the Ministry that night. He will appear, at first, to be on Bellatrix's side. He is not. He will, when the moment comes, take the wand from her hand. Do not, please, fight Severus. Do not be alarmed when you see him. Severus his is the longest service in our company. He has paid more for it than any of us. We owe him, in particular, the courtesy of pretending, until the very last moment, that we did not know." "I understand," Neville said. "And Miss Lovegood?" "I understand," Luna said. "Good. Then, go. You have a school to run." A school was not, exactly, what Neville thought he was running. But Hermione had taken to using the phrase, and by February there had begun to be a school inside the school. It had no rooms, it had Cassandra Patient's room as its open face, but its working lay in 100 small places, in the kitchens, where Hufflepuffs taught Patronus, in the astronomy tower, where Marietta and Yaxley taught silent casting, in the Ollery, where Fred and George, back through a side door Neville had given them, taught small commercial products as wands of emergency. Safe Patil, by mid-February, had been promoted to Junior Assistant of Disarming, in which capacity he was permitted to hand back the wand to whoever had been disarmed, a dignity he wielded with great gravity. The school had no name. Hermione's notebook called it the Defiance Faculty. Neville's called it, for private reasons, Cassandra. And then, at the end of February, came the night Neville had been waiting for since September. He had gone to bed at his usual time. He woke at 3 in the morning. The pearl in his coat pocket, the one Andromeda had sent, on the train, the one that warmed when Bellatrix was near, was warm. It was very warm. It was, in fact, hot. It was burning, faintly, against the wall of the dresser drawer where he had laid the coat for the night. He sat up. He listened. The dormitory was silent. The pearl was hot. He swung his legs out of bed. He went, in his bare feet, to the dresser. He took out the coat. The pearl was warm to the touch, but not painful. He held it for a moment. He felt, and this was a feeling he had been getting better at, he had been practicing on small things, with Luna's help, for months, the direction of the warmth. The warmth pulled, very faintly, toward the south. Toward Hogsmeade. He dressed. He woke Harry. Harry, who had been waiting for this, dressed too. He woke Ron, who insisted on coming. He sent the small steady silver dough of his Patronus, he had borrowed Luna's for this, with her permission, he had practiced, in a curious magical loan that Albus had arranged, sending her dough on his own conviction, so that the message, going to her, would feel like a message from herself coming home, to Luna's bedside. The dough bent down and whispered in her ear. Luna got up. She woke Hermione. Hermione, by long practice, woke Ginny. They met in the common room of Gryffindor at 3:23 in the morning, in cloaks and boots, in the dark, in the quiet that the castle keeps for its students after the fires have gone out. McGonagall was waiting in the common room. She was sitting in the chair by the fire, in a tartan dressing gown. She had a wand in her lap. She had a small piece of parchment in her hand. She did not look surprised. "Mr. Longbottom," she said. "Ma'am. Down to Hogsmeade?" "Yes, ma'am. The pearl is warm." She did not ask him about the pearl. McGonagall, like Augusta, did not ask about things she had been told once. "You will not go alone. I will accompany you to the gate. The order will accompany you in the village. You will not engage her if she has not engaged you. You will not enter any building without backup. And you will, please, all of you, come back for breakfast." "Yes, ma'am." She looked at each of them in turn. Her eyes paused, briefly, on Luna. "Miss Lovegood." You are wearing the wrong coat. This is my mother's coat, ma'am. It is too thin. Take mine. We will exchange. She stood up. She handed Luna her own tartan-lined cloak. Luna, who knew when to argue and when not to, took it. McGonagall put on Luna's coat. It fit her, surprisingly. McGonagall did not, in this hour, look like a surprised person. She looked like a person ready, finally, to do what she had been sitting up at midnight, stitching small sleeves on coats, to be ready for. They went down to the gate. The order, Tonks, Lupin, Sirius, was on the bridge with brooms. Tonks gave each of them a fast quiet hug. Lupin nodded gravely. Sirius gripped Harry's shoulder for a long second and let go. They flew, by broom, over the top of Hogsmeade, low, in the dark. The pearl pulled. It pulled toward the high crag above the village. Neville flew with it warm in his palm. They came down, on the crag, in the dark, in the snow, 6 of them. McGonagall had not flown with them, she had remained on the bridge, on instructions, she would be informed at once if there was anything, and the order, in 3 different positions, were, by now, lying on the rocks like bored cats with very bad intentions. Bellatrix was in the snow on the crag. She was alone. She was sitting, of all things, on a rock. She was not in robes, she was in a long pale traveling cloak, with her hair down, with her hood back. She had been waiting. She had been waiting, in the same stillness Neville had begun to be able to see, for him to come. He saw her first. Luna, beside him, said, very quietly, she has not seen us yet. She is reading something. She has a book. A book? It looks like, oh, it looks like what? Like my mother's notebook, Luna said, in a voice so quiet it was almost a thought. Bellatrix has my mother's notebook. She has gotten it, somehow, from somewhere, and she has been reading about us. About us all. She has been reading about you, Neville. About the cup. Neville, he did not let her finish. He did not, this time, ask. He moved. Sirius was beside him, the moment he moved, Lupin, on the other side, Tonks above, Harry behind, Luna and Hermione and Ron and Ginny in a half-circle behind that. They came up the crag from below. Bellatrix, who was not, in life, slow, looked up. Her face, in the moonlight, did something complicated. It was, for half a second, the face of a girl in 7th year at Hogwarts who had just lost a duel. Then it was, immediately, the face of a Death Eater for 15 years in Azkaban. Then it was the face of a woman whose master, 3 weeks ago, had told her, in a dry hissing whisper, that the boy was going to come for her, and that she was to wait for him on the high crag above Hogsmeade with her sister's notebook and her wand on her knee, and to let him come. She had not, in fact, been alone. She had been, in some sense, supervised. She did not know, herself, whether she had wanted to be ambushed or whether she had wanted to ambush. She had come to find out. She had come, in particular, to see for herself that the rune on the boy's forehead was real. Neville Longbottom, she said. Her voice was, in the moonlight, lower than he had expected, and clearer. She had practiced. He could hear the practicing. Bellatrix Lestrange. You are tall. Yes. Does your mother still drool? She said it lightly. She said it the way a duelist makes the first cut, not for the wound, for the look on the face. He realized, been waiting for the line for 15 years. He had, in his head, prepared a great many responses. He chose, in the moment, the simplest one. My mother sends her regards, he said. She paused. She had, evidently, not expected this. She had expected anger. She had expected him to fold around the line. She frowned. She has not sent regards in 15 years. She sends them tonight. Through me. He raised his wand. He had, on the climb up, decided 3 things. He had decided he would not hex first. He had decided he would not speak the curse aloud when the curse came. He had decided he would use, when the moment came, the small private name he had given his petrificus, which only Luna knew, and which was the name of his great-great-grandmother, who had been a healer in a village in Yorkshire 200 years ago, and who had, in the family stories, set bones with a touch. Bellatrix moved first. She moved fast. The first curse out of her wand was the Cruciatus. She did not, even now, hesitate to use it in the open, and Neville, who had been preparing for the Cruciatus for a year and had no intention of meeting it head-on, dropped, fast, behind a low rock and let Sirius's Protego take the first blow. The duel went, then, in 2 layers. The order met Bellatrix in the open, Sirius and Lupin and Tonks closing in 3 angles, 6 wands against 1, and the children, behind, formed a small steady spine. Neville did not fight the duel from the front. He fought it, instead, from the side. Twice he watched the engagement, twice he saw Bellatrix turn from one curse to a second, and on the third turn, when she had one hand committed to a Tonk stunner and the other to a snarled hex at Sirius, he came up on her right and whispered the small private name of his great-great-grandmother into the dark above her wrist. Her wand left her hand. He caught it. He did not raise his own wand. He lowered it. He held her wand, in his left hand, against the cloth of his coat, where the pearl was. "Look at me," he said. She had been falling. Tonks's stunner had hit her left shoulder, lightly, a fraction of a second after his petrificus had taken her wrist. She was kneeling now in the snow, and her eyes were not, at first, on him. They were on Sirius, where Sirius's wand was leveled at her ribs, and on Lupin, where Lupin's wand was leveled at her temple. She was, in the way of caught animals, looking at the more dangerous teeth. "Look at me," Neville said, again. He did not raise his voice. He stepped, carefully, until he was directly in front of her. He did not crouch. He stood. He let the moonlight catch the small white scar above his left brow. She looked. For 30 seconds, and it was Hermione, behind him, who counted under her breath, because Hermione had been told to count, and because Hermione was a good counter, Neville Longbottom and Bellatrix Lestrange, on the crag above Hogsmeade, in the snow, with 5 Order members and 4 members of the Defiance and the Knight and the Lake and the Village watching, looked at each other. She did not, in those 30 seconds, blink. He did not, in those 30 seconds, blink. He did not gloat. He did not curse her. He did not even, in any precise sense, hate her. He looked at her the way one looks at something one has, at last, found, and counted, and is now releasing into the appropriate hands. He looked at her with his mother's eyes. He had not realized, until he stood there, how much his eyes were his mother's. He saw, in Bellatrix's face, the thing happen, the thing Dumbledore had said would happen, that she had not been prepared for. She had been ready for fury. She had been ready for a duel. She had not been ready for being looked at, for 30 seconds, with the eyes of a woman she had broken 15 years ago and had not, in all the years since, been able to break again. Her face went, in those 30 seconds, through 3 colors. At 27 seconds, she opened her mouth. She tried to say something. She did not get a word out. He did not let her have one. At 30 seconds, he stepped back. He nodded, once, to Tonks. Tonks moved forward and bound her, with the long careful aura binding, and lifted her, and apparat out, with Sirius beside her, to the holding cell at the Ministry. She would be, by breakfast, in the maximum security detention, under 3 different sets of wards, awaiting trial. She would never, in her life, be on a crag above Hogsmeade again. In the snow, when she had gone, Neville stood for a long time with her wand in his left hand. He did not, he found, want it. He turned to Lupin. "This is hers," he said. "We will give it back when she is sentenced. It will be a courtesy. Take it for me. Hold it." I do not want it. All right, Lupin said. He took it. He looked at Neville. He laid his hand, briefly, on Neville's shoulder. Well done. Well done, Neville. Thank you. Your mother, I know. I will tell her. In the spring. He turned. He looked for Luna. Luna was at the edge of the rock, holding the small leather-bound book in her hands. She had it open on her palm. Her face, in the moonlight, had been crying without sound. She held the book as one holds a child. Mother, she said, very quietly. It is Mother's book. I have it. He went to her. He put his arm around her shoulders. He did not need to say anything. The book was warm in her hands. The book had been, somewhere along the road of the past 14 years, in many people's pockets, in Pandora's, and then in a man's named Croker, who had kept it in a desk drawer for 10 years, and then in a woman's named Bode, who had been careless, and had then, by a small unfortunate accident on a nocturne alley pavement, given it to a hand it ought never to have been in, and was now, on the crag, in the right hand again. Pandora's last hand. Luna's first. Hermione, at his elbow, said, very quietly, should we read it here? Luna, after a long beat, closed the book. She held it to her chest. Not yet. It is, a great deal. I would like to read it tomorrow, with Albus, and you, and Neville, and Harry, and not on a rock in the snow at 4 in the morning. I would like to take it home. I would like it to be home for one night first. Mother would have liked that. All right, Hermione said. They flew home. They came in over the gates at 5 minutes past 4. The first thin grey of the morning was touching the highest spires. McGonagall, at the gate, met them with mugs of tea. She did not ask questions. She gave them the tea. She walked them up to the castle. The portraits, asleep, did not wake. In the hospital wing, where Neville went first, by his own request, Madame Pomfrey was waiting. He had not been hurt. He had asked, in advance, simply for a room. Pomfrey, who had been informed, gave him one. He sat by an empty bed for half an hour. He did not, in this room, speak. He sat with the pearl in his hand. He felt the pearl cool, slowly, by degrees, until it was as cool as the air. It was finished with its work. He put it back in his pocket. He went down to breakfast. He sat with his friends. He ate a great deal of buttered toast. He was, at breakfast, very quiet, and very steady, and Luna sat at the end of the Ravenclaw table within his line of sight, and Safe Patil, 2 tables over, ate a very small breakfast and a great deal of orange. The school did not yet know. The school would know by lunch. And in a wet old manor in the salt marsh, a man without much of a face, who had been waiting, that night, in his chair, for his bonded servant to come back to him with news of a triumph, felt, instead, the bond go thin and grey and silent, and felt, in the absence of her, a single small private flicker of something the man without much of a face had not known he could feel, the particular cold of finding out, alone, in the night, that one had chosen wrong. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Department of Mysteries. The trap, when it came not through Bellatrix Lestrange, who was, by mid-March, in a deep cell beneath the ministry, behind a triple-locked door, with a Dementor nowhere near her, because Madame Bones had made a particular point of demanding that Bellatrix sit out her wait for trial in the cleanest possible mind, the better to remember it, but through a man named Augustus Rookwood, who had escaped Auror custody on the 2nd of March in a piece of luck that, on examination later, looked very much less like luck. Rookwood had been, in the time of the First War, an unspeakable, and he had retained, even after 15 years of Azkaban and the loss of his wand to a 15-year-old boy in a hedge, a working knowledge of the Department of Mysteries. He knew the doors. He knew the rotation. He knew, in particular, the small hidden gallery off the Hall of Prophecy from which a wizard could, if he were patient, watched the lever of fate spin without himself being seen. Voldemort, in his Saltmarsh manner, had begun, by April, to be impatient. The loss of Bellatrix had cost him. The loss of Rookwood's freedom, however briefly, had cost him more, until Rookwood had, with assistance, gotten himself out, and presented himself, on a Tuesday evening, in the Salt Marsh, with the air of a man delivering a long overdue receipt. Voldemort had not killed him. He had, instead, set him to work. The new plan, drawn up between them across 3 nights of hissing conversation in the dark, was simpler than the old one. It had 2 parts. Part 1, lure Harry Potter to the Department of Mysteries by way of a vision sent into his head about a person he loved. Part 2, when Potter brought his friends, and he would, because he always did, kill the friends he had brought, take the prophecy from his hand, and leave him alive but ruined, to be hunted at leisure. Voldemort did not, in this version of the plan, believe that Neville Longbottom would be in Mr. Potter's party. He had, by April, decided that Neville Longbottom was not a target of immediate convenience. He had also decided, in private, that he could not yet face the boy directly, in person, in a room without exits, until something he had been working on for a fortnight was finished. He sent the dream, therefore, to Harry, on the night of the 7th of May. The dream was of Sirius Black, in chains, in the Hall of Prophecy, screaming. Harry, in the dormitory at Hogwarts, woke at 1 in the morning shouting Sirius's name. Ron sat up at once. Neville sat up at once. Dean and Seamus sat up too, and went to fetch water and a wand. By 1:30, the 7 of them, Neville, Luna, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and Sirius's owl, who had been waiting at the window of the boys' dormitory, because Sirius, in London, could not sleep that night and had asked his owl to fly up to the school in case anyone needed her, were down in the common room. They were, all of them, fully dressed. Harry was very pale. He had Hermione's hand in his right hand and Ginny's hand in his left, and he was speaking in the small steady voice of a boy who had decided, 20 minutes ago, that he would not, this time, run blindly into the trap. "It's not real," he said. "I know it's not. But it's a fed dream. He fed it. He wants me to come. He wants us to come," Hermione said. "He wants me to come. Not us. He doesn't, in particular, want anyone but me. He thinks, he is, somehow, expecting just me, with maybe Ron and Hermione. He is not, in his head, expecting Neville. He is not, in his head, expecting Luna," Luna said, with her serious face. He is not, in his head, expecting Ginny. He has not, all year, put us on his list. He has put us on Bellatrix's list. He has not yet learned to read his own people's lists into his. "Right," Neville said. He was at the window of the common room, looking down at the grounds. "Then this is what we do. Harry, you go. With Ron. With Hermione. He must see you go. He must, in particular, see, on his end, that you are bringing the friends he expects you to bring. We will go too, Luna and Ginny and I. We will go a different way. We will arrive after the 3 of you. We will arrive, if Albus has done what he said he would do, with Albus, and with the Order, and with Severus Snape, yes, Snape, I will explain, and we will, in the Hall of Prophecy, by the careful arrangement of who is with us and who is not, see what Tom Riddle has assembled, and unmake it." "Yes. Yes," Harry said. "Sirius is in his house," Hermione said. "Yes. Have we sent for him? His owl has just told us. He is awake. He is at his fireplace. He will flow to the Order's safe house and from there to the atrium. Tonks and Lupin are already on their way. Albus has been informed. Hermione, you sent the dough." "I sent it 3 minutes ago." "Good. Mad Eye. On his way. Snape. Snape will already be there. Snape will appear, at first, to be on Voldemort's side. Do not, please, fight Snape. Do not be alarmed at what you see him do. Snape's job tonight, when the moment comes, is to make Bellatrix's place. Bellatrix is in custody. The Dark Lord does not know that her place will not be filled. We are going to fill it with Snape. He will appear to lead the Death Eaters in the hall. He will appear, until the last instant, to be ours none. He is. Trust him. All right, Harry said. He breathed once. All right. Right. We go. They went. The plan from the school down to the ministry had been, since March, in pieces in Hermione's notebook. She had assembled it, in 20 separate consultations with Albus and McGonagall and Tonks, into a single procedure. They executed it now. Harry, Ron, and Hermione took the Thestrals from the Forbidden Forest down to a portkey at the edge of the school wards, which carried them to the ministry's visitor entrance. Neville, Luna, and Ginny went a separate way, through a door McGonagall had shown them in February, which led to a small private Fleur network in the staff quarters, which carried them to the office of Madame Bones at the ministry, where Madame Bones was waiting in her dressing gown with 3 cups of tea and a file. The file was on Augustus Rookwood. The cups of tea were not, in the event, drunk. There was no time. You are early, Madame Bones said. By 6 minutes. Good. Madam, Neville said. Albus is in the atrium with Mad-Eye. Severus is, by my watch, 2 minutes from arriving by the Death Eater route. Tonks and Lupin are with Sirius at the visitors' entrance to escort the 3. You, she looked at the 3 of them, you will go down by the staff lift to level 9. From there, you will take the corridor to the Department of Mysteries. The door is open. It is open because we have arranged for it to be open. You will enter the Hall of Prophecy by the back door, by the small side gallery, which is to say, you will be in the hall before Mr. Potter arrives. He will not see you when he enters. The Death Eaters will not see you. You will, in particular, hear and see what they say to each other before you choose to be seen. When you choose, you will be seen. Yes. Yes, ma'am. And you will not, by my advice, choose to be seen until the prophecy is in Mr. Potter's hand. We need it in his hand. We need it broken in his hand, for the record, in front of the Death Eaters. The shattering of the prophecy on the floor will, I expect, change a great many of their faces. Watch the faces. Remember them. Yes. Yes, ma'am. She handed Neville a small flat black stone with a small carved rune. From your grandmother. She is upstairs in the Wisengamot chamber tonight. She will not, if it can be avoided, come down. The stone will warm if she has had to come down. It is a courtesy. You will not be alone. The whole of the order is, in some sense, with you. He pocketed the stone. Go. They went. The Department of Mysteries, at 2 in the morning, was bigger than it had any right to be. The door at the end of the long corridor opened onto a circular chamber with 12 identical doors, and in the chamber the doors moved on a rotation that was, by the small precise dial in the ceiling, controlled by a wizard somewhere who clearly enjoyed his work. Luna walked into the chamber as though she had been there before. She walked, in particular, to the 3rd door from the left as one entered, and laid her palm against it. The door opened. The door, beyond, led to a long thin corridor that smelled of old chalk and ink. They took it. The corridor opened, in turn, into a balcony, a small disused gallery, 6 feet wide, that looked down over the Hall of Prophecy from above. The hall, in the dim blue light, stretched away in long narrow rows, 10 high, of small dusty glass orbs on shelves. Each orb was numbered. Each orb had, faintly inscribed beneath it, a name and a date. Luna, who could read this kind of light very well, said, almost in Neville's ear, row 97. End of the row. I see the orb. Where will Harry come in? Ginny whispered. Through the door at the far end of the row. He will come in alone first. The others will be a step behind. Where will the Death Eaters come in? The door at the near end, on the left. They are already coming. Yes, I can hear them. They could. 3 sets of footsteps, soft, came up the corridor below. Then 4. Then 6. 6 Death Eaters slid, in the blue light, into the far end of row 97, and stopped, and waited. Among them, taller than the rest, in the long black robes and the silver mask, was the figure Neville recognized at once by gait, Severus Snape, walking lightly, like a man with a long pole that he did not wish to drop, holding the absent place of Bellatrix Lestrange. Right, Neville breathed. He's here. He's leading them, Ginny said, with a small odd thrill in her voice. She had not, until this hour, fully believed Snape was on their side. She had been 9 when she'd first met Snape and had taken, in the first hour, a lifetime's dislike to him. She found, watching him hold the line, that she was very glad to be wrong. He's good. He's good at it. He moves like one of them. He has been, Luna said, moving like one of them since he was 21. He is very good at it. He is paid less than he should be. There was a pause. Below them, Snape lifted a gloved hand. He stopped the Death Eaters with a single signal. 2 of them, at his other side, were Lucius Malfoy and a man Neville did not at first recognize but who was, by his round shape and his small high voice, McNair. The other 3 were younger. They were, Neville realized after a beat, students at Hogwarts who had finished, Mulciber's nephew, and one of the Carrows. They had been recruited recently. They were the ones Voldemort was throwing at the night. The far door opened. Harry came in. Ron and Hermione, behind him, 4 paces back, were quietly braced against the door. Harry walked the length of the row. He did not, at first, see the Death Eaters at the near end. The row was long, and the orbs caught the eye. He found number 97. He picked up the orb. He read the inscription. His face, Neville could see it, from the gallery, in the side light, went very still. Snape, at the near end, said, in a voice that was perfectly Bellatrix, "Hand it over, Potter." Harry's head came up. His face went through 3 things. The first was a flash of fear, because the voice, even at a distance, even mimicked, was Bellatrix's, and Bellatrix had been, until 2 months ago, the worst voice in his head. The second, which followed in half a second, was a flash of furious confusion, because Bellatrix was, by this hour, in a cell 2 floors below his feet, and that voice should not have been here. The third, which followed in another half-second, was the small clear lift of the eyes that Neville had seen in him on the train. He had remembered, at Speed, who had told him about Snape. He had remembered. He held the orb up. "Step out," Harry said, "and we'll talk. I want to see the face that thinks it can be Bellatrix's." "Brave words, Potter," Snape said, in his Bellatrix voice, with a very small private edge that, if Bellatrix had heard it, she would have recognized as Snape's, but Bellatrix was in a cell and not listening. He stepped out from behind a shelf. The other 5 came with him. Harry, with the orb in his hand, did not back up. Ron and Hermione, behind him, did not back up. They had, by the agreement of February, decided not to back up. They had decided to make the Death Eaters come into the row. The Death Eaters, watching them, came into the row. They came halfway in. They stopped. There was a long beat. In the gallery above, Luna touched Neville's wrist. "Now." "Not yet." 3 breaths. 3 breaths. He counted 3 breaths. On the 3rd, 3 things happened. Harry said, loudly, in the hall, "All right. Here it is. It's an old thing." He held up the orb. "Mind if I," and he dropped it. The orb fell. It fell from his hand to the marble floor of the row. It struck. It shattered. A small, faintly glowing ghost, a thin transparent figure of the late Sybil Trelawney's mother, very young, very thin, rose from the shards and spoke its old prophecy in a voice that filled, briefly, the whole hall, the one who has the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other. For neither can live while the other survives. The voice, halfway through the second sentence, was joined by another voice, not Trelawney's mother, but Pandora Lovegood, faintly, from another orb that had not yet been picked up, but that had begun, at the speaking of the first prophecy, to glow on its shelf in the row above. Luna, on the gallery, made a small involuntary sound. The second prophecy followed, when the chosen falls and the unchosen rises, two will become one and one will become none. The boy who carries the rune will not stand alone. The one who heard him born will hold the line. They will name themselves. They will not be named. Together they will undo the dark that did not finish them. The orbs, both of them, faded. The Death Eaters, in the row, were absolutely still. Lucius Malfoy's mask, Neville saw with a small private satisfaction, slid an inch. The boy who had been Mulciber's nephew dropped his wand, and picked it up, and dropped it again. McNair did not move. Now, Luna said. Neville came down. He came down off the gallery in 3 quick steps onto the top of a shelf, then to a lower shelf, then to the floor of the row, with Luna behind him and Ginny behind her. He stepped out into the row from the side. He let them see him. He did not raise his wand. "Hello," he said. Lucius Malfoy made the small involuntary sound a man makes when he has, in 2 seconds, comprehended that his entire morning has gone the wrong way. "Mr. Longbottom," he said. How unexpected." "Mr. Malfoy. You are about to put down your wand. I would like, in particular, to have your wand. I am not, please understand, sir, I am not your enemy in this hour. I am, in this hour, your alibi. You will give me your wand. I will tell, on a stand, in a fortnight, that you were taken alive. I will tell, in particular, that you came in with a delegation that you did not lead. I will tell, yes, that you cooperated. Your wife and son are, by the way, well. They are at Andromeda's. They will, after tonight, come home if you want them. Will you put down your wand?" Lucius Malfoy looked at Neville for a long beat. He looked at Snape. Snape, behind the mask, gave him a single very small nod. Lucius dropped his wand. He kicked it, gently, toward Harry. Harry picked it up. "McNair," Neville said. "I will not," McNair said, harshly, and raised his wand. Snape moved. His movement was so fast Neville did not, in the moment, register what Snape did with his hand. A stunner, silent, casual, perfectly aimed, took McNair in the throat, and McNair fell backwards into a shelf. 3 orbs came down with him. Pandora's voice, thinly, briefly, repeated itself in a piece of the second prophecy, "They will name themselves. They will not be named." "Mulciber," Neville said. The boy Mulciber, who was 18 and had not been a Death Eater for 4 months, started to cry, in the silent way young men cry when they have realized they have made the worst decision of their lives in front of 7 witnesses. Snape took his wand from him, gently, and put it in his pocket. The boy sat down on the floor of the row. The other Caro, a girl, younger than Mulciber by a year, did not put down her wand. She raised it. She fired. The stunner she fired was not aimed at Neville, or at Harry, or at any of the other principals. It was aimed, with the small last sense of a Death Eater taught to think of the most damaging shot, at Luna. Luna did not move. She had not, in the entire engagement, moved. Her doe rose from her wand without her speaking and met the stunner in midair. The stunner came apart on the doe like spray on a stone. Ginny, at Neville's left, said the small private name of her own Petri ficus, which she had not before tonight used. The Caro girl went over. Hermione bound her with a length of rope she had been carrying around her waist since the school carriage. Luna's doe, in the air, walked once down the row and dispersed into a long slow silver mist. It was finished. It had taken Hermione, who was counting again, 63 seconds. 6 Death Eaters were down or pacified or standing with their wands at the floor. 2 prophecies had been spoken. The Hall of Prophecy was quiet again. Then there was the sound of a long, faint, distant wind. The dim blue light, in the chamber outside the hall, brightened to a very pale silver. A tall thin man in long black robes stepped through the hall's near door. He had no face. He had, instead, the suggestion of a face, the way a sketch suggests one. He was holding a wand. His eyes, very red, found Neville's. "Ah," Lord Voldemort said. He had, evidently, decided to come after all. The duel that followed was, by all later accounts, not a duel by any honest reckoning. There were too many people. There was too much hall. There was, in particular, a thing Lord Voldemort had not, in his head, accounted for, the thing he had not been able to account for since the night of Halloween in 1981, which was the existence of Albus Dumbledore in the same room as he was. Dumbledore came in through the same door Voldemort had come through, 3 breaths after Voldemort, and he came in with the long quiet slow walk of a man who had not come to talk. What the 7 children in the row of orbs saw, then, in the Hall of Prophecy, was not their fight. It was a different fight. They were the back row of the audience. They saw, in the high blue light, 2 old men, although Voldemort was not an old man, exactly. Voldemort was a man who had been 40 years old for 50 years, and Dumbledore was older than that, fight at a speed that did not look like fighting. It looked like dancing. It looked like the ordinary, impossible movement of 2 beings who had been, since the year 1945, the only 2 wizards on the island fully equipped to take the other one's measure. The orbs, on the shelves, vibrated. 2 of them broke. The fight rolled out of the row, into the chamber outside, into the atrium, and the children, with Snape and Lucius and the boy Mulciber and the bound Carrow and McNair on the floor, went after them. In the atrium they found the fight had grown. The Order, Tonks and Lupin and Sirius and Mad-Eye and Kingsley, were in the high vaulted hall, with 3 Aurors who had been waiting in the lifts. 2 more Death Eaters had come up from below, late. Tonks took one of them, Sirius took the other. The fountain in the middle of the atrium had begun, of its own accord, to come alive. Its statues, of the wizard, the witch, the centaur, the goblin and the elf, had stepped down off their plinths, and were ranging themselves around Dumbledore as a courtesy, the way courtiers gather around a king. Voldemort, a few yards away, was, Neville could see it, it was the first time he had seen it on a face, not smiling. Dumbledore had Voldemort cornered between 2 pillars. Voldemort, in a flicker, sent a curse at Harry, who was at the back of the atrium with Ron. Dumbledore intercepted it. The curse came apart in the air. Voldemort, with the small quick lift of his free hand, did the thing he had been working on for a fortnight. He reached, in his head, for Harry's mind. He had, at last, done it. He had, in one quick reach, found Harry, and was, in the next half-second, in him. Harry went over. He fell to one knee. He was holding his head. He was, briefly, gone, his body in the atrium, his mind in the dark place of Lord Voldemort's working, and Voldemort, in his body, was speaking, with Harry's mouth, to Dumbledore. "Kill me, old man," Harry's voice said. "Kill me. Kill the boy. Save the boy. Kill him. Kill us both. Do it." Dumbledore did not move. Dumbledore looked, instead, at Neville. Neville looked at Harry. Neville did not, at this moment, have a plan. He had not planned for this. He had, however, in the Defiance, and in the 2 prophecies that had now been spoken aloud once each in the same hour, and in the small quiet evenings he had spent for a year next to Luna in a greenhouse and a room and a forest path, learned a thing without having been quite told he was learning it. He had learned to hold on to people. He did the simplest thing he knew how to do. He went to Harry. He got down on one knee. He put both his arms around Harry from behind. He held him. He said, in Harry's ear, in his ordinary speaking voice, "Harry. It's me. It's Neville. It's the train. It's the carriage. It's the orange. Come back. We are here. We are all here. Come back." Voldemort, in Harry's body, in Harry's voice, hissed. The hiss was, Neville could feel it under his hands, it ran through the body like a wire, pure rage. Lord Voldemort, who had, for 50 years, used the bodies of others as instruments, found, for the first time in his career, that the instrument was being held by another person. He had not thought about being held. He could not, he found, work the instrument while it was being held. He recoiled. He recoiled, in particular, because Luna, who had come up on Harry's other side, was now also kneeling, with her arms around Harry from the front, and the two of them, Neville behind, Luna in front, were holding Harry in a small quiet frame of two people who had, between them, all year, been learning to hold each other. Voldemort had not been held in 55 years. Voldemort had not, in fact, ever been held. He had been hated, he had been worshipped, he had been feared, he had been served, but he had not been held. The being held, on Harry's behalf, there was no other word, repellent to him. It hurt. It hurt a great deal. He recoiled out of Harry and, in the same instant, away from himself. The recoil pulled him clean out of Harry's mind and dragged a thread of him with it, a small piece of the soul of Lord Voldemort, the piece that had, 15 years ago, latched onto the Potter family by the side door, by the small unintended door of a near-miss curse on a Halloween night, was, by the holding, dislodged. It came out of Harry like a thread of black smoke. It hung in the atrium for half a second. It hung above Harry's head. It tried, the way a fragment of soul tries, to reach back. It could not. The holding kept it out. Dumbledore, who was tired and old and dying but who was, in this hour, also Albus Dumbledore, saw it. He raised his good hand. He whispered something so quietly the atrium did not even register a wind. The thread of black smoke, with a small thin wail, went into the fountain. The fountain, for half a second, glowed. The fountain went dark. Voldemort, in his own body, by the pillars, screamed. It was not the scream of a wounded man. It was the scream of a man who had been counting to 7 for a long time and had just, by an unintended accident, been forced to subtract. He disapparated. He did not wait. He took, in his disapparation, the bound McNair from the Hall of Prophecy with him. He left, in the atrium, 3 Death Eaters captive, 2 Death Eaters dead. Snape's silent stunner had, on McNair, become a careful inflation, a thing Snape did in extremis when he was not sure the man could be left alive without harming a child. He had not, in the atrium, managed it on a second man fast enough. The man had fallen on his own wand, and a piece of his own soul gone into the public fountain. He had come for a prophecy. He had left with, by Hermione's hard count, significantly less than he had come with. In the silence after he had gone, the atrium was very quiet. Harry, in Neville's arms and in Luna's arms, lifted his head. He blinked. He looked at Neville. He looked at Luna. He closed his eyes for a long beat. He breathed in. He breathed out. He said, in a voice that was, for the first time in the whole evening, his own voice in a way Neville could feel under his hands, "I am here. I'm here. I'm back." "Welcome," Luna said. She did not let go of him. "Hermione," Harry said. "Yes, Harry. I am hungry. I know. I am extremely hungry. I would like a sausage. I will find you a sausage. And, Sirius. Sirius is here. Yes. Yes. Sirius came. He knelt with them. Neville, after a moment, transferred Harry to Sirius's arms and stood up. He was shaking. He had not noticed, until he stood, that he had been shaking. Luna, beside him, took his hand. They stood, for a long beat, looking at the long, vast, cold marble of the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, and at the dark, empty fountain of the wizard, the witch, the centaur, the goblin and the elf, and at the long shadows of the order moving in the corner, and at Dumbledore. Dumbledore was sitting on the lowest step of the great staircase. His good arm was draped across his knee. His other arm, the black arm, was, today, the entire arm. His face was very white. His eyes, however, were on Neville. They were the dark blue Neville had seen the first day. They were warm. Neville went to him. He sat down beside him on the step. "My boy," Dumbledore said. "Albus. You held him." "I held him." "Yes." A pause. "That was the trick." "I didn't know." "I know. That is, often, the way of it. The right thing is the obvious thing. You are kind to people. People who are kind learn, very quickly, that it works. It works, Mr. Longbottom, against him in particular. He cannot hold. Therefore he cannot, in the end, win. You held him. You held Harry. You held, yes, you held me. I see you have been holding me too. I am very grateful. Albus, I am going to ask one more thing of you, Neville Longbottom. I am going to ask you to walk me to my office. Then I am going to ask you to go to bed. Then, in the morning, after breakfast, I am going to ask you to come to the office again, because I have a cup of tea I have been saving for the morning after I do not die. We will, by the look of it, get to drink it together. It has been a long night. Will you walk me? Yes, sir. Neville rose. He helped Dumbledore up. He took Dumbledore's good arm. The headmaster, who had been a giant in his head all year, was, leaning against him, the weight of an old man. He felt, for the first time, the bones in Dumbledore's elbow. He felt the tired weight of him. He walked him, slowly, across the atrium, past the broken fountain, past the order who had stood up out of respect, past Madame Bones who had come down at last to confirm the count, past Augusta Longbottom in her vulture hat at the top of the great stair where she had been waiting since 2 in the morning, holding her own wand, and down to the great fireplaces, and into the flue. Augusta walked the other way, after him. She did not hug him. She did not, in fact, look at him directly. She simply stepped close to him at the fireplace and laid her hand, for 2 seconds, on the back of his neck, and went away. He went home. He went to Hogwarts. The morning after, the tea in Dumbledore's office was very good. The cake was even better. The headmaster was tireder than he had ever looked in Neville's life, and looser in the body than Neville liked, but his eyes were the blue. The fountain, Neville said. Yes. Will the piece of him stay there? It will. The fountain is, in its way, an old thing. It is older than the ministry. It is, it turns out, very fond of old splinters of dark wizards. It has had 6 in its lifetime. He is the 7th. He will not be returned. We will, in due course, decommission the fountain and bury it, but that is not for tonight. How many are left? 3. Cup, locket, diadem. We knew of cup. Pandora's notebook tells us, in detail, of locket and of diadem. We have, between us, the work of the summer. And he? He has, by my private count, 4/7 of his soul left. He has himself, that is 1. He has the snake, that is 2. He has cup, locket, diadem. He has lost, since 1981, the diary, the ring, the piece in your friend Harry, and now this fragment. He is not, now, the Dark Lord he was 3 months ago. He is significantly less. He will, however, continue. He will, in particular, become more cautious. He will be, in the weeks ahead, dangerous in a way he has not been before. He has been dangerous in pride. He will, now, be dangerous in fear. Neville nodded. He took a piece of cake. Albus. Yes. Will you live? Yes, Dumbledore said, simply, and laughed once, a small low laugh, which Neville, who had, over the past months, become a connoisseur of laughs, recognized as the laugh of a man who had been waiting a long time to be surprised by something. Yes. Yes. I find, this morning, that I will. The hand has stopped advancing. I do not entirely understand why. I have a guess. The guess is that what we did last night, in the atrium, with the holding, there is a piece, a very small piece, of the curse on this hand that is bound up with the curse of the ring. The curse of the ring is bound to him. He has, last night, been thinned. I think the curse on this hand has, in proportion, also been thinned. I do not know how long the thinning will last. I think it will last long enough. I will, I expect, be at your wedding. Neville choked, briefly, on the cake. Albus. I am sorry. I should not have said that. It is none of my business. I was being optimistic. I will retract. No, in any case, Dumbledore said, taking a sip of his tea with great formality, I will be alive in a fortnight, which was not the case 48 hours ago. I will, in a fortnight, sit a great deal of the work I have been doing on the staff, and on my desk, and I will, for once, I think, go on holiday. I will go to Wiltshire. I have not been to Wiltshire in 25 years. There is a small house in Wiltshire that I will visit. I will come back in time for term. Will you, in the meantime, please run my school? Sir. You have been running it since September. I have only been adding the signature to your work. I would like to formalize it. I will, by tea this afternoon, have appointed you, Mr. Longbottom, as the school's first ever student liaison to the order. With Miss Lovegood as second. With Miss Granger as third. And Mr. Potter as, let me see, what shall I call Mr. Potter? Mr. Potter as senior advisor on surviving. Will that do? That will do, sir. Good. Then drink your tea. Eat your cake. After this we will sit, the two of us, very quietly for half an hour and not speak. I have not had half an hour of silence in 70 years. I would like one with you. They sat. They did not speak. Outside the window of the headmaster's office the sun came up over the lake. The lake, as a witness, had not in years had a better morning to record. A week later, at the Longbottom Manor in Lincolnshire, Neville went to his mother's room. He carried the small leather notebook, which had become, by mid-May, a great deal thicker than he had intended, and he carried the chocolate frog wrappers, in their little tin, and he carried, in his coat pocket, a letter he had been unable to send. He sat on the edge of his mother's bed. He took her hand. Mum, he said, I have something to tell you. She looked at him. Her eyes, pale blue, his eyes, settled. She did not, in any conventional sense, see him. She did, however, attend. Mum, I held the man who hurt you. I held him until he had to let go. He let go. He lost a piece of himself doing it. He will lose more. Mum, I am not killing him. I am not killing the woman either. Mum, I am sorry I am telling you in this order. The woman is in a cell. She is. She will not come back to this house. She will not get past Andromeda, and she will not get past Gran, and she will not get past me. Mum, we are going to be all right. Alice Longbottom, after a long beat, lifted her hand from his and laid it, palm flat, on his cheek. She left it there. She did not blink. I love you, Mum, he said. He had said it before, as a child. He had not, in the past 5 years, said it aloud. He realized, in saying it aloud now, that he had been waiting, in some sense, for something to be true before he said it. He had been wrong. The thing did not have to be true first. The saying made it true. She closed her eyes. She kept her hand on his cheek. She slept, eventually, with her hand there. He sat. He did not move. He stayed until the candle on the table burned itself out, and then, when his grandmother came and lifted his mother's hand, very gently, off his cheek, and tucked her into the blanket and put another candle on the table, he stood up. He kissed his mother on the forehead, just above the place where his own scar was, where her scar would have been if she had lived to take her own version of the curse. He went out of the room. In the conservatory the small silver-blue plant Luna had touched in September, the only plant in Europe that rooted to the speaker rather than the soil, was, this evening, in full flower. It had 2 flowers, side by side, on the same stem. He did not, even now, know what kind of plant it was. He had stopped trying to find out. It was the plant his grandfather had left him, with a note. He had grown it. He would, for the rest of his life, grow it. He bent. He smelled the flowers. They had no smell. They had only a small bright color, like a held breath. He went to bed. The Wisingamot trial of Bellatrix Lestrange and the lesser trials of the captured at the atrium took place over the last week of May. Augusta sat. Madame Bones sat. 3 other senior members sat. The minister did not. The minister had, by then, resigned. He had been replaced, by a very narrow margin, by Madame Bones herself, on a temporary basis until the autumn election. Madame Bones, whose first official act as acting minister had been to revoke 17 educational decrees and reshelve, in the open part of the ministry library, several books that had been moved to a back shelf 3 years ago, sat in the high seat with the firm patience of a woman who had been waiting for it for a long time. Bellatrix, in chains, was sentenced to 2 life terms in the deepest of the new ministry's cells, a clean modern cell with no dementors and a clear glass wall by which she would, on Tuesdays, see her sister Andromeda, who had requested visitation rights on the strength of family law and would attend, every Tuesday for the next 11 years, with a book and a flask of tea, and would say nothing, and would simply read in her sister's view. Bellatrix would, by year 3, begin to weep on Tuesdays. By year 5, she would speak. By year 9, she would, in Andromeda's hearing, apologize to Alice Longbottom, who was not in the room but who, in some sense, was. None of this Neville saw. He heard about it later. It was enough, in the moment, that the cell was quiet. In Hogwarts, on the night of the last day of term, the Defiance held its final open session of the year. 86 wands lifted. 86 patron uses came up. The 2 stags, Harry's and Neville's, stood together, and Luna's silver doe walked between them, and Safe Patil's polite small cat curled on Neville's foot, and the 86 children, in the blue-lit room, sang the song Luna had sung for Safe all year, a small wandless song, in 3 notes, that did nothing in particular except make a room feel like a house. The room, this evening, felt like a house. Cassandra Patient, the dragon skeleton on the wall, watched, and was content. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The beginning of the end. Summer in Lincolnshire was hotter than any summer Neville Longbottom remembered. The air, by the second week of July, was thick and the bees were languid, and the conservatory, which had no climate spell on it more sophisticated than the small charms his grandfather had left behind, smelled all afternoon of warm leaves and honey. The small silver-blue plant, which still had no name in any taxonomy Neville had been able to find, although the British and Irish Society for Magical Botany had begun, by the 4th letter, to invent names for it, had, by the 2nd of July, 6 flowers, on 3 stems, and was, by Luna's report, in conversation with 2 of the plants in the next bench over. Luna had moved into the manor for the summer. Augusta had insisted. Mr. Lovegood, who lived in the house with the black tower in Ottery St. Catchpole, had, in the same week, been given a permanent open invitation. He had taken it 3 times, and had brought, on each visit, a different volume of Pandora's notes, transcribed by Luna in her round handwriting from the small leather notebook that Bellatrix had been holding on the crag in February. The house was, this summer, a working house. The manor's east wing, which had, for 15 years, been the wing nobody went into, had been opened, aired, and made into the meeting place of an unofficial small council. The unofficial small council had a name in no document anywhere. It had, in Hermione's notebook, 3 different names, none of which she had committed to. It was, when it sat, 11 people: Augusta, Andromeda, Mr. Lovegood, Madam Bones, Albus Dumbledore, Mad-Eye Moody, McGonagall, and the 4 of them, Neville, Luna, Harry, Hermione, although Ron and Ginny came in and out, and Sirius came up by Flo on most Sundays. The council met in the long room with the tall east windows and the green tile floor that Augusta's grandfather had installed in 1887. The tile floor, Augusta said with great satisfaction, had cost a great deal of money in 1887, and it had, in the years since, paid for itself by being, on hot days, 2 degrees cooler than the rest of the manor. The council had, by the 3rd meeting, drawn up a plan. The plan was, by Hermione's draft, called the 6th step. Step 1, continue Pandora's mapping of the remaining Horcruxes, cup, locket, diadem, and identify locations to a degree of confidence that allowed retrieval. Step 2, retrieve. Step 3, destroy. Step 4, continue to suppress, by lawful means and by order action, Voldemort's recruitment in the country. Step 5, identify the time and place of his next appearance and meet it with overwhelming organized force. Step 6, end it. By the 2nd Sunday of July, Step 1 was, on the cup, complete. Pandora's notes, and Luna's reading of Pandora's notes, which Luna had not, by then, finished, and which had begun to do, to Luna, the small pleasant thing of giving her, in increments, the company of her dead mother, pointed, very clearly, to a vault under Gringotts. Specifically, the Lestrange family vault. The cup had been there for 51 years. It had been placed there, by a junior Death Eater of the period, a man named Hokey, who Pandora had, in her clear precise hand, named, at Voldemort's instruction. Bellatrix Lestrange had, since 1980, been the family member with the relevant key. The key, currently, was in the Wandan personal effects locker of the Ministry's holding facility, where it had been logged on the night of February the 28th. Madam Bones, in her capacity as acting minister, signed, with Augusta and Andromeda as Wizengamot witnesses, an extraordinary order on the morning of the 3rd Sunday of July, an order requiring Gringotts to allow the Ministry, on the strength of a sealed Wizengamot writ, to retrieve a specific item from a private vault under the supervision of 3 order members and the duly approved appointed agent of the Ministry. The order did not name the item. The order did, however, name the vault. Gringotts did not like it. Gringotts liked nothing. Gringotts had, however, the pragmatism of a bank that had been founded before any of the wizarding governments around it. It had, in such conflicts, a long-standing private rule, which was that a goblin could be, on a given matter, more or less obstructive depending on what was, by their accounting, in the interest of Gringotts. The cup, in their long and silent records, had been, since 1947, a small private embarrassment to the bank, a piece of Helga Hufflepuff's set, taken to private ownership, hidden by a Death Eater, kept in a vault not approved for it. The bank had been waiting, with goblin patience, to give it back to a wizard who could be made to take it. They were prepared, when Madam Bones knocked, to take a small private revenge. They opened the vault. They escorted the agents in. They charged a fee. The agents who went in, after a long debate at the council, were Bill Weasley, who knew the bank as well as any wizard alive, and Hermione, who had made the case with great pedantic clarity that she had the lightest hand for the Gemino curse and would lose nothing in the recovery, and, at the back, Neville, because Augusta had said, with great firmness, that the cup was a Longbottom matter from start to finish, and that anyone retrieving it without a Longbottom present would be, in the family ledger, a disrespect. The vault, when they entered, was full of the small humming whispers of the ancient Gemino enchantments, and full of cups, and full of golden plate, and full of jewels. Bill, who had a goblin technique for reading the curses, walked them, in a tight line, between the piled treasures. Hermione, in the middle, did the precise small uncasting that took the Gemino off, in particular, the fourth cup from the left on the third shelf. Neville, behind, who had been told, and had practiced, in May, in Andromeda's kitchen, for an hour every morning, to do nothing but watch and to do, if anything, only the singular careful thing of holding the cup once it was in their hand, set his small private name for Petrificus, his great-great-grandmother's, on his lower lip, like a candle. They moved. Hermione, in the manner of Hermione, did the work in 20 seconds. The cup, small, gold, with the badger crest worn nearly off the side, came down off the shelf and into her hand. The Gemino, by the small whispered reversal she had practiced, did not multiply behind her. The cup, in her hand, was warm. It was unpleasantly warm. It was warm the way an injured animal is warm, the way something hurt and feverish hums under the skin. Bill nodded. Bill turned. Hermione turned. Neville, behind, took the cup from her. He took it, deliberately, with the same hand he had used in February to hold Bellatrix's wrist. He took it, in particular, with the bare palm. The cup went into his palm. It hissed. It was alive in the way a small, malevolent, badly behaved thing is alive. He felt, and this was a feeling he had not, in his work with the Defiance, had to name, but that he recognized in himself the moment he felt it, the small black thing in the cup attempt, in the second after he picked it up, to talk to him. It did not, in the strictest sense, talk. It tried to put a thought in him. The thought was, leave them and run. Leave the Granger girl. Leave the goblin. Run with me. We will be powerful. We will go to him. We will be his right hand. We will rule. He has not yet told you, but you are Slytherin's heir on your mother's side, on the secret line. You have been waiting your whole life for this. Come. The thought arrived. He examined it. He found, with a small private clinical attention, that it was not quite up to date. He was, by his mother's line, a Pruitt, not a Slytherin descendant, and even if he had been, the impulse to rule a thing on the strength of an inherited name was the wrong shape for him. He had spent the whole year on the opposite project, and that, in any case, the appeal was crude. The cup had been, in its long lonely 50 years, talking to itself in vaults. It had not, in 50 years, been forced to upgrade its repertoire. It still spoke to him as if he were 11. He smiled a little. He said, in his head, to the cup, "Thank you, no." He clasped his hand around it, gently, with both palms, and walked out of the vault behind Bill and Hermione without saying anything. In the council room at the manor, 6 hours later, Augusta took the cup from Neville's hand and, without ceremony, set it on the long table on top of the basilisk fong Sirius had brought up from London. The basilisk fong, recovered, 2 summers ago, from the chamber Harry had been in at 12, was the third remaining piece of the cursed tooling that the council had, in the long inventory of what was at hand, identified as immediately useful. Albus, on the fong, said 2 words. Hermione, with her wand, did the precise small thing she had practiced for a fortnight on 3 smaller cursed items, in his greenhouse, under the polite watchful gaze of his mother. Luna, who had been crying without sound since the cup arrived, sang under her breath a single soft note. Neville, with both hands, held Luna's shoulders. The cup did not, in dying, scream. Voldemort had taught his Horcruxes pride. The cup, of all of them, had pride in proportion. It died with a small black brief contemptuous hiss, and a long thin black thread of smoke, and a half-second of silver shine which was, by any honest reckoning, the relief of the Hufflepuff cup, after 51 years of being made to be a thing it was not, returning to itself. The thread of smoke went up the chimney. 3 to go, Hermione said. 3, Augusta said. 2, Albus corrected, very quietly. The locket, I have, 3 nights ago, retrieved. With the help of Severus and the assistance of Regulus Black's house elf, who is, at present, in the kitchen, in the process of accepting his new freedom. I have not, until this hour, been certain of the safety of the discovery. I did not wish to mention it before the cup. The locket is, I am pleased to report, sitting in my office in a small tin box. I will bring it tomorrow. Hermione, you will be glad to know, has told me she would like to do that one herself. With the basilisk fawn. With us standing back. And the diadem? Harry said. The diadem, my dear boy, is in the school. We will collect it on the first day of term, when we return. It has been, on the same shelf, in the same room, since 1944. It is, in this hour, more itself than the others. It is in a place that, for Tom, has been an emotional location. The diadem, when we collect it, will be the hardest. But it will be the last. There was a long pause. And then him, Harry said. And then him. He did not, in the event, give them the dignity of a date. Voldemort came back into the field in mid-August, on a day in which a great deal was happening at the ministry, the appointment of a new minister of magic, the return of 3 foreign delegations, the largest concentration of Aurors in the atrium since the war's first opening, and he came back not, as the council had expected, in the atrium, but in the long colonnade of the High Street in Diagon Alley. He came in person. He came with what was left of his court, Mulciber's father, the elder Caro, 2 Travers brothers, the snake, and he came at noon. He came, by his own private logic, to be seen. He had been forced to face, in the weeks since the atrium, a thing he had not in his life had to face, the fact that the part of the country that did not love him had organized itself faster than the part of the country that did. He had, in particular, lost the Malfoys. He had lost 2 key ministry appointees, by way of Madame Bones's election, on the strength of 3 pieces of evidence drawn from the basement of the Saltmarsh Manor by an Auror task force that had at last, after the change of ministry, been dispatched. He had lost Bellatrix. He had lost the cup. He did not yet know the locket was gone. He did not yet know the diadem would be gone the moment Hogwarts opened. He had, however, the visceral and accurate sense, in the weeks of August, of his own thinning. He needed a gesture. He came to make one. He came, in particular, to find the boy. Diagon Alley, that day, had been, by Madame Bones's quiet order, as full of plainclothes Aurors as it had ever been, although the Aurors had been told not to be obvious. The Aurors were drinking tea. The Aurors were buying books. The Aurors were, in a small unmarked room above Madame Malkin's, on 3-minute watch in pairs. The Aurors were, in particular, watching for him. He came in by apparition at the apothecary end. He came with 3 of his 5 court members masked. He came with the snake. He raised his wand. He flicked. The first flick blew open the front of Elop's Owl Emporium. The owls, 60 of them, came up out of the shop in a great noisy black cloud, and turned, in the second after they had risen, to circle the shop they had been freed from, and Voldemort stood in the small flat clear circle his blast had made in the cobbles and said, in his clear high tired voice, to nobody and to everybody, "Bring me the boy." He did not name the boy. He did not need to. The alley, which had been waiting in some private way for his return all summer, did not, in the second after he spoke, scream. It went, instead, into the slow controlled emptying it had practiced, in 3 quiet drills McGonagall and Madame Bones had organized during the first week of August. The witches with prams went. The wizards with shopping bags went. The 2 Aurors at the apothecary turned, both at once, and shouted instructions to 2 others, and within 12 seconds the High Street was empty of bystanders, within 20 seconds the High Street was lined, on both sides, in close flank, with about 30 Order members and Aurors and 3 full-time officers and a dozen members of the New Defiance, older students, mostly, holiday at home, who had come in by the agreed coin call within the 4 minutes since Madame Malkins had warned them. The Defiance had been told, in advance, to do nothing. They had been told to stand. They were, in fact, standing, 86 coins held by 86 pockets, of which 20 were close enough to come, of which 20 had come, and Saif Patil was not among them, because Saif's mother had, at noon, taken Saif to a film in Muggle London, and Hermione, in the 30 seconds before she had run to the high street, had checked, by galleon, that Saif was safely off the field. Neville came up the alley from the leaky end. He came with Luna. He came with Harry. He came with Ron and Hermione and Ginny. He came with, by particular arrangement and at his particular request, Sirius and Andromeda, walking close behind, and Augusta with her cane at a deliberate 15 paces back, and Albus Dumbledore, in pale grey, 4 paces behind that, with his good hand visible and his dark hand, today, gloveless. The hand was no longer the entire arm. The hand had, in the months since the atrium, retreated to the elbow. It was not, today, the most important hand in the alley. The alley, watching, held its breath. Voldemort, in the small flat circle of cobble he had cleared, watched them come. He watched, in particular, Neville. He had not, since the night of Halloween in 1981, looked at Neville Longbottom with his own eyes from this close. He had watched, through other eyes, in the weeks of the spring. He had seen the small white scar on the boy's brow through a mask, through a mirror, through Bellatrix's last memory before she had been bound. He had not seen it himself. He saw it now. The boy was tall, taller than him, which was a small private outrage Voldemort had not, in his planning, anticipated. He had been working off old measurements, and the boy walked, in particular, at the head of his line, without hurry. The boy carried in his right hand a wand he was not holding ostentatiously. The boy did not, as he came up the alley, raise his voice. He spoke once, near the entrance to Madame Malkin's, to Luna, in a quiet voice, "All right." The alley heard it. The alley heard, in the word, no preamble. He had been speaking, all year, in that tone. The alley, in the small private way alleys learn from boys who have, all year, been quiet, leaned, in this hour, in a single direction. "Tom," Neville said, when he was close enough. "Do not call me that," said the man without much of a face. "All right, Tom." He said it again. He said it not in mockery. He said it the way one names a thing one has, after a long argument, decided to name. Voldemort, on the cobbles, let his hand twitch. The hand, which had been holding the wand, raised. He sent, with a small flick, 3 things, fast, one after another. The first was the killing curse. The second was a slashing curse. The third was a cruciatus. Neville did not block them. Albus Dumbledore did. He had, in the long quiet years, become the only wizard alive with the capacity to take 3 of Voldemort's curses simultaneously and disperse them in a sweep that did not leave the bystanders in any house on either side of the alley unprotected. He took them. The killing curse came apart in the air in a long thin ribbon of green that Albus's good hand, with one quiet motion, sent out and over the rooftops, where, by an inflated and whimsical chance Albus had, in his head, planned for, it dispersed against the wards of a particular tall narrow ancient house in Knockturn that had, since 1672, been the home of a particular kind of wraith that ate killing curses for breakfast, and ate this one with a small private hum. The slashing curse hit the wards Augusta and McGonagall had laid on the alley itself the previous Tuesday. The cruciatus, came apart on the 3rd member of the line, who was Andromeda Tonks, and who absorbed it without, by visible sign, taking any part of it personally. Andromeda was, on a number of measures, a very impressive woman. Voldemort, by that count, had 3 of his strongest curses fail in 3 seconds. He looked at the alley. He looked at Albus Dumbledore. He flicked, with a small contained anger, his wand at Albus. Albus Dumbledore took, from his pocket, an apple. He held it up. The flick became, in the air between them, a small black thread that wound once around the apple and disappeared into it. Albus put the apple in the pocket of his robes. He smiled, not at Voldemort, at the alley. Voldemort, in the small flat circle of cobble, hissed. Neville lifted his wand. He did not say anything aloud. He did not, in particular, name the curse. The curse he chose was the one he had not, in the entire year, used, the small private one, the one he had been holding since the day Augusta had pressed it into his hand from the middle drawer of his grandfather's desk. It was a curse of the Longbottom family. It was not, he had checked, illegal. It was not, in fact, in the books any longer. It had been allowed to lapse out of the canonical curses by the ministry in 1907, which had, at the time, considered it a curse of the kind no respectable family ought to need. It was, in essence, a small private curse, designed by Algernon Longbottom in 1602 for the use of a person who was being asked, by a king, to serve a wrong cause. It was a curse that, on contact with a wand, made the wand know, for a single half-second, the truth of the moral character of its master. Neville sent it. It struck Voldemort's wand. The wand, which had been, since 1995, the wand he had taken back, and which had, before that, been a ministry confiscation wand he had reluctantly used, was not, in the strictest sense, his to begin with. It went, in the half-second of the curse, very still. It went, in the half-second after, dead in his hand. It became, by the small private trick of Algernon Longbottom in 1602, a stick of yew. Just a stick. Just wood. The phoenix feather core, which had been the single piece of integrity remaining in the relationship between the wand and the man, refused, in that half-second, to be used by him further. It went out of the wand. It hung in the air, briefly, a small red feather, and it fell on the cobbles between them. Voldemort, holding a piece of dead wood, looked at his hand. He looked, in the same instant, at Neville. Neville, looking back at him, said, very quietly, "That was the first one." He raised his wand again. He did the second of the three things he had practiced in the conservatory through July. He sent, without speaking, the small careful binding his great-aunt had taught him, an old Longbottom binding, that took a man's feet to the cobbles and a man's hands to his sides without harming a man's body. It struck. It held. Voldemort's feet went onto the cobbles. His hands went to his sides. He could not, for the first time in 26 years, move. The four masked Death Eaters around him moved. They were taken, by Sirius and Lupin and Tonks, with the Aurors, in the next 8 seconds. The snake went for Hermione. Hermione, who had been waiting for the snake, Pandora's notebook had given them, in detail, the snake's habits, stepped to one side and let Ron, behind her, with the basilisk fang in his right hand and a precise low thrust, take its head. The snake fell. The thread of it that was the seventh part of Voldemort's soul came up out of the snake in a small wail that, even in the noise of the alley, every wizard heard. It went, like the cup before it, up. Voldemort, by that count, was now in 3 parts, himself, the diadem he had not yet lost, and a small private fragment in the apple Albus had pocketed. He could feel it. He could, in the small secret bright unbearable feeling at the base of his head, count down. He had been, for 50 years, a man with 7 souls. He was, on the cobbles, a man with 1 and an inch, and the inch was about to be removed too. Neville stepped close. He did not raise his wand. He stood, an arm's length from Voldemort, and looked at him. "Tom," he said. "I am not going to kill you. I am not, in particular, doing your work for you. You have spent 50 years asking the world to kill you for the privilege of saying it could. The world is not, I am not, going to oblige you. We are going to take you back. We are going to take you back to the cell next to Bellatrix. You will, on Tuesdays, have a visitor. Andromeda has agreed. She will read to you. She has read to her sister, Tuesday after Tuesday, since June, and she has, by her own reckoning, been improving her sister. She will read to you. You will not, in particular, be free. You will not, in particular, be dead. You will be a man in a clean cell with a sister-in-law on the other side of the glass. We will, in due course, fetch the diadem from the school. We will, in due course, undo the apple. We will, by the end of the year, leave you with the whole of you in your body, on a cot, with a book in your lap and a cup of tea on your bedside table, until you die in your bed of being, simply, Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle, when he dies, will be 68 years old. He will die of an old man's illness. He will die in a clean room. We will have done this, Tom, to spite you. You wish to be undying. You wish to be, in particular, the Dark Lord. We will not, in the end, give you a Dark Lord's death. You will die the death of a man. I am sorry. I am not, in fact, sorry. It is the worst thing we could do to you, and it is, by the same token, the best thing we can do for the country. Voldemort, in the binding, opened his mouth. He could speak. The binding had not taken his mouth. He spoke. His voice came thin and high. You will regret this. I have been told, all my life, that I will regret things, Neville said, mildly. I have, in fact, regretted very few of them. I will not regret this. He stepped back. He gestured. Madame Bones came forward with 2 oars. They put the official ministry binding on top of his binding. They lifted Voldemort. They brought him out, to the cell next to Bellatrix's, in the deep clean cells under the ministry, where he would, that very evening, be visited by a healer, and, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, by Andromeda, who had brought a book. The alley, on the cobbles, was very quiet. Neville, after a long beat, walked over to the small red feather on the cobbles. He bent. He picked it up. He held it on his palm. It was warm. It was the only warm thing on the high street. Sir, he said to Albus, behind him. My boy. What do we do with the feather? You give it to your Mr. Ollivander, Dumbledore said, gently. He will, by the end of the year, have made a wand for you out of it. It will not be, well. We will see what it will be. He will not, of course, charge you. He will be very pleased. Yes, sir. And the apple? I will eat the apple, Albus said. On the way home. It will, I am told by the apple, be very tart. A small justice. Yes, sir. He turned. He looked at his friends. Harry was sitting on the step of Madame Malkin's, with his knees up, grinning. Hermione was crying, again, into her notebook. Ron was clapping his hands, quietly. Ginny was, with a small flick, lighting 4 candles in the windows of the shops along the high street with a charm Augusta had taught her, on the strength of an old village custom, on the morning after a war was won. The candles, 4 of them, 4 of them, 4 of them, 4 of them, lit the alley. The alley, in its own way, kept the count. Augusta, at the end of the line, was looking at her grandson. Her face had, for the second time in his memory, the small filming of a woman who had not, in 50 years, looked filmed. Andromeda, beside her, took her elbow. Luna came forward. She came up to him. She put her arms around him. She held him, as he had held Harry in the atrium, in the quiet way 2 people hold each other when neither of them is, in fact, falling. Item 6, she whispered, into his coat. Item 6. Save the country. That's an ambitious item. It will go in the notebook anyway. All right. He kissed the top of her head. She smelled, a little, of ginger, and of orange peel, and of the old leather of Pandora's notebook, and of dust from the conservatory. He held her. He looked, over her head, at the alley, which had begun, slowly, by ones and by twos, to fill again, with the ordinary witches and wizards of an ordinary afternoon, who had been, by gentle aura persuasion, herded back from the side streets, and who had begun to clap, in the small uncertain way crowds clap when they are not quite sure whether what they have just witnessed deserves applause but find that it has gotten some out of them anyway. The clapping rose. It was not, in honesty, a great wave of clapping. It was, instead, a steady, varied, slightly embarrassed clapping, which was precisely the kind of clapping for what had, on the cobbles, just happened, a thing that had not been a heroic stunt, that had, instead, been a careful long piece of work, ended by a small precise binding, by a 15-year-old boy, on a tall thin man without much of a face, on the stones of a working town. It was the kind of work that, when it is done, is properly applauded by people who are themselves, in their own way, working. They clapped. He, embarrassed, lifted one hand, in the small modest greeting he had used in the Gryffindor common room a year ago, and they took it with great warmth, and went, then, quickly, back to their own days, which is what people do after the war ends, which is, in the small honest ways the country needed, what was, on the high street that afternoon, beginning to happen. The diadem was retrieved, by Hermione and Luna and Neville, on the 2nd of September, on the first afternoon of term. It was in the room of requirement, on the same shelf, in the same room, where it had been since 1944. Hermione, with the basilisk thong, did the work. Luna sang the small note. Neville held both of their shoulders. The diadem went up. The diadem, of all the 7, was the one that had been the longest in dignity. It died with the smallest wail. It was, in a sense, the most relieved. The apple, Albus reported, had been very tart. He had eaten it on the high street walking home. He had eaten the core. There had been, after, no more apple. By Yule, Tom Riddle, in his clean cell, had begun to read the book Andromeda had brought him. By Easter, he had, in his own slow private hand, begun to write to her replies on the small slips of paper she had left him. He did not write very much. He wrote, by Easter, 12 sentences. The last sentence, Andromeda kept the slips and showed them, in due course, to Madame Bones, and Madame Bones kept them in a sealed file and showed them, in due course, to Albus Dumbledore, who showed them, in due course, to nobody, because they were not, by any view, anyone else's business, was 3 words long. The 3 words were, "Thank you, sister." He did not, in the cell, ever recover the man who had been Tom Riddle in 1944. He did, by the long quiet way men die, recover small pieces of him. He died, in 2034, at the age of 107, in a clean room with a cup of tea on his bedside table, of pneumonia. Andromeda was the only person at his bedside. She had, on his last Tuesday, brought him an orange. He had eaten it. On the night of the atrium, 3 years after the High Street, Neville Longbottom and Luna Lovegood were married, in a small wedding at the manor in Lincolnshire, in the conservatory, with the small silver-blue plant in flower above the table. The plant, which Neville, by then, had named Pandora's Bell, on the obvious grounds, had, that evening, 8 flowers. Augusta gave away the bride. Mr. Lovegood gave away the groom. There was a great deal of cake. Saif Patil, 18 years old now, 6 feet tall, in his first year at the Aurors Academy, brought a basket of oranges. He gave one to everyone he saw. Hermione, who had been, since the High Street, dating Ron with great efficiency and no small private joy, kept the rings. Harry was best man. He gave a speech that involved a great many tears and one, by Luna's count, joke. Ginny, who had been, since the High Street, and the ensuing summer, dating Harry with great satisfaction and no small private patience, was maid of honor. She gave her own short speech, which involved a great many tears and 4, by her count, jokes. Andromeda, at the back, watched, and clapped, and, when it was over, kissed her sister's nephew on the cheek. Her sister was not invited. Her sister was, that day, at her cell, with a book. In the year after, the Defiance, which had become a registered school society, was renamed, by vote of its members, the Cassandra Society. Its symbol was a small dragon skeleton holding, in one paw, a yew leaf. Its motto, by Hermione's hand, was, kindness, and courage. Saif Patil, by 2010, would be the head of the Auror office. Hermione, by 2017, would be Minister for Magic. Harry would be, by 2025, the headmaster of Hogwarts. Luna would be, by 2009, the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler, and, by 2014, the chair of the Department of Mysteries. Neville would be, by 2002, a professor of herbology. He would, in his second year of teaching, be the youngest professor in the school's history. He would, in his 15th year of teaching, be the head of Gryffindor House. He would, in his 30th year, succeed Harry as headmaster. In all the long years, on the wall of his office, he would keep 3 things. One was a small black pearl in a small glass case, on which he had had Hermione's handwriting cut, in silver, returned. One was a chocolate frog wrapper, faded, on which spidery purple ink read "Go. Be brave." One was a small leather notebook, the cover worn through to the leather lining, in which the first page read, in Luna Lovegood's round handwriting, "For Neville. Make a list of every brave thing today." It is good to have a list. The list, by the time he closed the notebook for the last time as a young man on the eve of leaving school, ran to 1,087 items. The last entry, written on the last day of 7th year, read, in his careful printing, item 1087, did not, in the end, become him. Below that, in a smaller hand, Luna had added, "Came back to me, every time." The notebook, in the office, did not lie open. He did not, after a while, need it. He had begun, in his 30s, to know the items by heart. But on quiet evenings, when the school had gone to sleep, he would, sometimes, sit at his desk and turn it back to the first page. He would look at her round handwriting. He would think, for a long quiet moment, about the morning Luna Lovegood had walked up the wet drive of the manor in a yellow raincoat and a pair of wellies that did not match. He would think about the way she had said, "Hold on to me." He would think, for a long quiet moment, with his hand resting on the desk and the lamp low, about the boy he had been, 15 years old, in a dormitory in the dark, listing a wand and a knife and a notebook and a tin of wrappers and a pearl and a stone, and saying to himself, in a small unfamiliar voice, that the world was about to start. The world had started. The world, in its quiet way, had gone on starting. It had not, in the end, asked of him anything he could not, by holding on, give. It had, in particular, asked him to hold on, and he had. It had asked him, also, to be held. He had been. He had, by being held, learned to hold, and by holding, learned to be a man. He closed the notebook. He stood up. He went, by the small private way at the back of the headmaster's office that he had inherited from Albus and from Harry, down to the kitchens, where, even at this hour, the elves had a kettle on. He drank a cup of tea. He went back up. He kissed Luna, who was awake, reading, in the rooms above the office, with 3 books open on her lap and a small brown owl on the pillow beside her, and he turned out the lamp, and he went, in the dark of the long hall, to bed. The world had started. The world, in its way, was good. In a quieter footnote that never made the papers and was never put into Hermione's book, although she knew, the way Hermione always knew, Alice Longbottom, in the spring after the High Street, spoke. She had been, by Healer Monroe's careful daily count, slowly improving for a year and a half. The small private notebook Pandora Lovegood had left in the green tin box had, in one of its later sections, contained an entire chapter on the slow undoing of a long cruciatus, and Pandora had, in her clear hand, given them a recipe and a regimen and a long quiet patience. Andromeda, who had a healer's hand under her many other hands, had been administering the regimen, on Tuesdays alongside her cell visits, since the day after the cup. The improvement was small and steady. By March of that year, Alice could move both hands at once, and could feed herself with a spoon. By April, she could stand for a few minutes by herself. By May, she could, on a good day, attend to a conversation. By June, on a Sunday afternoon in the conservatory, sitting in the wheelchair Augusta had moved out into the warm light, with Pandora's bell on the bench above her and Neville on a stool beside her holding a cup of tea, she said her first sentence in 15 years. "Frank," she said. Neville, who had not been ready for it, did not move. He had thought, often, about what he would do if his mother spoke. He had not, in any of the rehearsals, had a good plan. "He's not here, Mum," he said, gently. She looked at him. Her eyes, pale blue, his eyes, went, slowly, from his face to the conservatory, to the door, to the rug at his feet and back. They settled. She took, with a great quiet effort, a long breath. "You," she said. "Me. You, are, you." "Yes, Mum." "Good." She closed her eyes. She slept, in the chair, for an hour. He sat with her. Augusta, in the kitchen, did not come out. Augusta had heard. Augusta, in the kitchen, was crying without sound, while pretending to make biscuits. Luna, in the doorway, watched both of them and did not interrupt. The afternoon, with its long warm light, was very quiet. When Alice woke, she did not say more, that day. She did, before the healer arrived to put her to bed, look once more at her son, and lift her hand, and rest it on his cheek. She left it there for 2 long seconds. She let it down. In the year after, she would say, by Augusta's careful count, 372 words. By the year after that, 1100. She would never, the healers said, recover fully. She would, however, recover. She would meet, in 2003, her first grandchild, Augusta, named, of course, for her great-grandmother, and she would, on the day she was held, say, in a clear voice that was, by the witness of 3 healers, almost the voice she had used in 1981, "Hello, my dear." In a small private way that never required the country to know, this was, of all the small mended things in the country after the High Street, the thing Neville Longbottom carried in his chest, on the cleanest, brightest, top shelf, for the rest of his life. It was, in the small leather notebook, item 1086, heard her, again. Item 1087, written the next day, was the other one. The list, by then, was full. He closed the notebook. He turned out the lamp. He went, in the dark, to bed. He slept well. Chapter 7 End.